Flashbacks of what had happened to Leo was going through Quinn's head right now. After that day, there were a few times where Leo had explained to Quinn about what happened, how inside his body there were two types of auras. The aura known as chi, the aura that Quinn now knew as life force. This was something every human had, but then there was a second, more sinister type of aura inside of him. That aura was the red aura. As soon as it latched onto Leo, it started to also latch onto his whole body, chasing his very cells inside. It was like a virus that multiplied quickly, trying to take over the body. With his chi, he was able to slow it down, but that was it. In the end, there was nothing else he could do, and eventually he ended up becoming a turned. Quinn didn't know who this was, but it was clear by everything around him that he was looking after him, and because of him, somebody was going to get hurt or was in the middle of getting turned. However, Chris was calm, and he looked at his hand for a few seconds, then closed his eyes. This is certainly a nasty little thing, isn't it? Coming out from the surface of his skin was none other than blood. But when seeing this, or more correctly smelling this, it didn't have the same sweet fragrance it would when it came out of humans. This was more like vampire blood. Swinging his arm, he threw the blood out on the floor, and it looked like Chris was completely fine. There was no struggle on his face. No pain from being turned. Absolutely nothing. Quinn checked out his system and used the inspect skill on Chris, but there was nothing out of the ordinary at all. Did this person manage to stop the turning? Was it with his chi powers, but not even Leo could do something like that? Does it mean this person knows more about chi than Leo? Quinn started to wonder, but now he was put in a tricky situation. Relax, Chris said. I can tell from the look on your face you didn't mean for that to happen. I don't know if you realize, but the energy inside you, it's infectious. I've never seen anything like it before. What exactly are you? While asking the questions, Chris decided to grab one of his makeshift chairs and sit down. He also grabbed what looked like an odd-looking apple and proceeded to eat while throwing one over to Quinn. It was clear he was utterly calm, and not worried about Quinn in the slightest, even after what had happened. Placing the apple to his side, Quinn decided to answer back. It's related to my ability. I don't really understand it, Quinn replied, playing the fool as he gave a smile. I don't think that's right, Chris replied, taking another bite from the apple. If it were an ability, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of it with my chi just now. You're an interesting one, you know how to use chi, and then you lie straight to my face. I already know what your ability is. You do, Quinn said, wondering just how he could have known, although Quinn did become a lot more popular ever since the televised duel. So, there would have been plenty of people that knew his powers now. When I found you, there was this strange-looking bone guy. I thought he was a beast at first, but then I saw him go back into your body. That is your ability, and you cannot have two abilities, at least not that I know of. Chris finished eating the apple, including the whole core. While Quinn didn't know what to make of the situation, even though Chris was asking all these questions, it seemed to be more out of interest than an integration. Look, you don't have to tell me. Maybe you don't even know, but the reason I was telling you is because you saw what I did, right? I got it out of my body. There is a good chance that I can do the same for you if you want. Your chi is strong, but the red aura has already mixed in with it. So, when I was only able to restore part of your chi till it got involved, but if you got rid of it, you would probably be quite the talent in chi. Chris explained. Hearing this, Quinn could not hide the expression on his face. He could get rid of the red aura? What did he exactly mean by that? If this were true, did it mean it would stop him from becoming a vampire? Did Quinn even want that? More importantly, there could also be a chance for him to turn his friends back to the way they were. Have you done it before? Quinn asked. Chris shrugged his shoulders. No, how could I? This is the first time I've even seen anything like this, but I'm pretty confident I could do something. Quinn didn't like the sound of that. The red aura was now a part of Quinn. Getting rid of it, there was a good chance that it could kill him, and Quinn didn't want to be the test subject for that, nor any of his friends. The conversation seemed to move on from there, as Chris was now bored of the first subject. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he acted more like an impatient teenager moving on from subject to subject. At the moment, Chris was the only one asking the questions. Quinn was not getting a chance to ask his own. Chris had learnt that Quinn had just fell through one of the cracks when fighting a certain beast. It was an accident. He didn't explain that he was on an expedition with the others. Assuming that this man was down here and had no clue who Quinn was, he could assess that he had to have been down here for a while, at least before the big duel had happened. Only someone living under a rock would not have known who the newest world leader was. After hearing everything Quinn had to say, Chris started to think for a bit. Quinn wanted to ask what happened to him, how did he know about Chi, and even more, but it just didn't feel like there was ever the right moment. I like you, Quinn, but you seem to be on the weak side, Chris said. You said you fell just from an emperor tier creature. Well, believe it or not, but I fell down here because I was fighting a demon tier creature, Chris said, pointing to himself, and he also had his chest puffed out as if he was proud. Demon tier? I'm sure Logan said there was only one demon tier beast on this planet. That damned diamond-looking crab. I was holding on for dear life, he mumbled in anger. As Quinn thought he was fighting the same beast, and now he was starting to wonder just who this person was and how were they strong enough to live fighting against a demon tier. Were they on their own? The mystery surrounding Chris was just growing. I've decided you have talent, and as we are the only two humans here, it would be a shame if you were to die. As I said, I think you and I are going to spend a long time down here. Underneath here, there are more high-tier beasts than you can dream of. It's a dangerous place, and I can't always be protecting you, so you need to get stronger. Now it's going to be easier for you since you already know the first stage of Chi. A genius like me knows all 3 stages. It might take some time, but as long as you know the second stage, you should be safe down here. So what do you say, my apprentice? Chris asked. Thinking about it, it wasn't really such a terrible thing, Quinn thought. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he was better than others to not learn something from them. Especially after seeing how strong a demon tier beast was, he knew he had a long way to go. Even before this, Quinn was interested in the other forms of Chi after learning about them from Abdul and Lucy. Now he had the perfect chance to learn them. If Chris was willing to teach him without Quinn having to convince him, then why should he complain? This was a perfect chance to have one more skill in his arsenal. It's a deal, Quinn said as he went for a handshake. Even though Chris knew what was possible from Quinn, he wasn't worried and shook Quinn's hand anyway. At that moment, behind him, Quinn spotted a pair of blades behind Chris. Presumably, they were his weapons. Quinn wasn't stupid. He knew there were only a few people in the world that knew about Chi, one of them being Pure. The man he was speaking to was most likely a member of Pure. But just who was Chris? Out of habit, he had used his inspect skill on the weapons, and the information about them was brought up. Inspect. Quinn's wondering eyes didn't go unnoticed as Chris spotted him looking at the 2 blades behind him. Oh, so it looks like you're interested in them. Huh, well I can't blame you, Chris said as he walked over to the blades and picked them up. They were in their sheaths, but he pulled them out for Quinn to get a better look. After all, I bet you've never seen or set your eyes on a pair of demon-tier weapons before. This will be a nice treat for you. Pulling them out in spectacular fashion, slowly as if there was some big reveal. He was expecting a grand reaction from Quinn, but it never happened. Placing his hands over his mouth, Quinn couldn't help but let out a little chuckle. He had tried his best not to smile, but Chris was just acting so confident. What? Do you think I'm lying? Chris said, partly annoyed. How do you know they are even demon-tier weapons? Quinn asked. Did you kill the beast yourself? Looking at the sword a few times, Chris was now starting to doubt himself. No, but I was given these, and the person has no reason to lie to me, and using them, I know their strength. Of course, Quinn knew the actual tier of the weapons held in Chris's hands right now, and although they weren't demon tier, they were certainly at the demigod tier. Something that even Quinn hadn't faced. Whoever the person was that had given him those blades, they certainly had to be strong. Who gave them to you? Quinn asked. Maybe if I knew that, then I would be more inclined to believe you. When Quinn asked this, the expression and mood on Chris' face changed. His eyes narrowed, and his face was emotionless. I'm afraid if you knew that, then I would have to kill you. Suddenly, His expression turned into a smile. Haha. But that's not going to happen. So don't worry. We're going to become good friends after all. It reminded Quinn that this person was most likely a member of Pure What position who knew. If the weapons were at the demon tier level, then there was a good chance he was talking to the Pure leader directly now. However, Oscar had claimed the leader of Pure used a demon tier weapon, which Chris didn't have, and Quinn just couldn't believe someone like Chris, who was so immature and easygoing, to be the leader of any organization. Pushing past the awkward moments, Chris decided to get right to work. He seemed excited about talking to someone and that he was going to have a strong disciple. It looks like you already know how to use chi, Chris started to explain, which I call the first stage. From the way Chris was speaking, he would constantly say we and change it to I. It was clear that Chris wasn't someone who found out how to use chi naturally, and he had been taught by someone, no matter how badly he was trying to hide it. This is not bad because to learn the other stage you would have to learn the first stage. Well, first, Chris said, scratching his head as if he was trying to remember everything. Now, in this stage, the most important thing is to increase your chi output strength. It looks like you've already hit the limit and know how to utilize all your chi, although part of that is because of the other force messing about inside your body, but there are other ways we can improve ourselves. Chris then started to walk over to the large boulder in the corner of the room and then proceeded to lift it with ease, as if he was some type of superhuman. Right now, I am using 100% of my chi in my arms and body to help me lift this boulder. Without chi, I would have never been able to do such a thing, but what if I could? This is why training the body and not relying just on chi is just as important. Each day I have been lifting the boulder using less chi day by day, and at the moment I can lift the boulder mostly myself. Training your body like so can make our bodies almost superhuman. Even a regular human, no matter how hard they trained, wouldn't have been able to lift something like this, but slowly using less chi, our body tries to make up for what was missing before, and it changes us. So if you have already hit your chi limit, then creating a super body to use chi will make you even stronger, Chris said as he punched his own chest, a little too hard, and he started to rub his pec a little that had now turned slightly red. Now this can also be used to train other areas such as speed and other things as well, but I chose to mainly focus on strength. Although this might have been good advice, it wasn't really helpful for Quinn, who was beyond superhuman already. Without using chi and just through his own natural strength, he would have been able to lift that boulder up just as easy as well. But it did make him wonder if this was something similar to what the Blades did. Even without abilities, Vorden's sister and brother were strong. According to Syl, their training was mostly to do with putting their life on the line and activating that hidden strength the body had. If chi was life energy, would it activate this life energy when the human body felt like it was going to die? Had the Blade family figured out how to create a super chi body without knowing a thing about chi? However, what the Bald family did wasn't something just anybody could have done, and most people who went through training like that would have died. Now that I've told you how to improve the first stage, let's explain a little about what the first stage is. The first step is simple: know how to use chi in your body. Check. Know how to move chi around to different parts of your body. Check. And finally, know how to infuse chi into items or things you are touching. Ding ding. You already completed the first stage of chi. Congratulations, Chris said, as he saw Quinn nod to all of those things. Now let's look at the second stage. The reason why the third part of the first stage is so important is because it's a similar feeling, rather than moving the chi to different objects and people. We are going to learn how to externally release chi to coat the outside of our bodies. Think of it as an invisible shell of armor. It's harder to get the hang of but can be really helpful, especially in improving your weapons. When you can coat your weapon and infuse it with power, your weapons and attacks will be more powerful than others. It can even disrupt other people's life force when hit by it. The second stage of chi was this: what Lucy was using on her weapon. Is that what happened when she cut Peter? Her own chi was the force I could see, the casting around the sword having attached itself to Peter, making it impossible for him to heal. After the explanation was done, it was time for the demonstrations, and surprisingly Chris was quite the gifted teacher. He would press his hand against Quinn's backs and sense what he was doing with the chi. Whenever Quinn would do something wrong or stray, Chris was able to correct him. A few times, the other energy inside Quinn tried to attack Chris, but if it ever did infect him, then he would do what he had done before, getting rid of the chi. Quinn had asked if he could do the same with the second stage, but apparently what he was doing was more inclined with chi's third stage. Still, Chris said he shouldn't even think about learning the third stage until he had mastered the second stage. Although many could learn the second stage, the third was a little different. He didn't go further with explanations other than that. After a couple of days of hard work together, Quinn had finally shown some progress, and the two of them were getting on quite well. When talking, both of them would avoid questions about each other's past, and they seemed to respect that. Why should one tell them about the other, if the other was keeping secrets, and soon they learnt to respect each other. Finally, after Quinn had successfully coated his gauntlets in chi, he was ready on the third day. "I knew you were good," Chris said. "To learn this in 3 days, I guess we had nothing else to do, and I am a great teacher." It was true. Without Chris, Quinn would have never been creative enough to figure out any of this independently. "What now, the third stage?" Quinn asked. Chris shook his head, like Quinn was a fool for asking such a question. Knowing how to use the second stage while standing still, and knowing how to use it in a fight are two different things. Chris picked up his weapons and went to walk out of the cave, while Quinn followed. They went to a certain area that had many broken trees and craters in the ground. It looked like a bomb had gone off in the area and completely cleared all the jungle and greenery. "Arg!" Chris shouted at the top of his lungs. The shout itself was amplified with chi, and bird-like beasts flew in the air from a distance. Soon, the sound of large footsteps was heading their way. Chris went off to the side and sat down cross-legged on the floors, and started to eat an apple again. "Show me what you learnt, my great disciple," Chris said. When the loud footsteps grew closer, a large beast had jumped into the area they were in, shaking the ground as it landed. Using his inspect skill, Quinn could see it. Inspect. Legendary tier beast. On the diamond-like surface where the ships of all the big factions were stationed, the rest of the groups and their people were waiting patiently inside their ships. They were unaware of how well the hunt for the demon tier beast was going, and all they could do was wish them good luck. While the others were away, Linda was in charge of the cursed ship. She was told to wait for Kaz to arrive back with the others, and report to Quinn as soon as possible, but there still hadn't been any signs of their return. On her stroll around the ship, she made sure the other areas were doing well as well. Webnovel had been brought over from the old Parasites faction. He was quite skillful, and his speed ability was nice to have if Linda wanted to get anything. The forging area led by Alex was hammering away. It was as if they never stopped making weapons. Alex was so excited because he knew thanks to the pure planets and daisy materials, they would now be getting new materials to work with. Finally being part of the Big Four, they were free to trade without any worries, and Alex's dream of becoming a well-known forger across the universe would come true. Seeing his enthusiasm always put a bright smile on Linda's face. Finally, the last area she went to check up on was the makeshift school. There were a few kids from the families that lived on the ship on board, but most of the faction members' families lived off the ship on their planets. Since there were teleporters linked to each of the planets on board the ship, it felt like an ordinary job for them. In the morning they could wake up and just hop through the teleporter heading off to the faction. So most families decided to live on the planet. Still, there were plenty of kids on board because of those Quinn had brought back with him. Peter was no longer here, and usually he would have been the one looking after them, but instead there was little Borden. As she took a peek through the window, she could see that little Borden was holding one of the kids above him with his two small hands. "Wow, that's amazing, Borden. Me next, me next," another kid shouted. "Are there any ordinary people in this faction?" Linda thought. Knowing that all the areas were safe and doing well, all she could do was just walk around and check if the faction members were okay. As usual, when she was left with nothing to do, her mind would start to wonder about her brother. "I wish he was here to see all of this," she thought. The worst part of it all was that she didn't know who to blame for his death. She had gone through so many emotions and had gone from one person to the other, blaming Fex, blaming the parasites, and even blaming Quinn. In the end, there was one person she wanted to blame more than anyone, but that person was already dead. Feeling somber, the words of Quinn rang through her head. Seeing how she was, at one point Quinn tried to pick her back up. The feelings you are going through at the moment aren't just felt by you. So many people around the world are experiencing the same thing. Rather than thinking about what you could have done, or who to blame, we should start being more proactive and prevent anything like this from happening to others again. Quinn was a young adult while Linda was in her mid-20s. She often thought he was naive and his decion-making skills were stupid and suitable for his age. But at times, there were moments where he seemed the most mature person in the room, as if he had lived a long life. At that moment, a whiz of air passed her, and Webnovel was suddenly in front of her. His face looked panicked, and it wasn't from the running. "Linda, we have intruders," Webnovel informed her. This was something that she didn't expect to hear. Outside of the cursed ship, all the other ships were on standby. From time to time there would be those that went outside just for some fresh air and to check if any beasts were around that would come close. However, no such thing occurred. Unaware to the others though, two certain groups were planning a move. Those from Pure that had supposedly run away were now returning. But they weren't returning to their own ship, they were heading for the Cursed Faction's ship. On top of this, the three people who had formed the temporary alliance were under Pure before were also leading the charge. The Pure members were on standby, hiding behind one of the large uprooted slabs of crystal. In total there were around 100 of them. They were waiting for the Cursed Faction to open their doors, and that was the job for the three from the alliance. Two people were put outside on watch as the three approached. "Did you notice?" Someone from the Greylash family said. "The three of them have all their beast equipment on. My guess is that they aren't exactly there to just talk." "Then should we go and help them? Their strongest members are away." "Do you think we should? The Cursed Faction are now meant to be one of the strongest factions out there. If they can't deal with something like this, then they don't deserve to be a part of the leaders. We are here to speak about the terms of us joining the Cursed Faction." One spoke loudly, trying to seem non-threatening. The two from the Cursed Faction looked at each other and knew it wasn't their decision to make. From the look on their faces, Farine, one of the others from the Alliance, knew they were going to radio in. She quickly pulled out her weapon and got behind the faction member, placing a dagger against his throat, while Kubo did the same with his spear pointed towards the other one. "Open the doors nice and easy, and we promise we won't kill you," Kubo said. Fearing for their lives, they did as they were told, and the runway and door started to open for the cursed ship. They were in. At the same time, a loud explosion was heard off in the distance, going off one after another. It wasn't too far from where they were, but it was enough to cause the effect they wanted. The other groups went to investigate, although the explosion themselves would do nothing to the hard terrain around them. It did attract some unwanted attention from beasts. With beasts heading their way, all the other groups started to prepare for a battle in front of them. Using this confusion and panic, the Pure members came out from hiding to also board upon the cursed ship. They were dressed in regular traveler clothing, and even if anyone did see them now, no one would really know who they were. These factions weren't close with each other, and they didn't even know what the others looked like. They would simply think that the Cursed Faction were doing their own thing, and even if they did spot them, these groups were only under a temporary alliance. They wouldn't care about another group getting attacked. They would just focus on the beasts and themselves. However, they were those that did notice, like the ones from the Greylash family. They had an idea who was behind the sudden commotion, but decided to keep their mouths shut. "Finally we're inside," Kubo said. "Well, with everyone away, this should be as easy as taking candy from a baby." The Alliance members were strong, even if they hadn't done well in the duel. They knew there were few people in the world that could go up against them. It was just they were meeting those more frequently lately. It was now up to those on the cursed ship to successfully defend the attack. Before the planned attack, the three members of the Alliance had gathered inside the Pure ship. There was Tulk, Farine, and Kubo. These three were those that had once gathered multiple factions and were close to becoming a great power, until they had stepped on the toes of Pure and soon after became a part of their group. Inside the ship itself, there were no longer any Pure members, only those that were loyal to the faction leaders. Since the Pure members had supposedly already escaped from the planet, Or at least that's what Tulk had told the other leaders. Instead, an elaborate plan was made to get rid of the cursed faction. Lucy was well respected in Pure. Not just because she was one of the higher leaders, but because she was also one of the founders of Pure. There were certain people within Pure, like Rank 1, who were in the position of power just because of their strength. Her death would come as a great shock to the leader Mr. Zero. Having witnessed Pure's power firsthand, Tulk, Farine and Kubo felt that they knew who the strongest humans in the world were. It was those in Pure. There wasn't a doubt in their mind, even after seeing Lucy die like that to the cursed faction. They felt that one day Pure would rule, and if that was the case, then they needed to be put into a position of power and be trusted, and what better way than to get rid of the people, or at least cause severe damage to those who had taken away one of their beloved leaders. A faction was nothing without those following them, so getting rid of them would most likely put Quinn and the others in a position where they would have to join up with someone else. At least this was their train of thought. Upon entering the cursed ship, there were the 3 leaders and the 100 or so members of Pure behind them. What had come as a surprise to them when first boarding was how empty the ship was, considering its size. This was because most of the members had no need to stay on the ship and were resting at home on their planets until they needed to be called upon. So only a token group of people were left behind. This only makes our job even easier. Let's take over this whole ship, Kubo shouted, and the 3 of them split off into 3 different groups with 3 equal-size forces. Tulk had started his rampage in the main hall of the ship that led off to the different areas. They were engaged in combat with those from the cursed faction, and Webnovel immediately went to inform Linda of the enemy's presence. Simultaneously, Farine had gone to the left side of the ship, and Kubo to the right side of the ship, with their own little groups. The first thing going through Tulk's mind was that the fighting was proving a bit more difficult than he first thought. He thought those in the cursed faction would be weak. They were a new faction, so they couldn't have good equipment, and most of them were from no-name factions. However, they had learnt a lot being with the cursed, and surviving an attack from the Sunshields, one of the strongest families to ever exist. Soon, Linda had arrived, and her blood started to boil as she saw who was behind the attack. Webnovel. Make sure no one dies. Help whoever is in the most trouble, Linda said, as she continued to walk forward. Webnovel went where he could, using his super speed and dagger to stop fatal blows, and those that were already seriously injured, he tried to carry and move off to the side for now. As for Linda, she carried on walking forward, not slowing down or speeding up. One of the members came forward with his blade, and she threw out her fist, not even caring if it cut her skin. The blade had barely scraped past the skin on her knuckles before her fist was planted in the Pure's member's face. He was sent flying across the room with one hit. Another fight going on nearby, she proceeded to kick the man, and his legs were shattered as his body spun in the air a couple of times before landing on the ground. Soon, the members, realizing what a threat she was, started to focus their attacks on her. But she dealt with them all with a single hit and carried on moving forward like a robot which had been given a command. We have just found peace as humans, and it's people like you that have to ruin it, she shouted. Finally, it looked like someone had successfully stabbed a sword into her back. But turning around, she punched the blade in the center, snapping most of it off, before throwing it back at the person who had attacked her, then pulling out the blade from her body as if it caused her no pain. The wound was healing, and at the same time a hunger was building up inside her. But her temper had already grown too much for her to care. Ha, you're a strong one, so your ability must be strength, I assume. But let me tell you, there is a reason why my name is Tulk. I was based off of a character who has an inhuman strength and is a little green, he shouted as he charged forward with his fists. Tulk's equipment was great, and he seemed to be slightly faster than Linda. He gave a solid strong blow to her stomach. It was powerful, but she didn't flinch and proceeded to give her own punch back, hitting him in the stomach as well. I'm wearing legendary tier armor, and I can still feel her power, he thought. But if I'm hurting, she has to be hurting as well, Tulk thought as he continued to deliver blow after blow. The 2 of them didn't care if they got hurt and continued to punch at each other. But as time went on, slowly one was coming out as the victor. Tulk was soon getting tired. She should have a few broken bones, but her power has remained the same this whole time. While Tulk's damage was building up, Linda was healing after every single attack. Her power was weaker due to Tulk's strength ability and armor, and her speed was slower, but her lack of pain felt when taking hits and her regantive powers eventually would make her the winner. A last punch was thrown from Linda towards the battered and bruised face of Tulk. His eyes were cut, and blood was dripping down onto his armor. He tried to twist his body to move out of the way, but a sharp pain was felt, and a broken rib stopped him. With a clean hit to the face, the punch had knocked him out cleanly. "I did it," Linda thought. She fell to her knees feeling weak, not because of pain, but because something was going on in her body. She turned her head to look behind her and could see not only had Webnovel managed to help the others, but reinforcements had arrived through the portals, mostly from the planets of the parasites, and it looked like they were nearly done as well. "I need to see if the others are okay," Linda thought as she would try to get herself up, but an unbelievable hunger pang was felt in her stomach. One she had never felt before. Webnovel, seeing this, rushed over to her. "Is everything okay, Linda? Did something happen?" he asked, but he could only see she was holding onto her stomach. "Was this because I took too many injuries? Does that mean I have to eat?" she thought. Quinn had tried feeding her in the past, and she did eat a little, but the idea made her sick. Just like Peter as a Draugr, she needed to eat human flesh, but unlike Peter, when he was a ghoul it wasn't compulsory unless she had taken on too many injuries. The problem was in the state she was in. She wouldn't be able to reach the kitchen. "Webnovel, get everyone out of here," she managed to squeal out. "But how is that going to help you? Just do it," she snapped back at him, and a strange look could be seen in her eyes. After clearing the area, Webnovel decided to stay behind, unknown to Linda. He could see her on the floor looking around, and then she started to crawl towards Tulk, who she had just beaten. What is she planning to do? Webnovel thought. The next few moments it was nearly impossible for Webnovel to stomach what he could see she was doing to Tulk's body. It was the only thing that would satisfy the pain, but soon the pain inside her body was replaced with a burning sensation. Unbeknown to her, she was evolving. On the right side of the ship is where the cursed faction's hardest working members were. If one were to walk past, they would hear a constant clang that never stopped no matter what time of day it was. This was the forging section on the ship, a place rarely visited due to how hot it was. Here the forgers were led by Alex, each person being handpicked by him. The forging team consisted of 10 people and a few assistants, but the assistants would only come by occasionally. No one really knew what criteria Alex was looking for when choosing a forger, but anyone he chose always stuck with it. Forging was a tough job. One would have to complete tasks repeatedly, and the slightest change, or wrong strike, could ruin the outcome of hours and hours of demanding work. So, it was a job few ever thought of doing, which was why Alex being able to select the right people was impressive. In return for them finding their passion, they thanked Alex and worked just as hard as him. The team grew and bonded together, and they all cared for each other. One of the forgers closest to Alex was called Nog, and he had noticed that recently, Alex had been able to work for longer periods of time without stopping as he was doing now. "Is he even human?" Nog pondered with a smile. He admired his work, but he did notice something strange. Lately, Alex had been touching his back increasingly as if something were sore, and he would often leave the forger's room claiming he wanted to rest. Even when Alex was tired before, he never left the forger's room. Still, it was something that he had just noticed, so it wasn't too much of a big deal. Bang bang. The entrance of the door was a wide sliding one, and at the moment they could hear it being whacked upon multiple times. "Turn off the furnaces," Alex ordered, and everyone did as he said. The furnaces generated a lot of noise, so it was hard to hear clearly just what was going on. "This isn't a funny joke, you guys," Alex shouted, but the banging continued. Some of the other forgers started to panic as it was clear something was going on. On the table in front of them were pieces of completed equipment. Usually, they would not wear any beast gear due to it being harder to work in, although they would have some things on their arms to give them a few extra stats and strength here and there. They quickly grabbed what they could and started to put on the equipment, and soon the door was pulled away and flung over to the side. A woman with short black hair walked in, and behind were the members of Pure. I knew this would be a gold mine. Farine said, take what you wish from here. Members of Pure needed weapons more than anything, and what better place than the forgery? When those in Pure ran forward, the one in front was quickly greeted to a hammer in the face. It landed heavily, knocking the first person out. You think we're going to let you take our things? Nog shouted. Do you know how hard we worked making these? You'll just beat us up anyway, so we might as well put up a fight. Soon, everyone including Alex were chucking the things on their table towards the Pure members. They weren't fighters, so they didn't really know how to use the weapons they had created. I was giving you guys an easy out, Farine said as she lifted her hand, and soon all the weapons in the air and those on the table started to come together and towards her. A large ball of weapons had been made, and slowly she placed it down on the floor in front of her. Now go get them. Fools trying to resist, Farine said. Everyone running towards them. Alex was thinking about what he could do, and that's when he noticed out of all the peons that floated towards her, there was still a single short sword left on his table. Huh. Isn't that the new weapon I created? Alex thought. This weapon was different to the others, for this one was created using his very own blood. Quinn had asked him to start putting his blood into weapons, but due to how weapons were made, the items would mostly be composed of glathrium and only a small percentage of blood could be used. It made Alex wonder if a weapon with a higher blood content could be used. He knew Quinn wanted such a thing, so he set himself the task of doing so. Using more crystals and beast body parts as a basis would make it less durable, but he had eventually found a way to create a red-soaked blood fairy sword. A beast's eye in the center just above the hilt, by the sword guard several sharp beast teeth, and then instead of a silver or gray shine like normal swords, this one was blood red. Needing to do something, Alex rushed forward and started to engage in combat with the first person he could see. He swung his sword sloppily through the air, while running, and the man laughed. The swings were clearly one of an amateur. The man from Pure was easily able to block it, but when he did, he felt the weight of the sword and the strength behind such a swing. What the hell? The man said, as the weight soon crashed down, and Alex went for another attack, stabbing him in the stomach. Alex was a forger, and if forger had one good thing about their bodies, it was their strength. On top of this, ever since becoming the blood fairy, his strength had improved beyond what a normal human was capable of. Farine, seeing this, tried to lift her hand and tried using her magnetic ability to pull the weapon towards her again. But there was no such luck. Now I want that sword, she spoke. Out of the pile of weapons, she would then repel each one towards Alex at a fast speed. Using his reflexes, he moved and avoided the attack. Looking behind him, the small dagger she had fired at him was stuck in the wall. An attack like that would kill him. She started to do this with the weapons multiple times, but Alex was faster than even he envisioned. He dodged, hit, and managed to miss all the attacks narrowly. The moves still looked odd and sloppy, as he would curl up ducking, twisting his back in odd shapes. To everyone it was clear he wasn't a fighter, and it looked like pure luck that he was avoiding the attacks. Now I'm getting annoyed, Farine said. The weapons that were stuck in the wall now were also moving from behind, and that's when Alex noticed that one of the weapons being pulled was going for Nog. No, Alex thought. Nog was quite a distance away, and even with his fast movements, he wanted to make sure he would make it in time. I have to move, my body, it needs to move faster. Thinking this, screaming at his body to try and block the weapon, a twitch was felt on his back like no other. Nog looked around him. He looked for anything to pick up and block the weapon. He could avoid one, but he could not avoid them all. Then, the sight of something red appeared in his vision. To off them spread wide. I'm sorry, Quinn. I couldn't keep it a secret. With his blood fairy wings out, everyone in the room could see them clearly. They were so powerful they had ripped through the uniform he was wearing, and he had moved faster than he had ever done in practice before. So this is why you kept touching your back, Nog commented. Standing in front of Nog, he couldn't keep his eyes off Alex. His eyes would sweep from one wing to the other. The red color was just so captivating. In a way they looked light and see-through. If a person were to touch them, he imagined his hands would just fall through. But at the same time they looked strong and alive, pulsing like a heartbeat. There were several lines that stemmed from Alex's body going to the very tip of the wings. "Arg, this crap hurts," Alex shouted as he knelt over. He quickly grabbed onto a dagger that had pierced the top of his thigh and pulled it out, throwing it onto the floor. He had managed to avoid and block some of the weapons with his sword, but not all of them. A dagger had managed to hit him in the thigh and it had pierced quite deep. "Do me a favor. Try to use the workbench as cover. I'm going to try my best to get rid of these guys," said Alex. The workbench was large and solid, due to it having to be used to make weapons all day. It was the perfect tool for blocking attacks. Moving around it would help them avoid attacks from all directions. Now all the forgers were bent low and taking cover. When he spoke, his words didn't sound too confident, but what else could they do? Gripping his sword tightly, he flew over to the person who was the cause of the problem. Farine. She tried her best to throw out weapons towards him coming from all sorts of different angles, but like a fly, he was able to quickly change direction, avoiding all of them. "All that training I did. It seems to have been for something." Although Alex never trained in combat, when he had become a blood fairy there was one thing he did every day, and that was practice flying. How could he avoid the temptation, humans wishing to fly were many people's dreams and he could, so whenever he got the chance, he would practice. Lifting his sword above his head, he struck down, but creating a wall of weapons it was blocked easily. "You don't even know how to use that thing," Farine said, as she moved the wall of weapons to act like a claw, grabbing onto the sword. Then picking it up, she struck with her own short sword, stabbing Alex in the stomach. From the pain, Alex let go of the sword and flew back in a hurry. He had never been hit like that before, and he soon realized he was filled with something. Fear. "You are no fighter, I can tell. It's a waste of time trying to fight back," she spoke, continuing to walk forward and pulling the weapons stuck all over the room to her once more. Holding onto his stomach, blood was starting to fill his hands. The pain was one he hadn't felt before. It was no longer hurting, but just looking at the wound was causing him to worry. The others, they always get hit like this, but they carry on fighting. Who would go through this type of stuff? "I don't want to do this. I can't," Alex thought. He noticed his hand was shaking, but then looking around the room at the other forgers inside, he could see one of them had his hands held over his head, his teeth chattering, and him mumbling words. "Please, just leave, please, just leave." The man was clearly frightened for his life, and the reason he was here was because Alex chose him to be here. "Maybe if I was Quinn I could have done something," Alex said, smiling, which soon turned into laughter. Farine thought Alex had gone mad. "You guys are so sick, attacking while our leader and the others are away. All we wanted to do was protect what's ours and you're trying to take it away. You're worse than beasts," Alex shouted as he flew towards her. Thinking that he was going for an attack, she placed the weapons in front of her, creating a shield again, but he had gone right past her and grabbed the sword on the ground. However, one of the pure members, expecting him to do this, swung their axe down, hitting Alex's hand right in the center just short before he could reach the weapon. "Arg!" Another scream at the top of his lungs. Farine then turned around and quickened her pace, walking towards Alex. She smiled as if she was enjoying this. Seeing that smile alone, something was building up inside. Anger. It was causing him to feel the energy clearer in his body. Grabbing the axe, Alex pulled it out from his hand and yanked it out of the pure member, before grabbing his head with the other hand and chucking him off to the side. A display of strength just not possible for a human, especially one not wearing beast gear. Picking up the sword again, he charged forward. He wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. Now when attacking, he would quickly fly in and out, hitting around her. Farine, using the weapons as cover, thought she was safe, but what she failed to notice was how worn out the weapons were getting with each attack, and how Alex's weapon was glowing. Then, with another strike, Alex had broken through her shield of weapons she had been using. Then out of nowhere, he reached out with his other hand as if to grab her, but her movements were fast, and she had jumped back. "If only I could reach her," he thought. At that moment, the energy that was building up inside him went to his left hand. A red form of aura like a laser shot came out, hitting her in the head. All the metal weapons fell from the ground, and so did she. Huffing and panting, Alex looked at her body. Maybe he should have been upset as it was the first time he had killed a person, but instead he just felt relief. "I did it! I did it!" he shouted as he too fell to the floor. "Damn it! Take all their weapons!" A Pure member shouted. They were on the move, but it looked like Alex could do nothing. He was spent on energy. "Leave the rest to us," Nog said, as he had his forging hammer in his hand. The other 9 were ready behind him to fight. Seeing Alex fight so hard for them, they couldn't just sit down. Now the biggest threat was out of the way. They had a chance. They would soon realize they didn't have to, as reinforcements had arrived from the portals, to take care of the others. "Thank you, Quinn. Thank you for giving me the power to protect these guys." Over on the left side of the ship, Kubo was also exploring the ship to see if there was anything interesting. He had attempted to contact the other 2 to see how things were going, but there was no reply. They're probably too caught up and excited in fighting. How come they get all the fun? "Why haven't I found anyone yet?" Kubo said, running his fingers up and down his spear. Out of the 3, he was quite the bloodthirsty type, and he didn't care whose life he would have to take to achieve his goal. Eventually, him and his group search had led him to one of the training rooms. When they entered, they were surprised to see a room full of kids, and a really short little man the size of a small dog in front of them. The Pure members thought after seeing these, they would just turn around. But instead, Kubo licked his lips and started walking forward. "What are you?" A Pure member tried to call out, but his friend quickly covered his mouth. "Are you crazy? If you say something to him, he could snap and kill us all. It's better you just leave him be." Pushing his friend's hand away, he just couldn't agree. "Are you really going to just watch him do that to children? I agreed to help Pure, to create a world where our children can grow up safe, not to harm them." The Pure member took a step forward, but at the same time Kubo turned around, and with a single stare, the man froze and fell to the floor. "Now kids, who wants to play a little game?" Kubo said, as he spun his spear round and round. Moving in front of the kids was Borden. He looked up to Kubo from below, with his head tilted back. "Are you trying to hurt my students?" Borden asked. Kubo could hear a voice, but he didn't know where it was coming from, until eventually he heard the sound of someone's foot tapping. Hearing that, he looked down and could see a small blonde-haired boy. "You look like a young adult but have the body of a... Kubo couldn't make up his mind. The boy was like a toddler, but had the proportions of a normal-sized human. "Why is a kid calling the other kids his students?" Kubo chuckled, as he started to spin his spear around at great speeds. He twirled the spear above his head, threw it up in the air and caught it, placing it by his side, all while making the strange noises martial artists would do in those old cliché movies. A round of applause was made from the kids when they saw this. "Whoa, I think he might be as good as Jerry with weapons," one of them said. "Nah, this guy's a little better. Jerry's good but not that good." "What are you talking about? Give me a spear and I'll do the same thing right now," another kid shouted in anger. "What's with these kids? I'm here to attack them and they're all so calm. Do they not know the extent of the situation they are in?" Kubo thought. It was making him feel sick. This was not the pleasure he wanted. He wanted them all to be scared, crying with fear and begging for their lives. "Damn you!" Kubo screamed as he thrust his sword fast towards one of the students that was closest. The attack was too fast for the student to react. Skimming just past the student's face, the spear was suddenly stopped and unable to be budged an inch, and when looking down he could see the little man holding onto it. "These people are only kids," Borden shouted. His hand that was gripped around the spear was tense. His knuckles were white. Cries from the kid started as a small scratch had been made on his cheek. "What do you think you're doing?" Borden shouted. The spear had snapped from where it was gripped and a spike had grown out from Borden's back. Not just one but 2. Scales on his face and arms started to grow as he couldn't contain his anger. Before he knew it, Kubo could no longer see the little man. Hardening Activate Max, Kubo activated his ability while he was mid-air and looking at the Pure members who were behind him. All of them were too stunned to even move to help, as they witnessed the small man lift Kubo in the air above his head, only to then slam Kubo into the ground. As his body landed, the arena floor tiles were smashed and a vibration was felt by everyone in the room. Kubo was desperately coughing out blood. He had legendary tier armor on and used his hardening skill, but it was still useless. "You're still alive. I guess that's where your confidence came from," Borden said. "Oh crap." I transformed in front of the kids. Touching himself all over, Borden realized the kids were staring at his strange features. During his time teaching them, he had a lot of fun with them, and he showed his feats of strength but had never shown them his transformation like Quinn had asked. He knew if those on the cursed ship knew he was a Dalki, they would be afraid of him, and now Borden was afraid that the kids wouldn't speak to him again. "Wow, that's so cool. He can transform as well. Our teacher's amazing. I thought he was just a strong little man. I want to be like him. I'm the closest. Look, my hair is like his." Looking at the ground, Borden wanted to hide the smile on his face. He wanted them to remember him as a serious teacher as well as one they got along with. The kids had calmed him down, and the spikes and scales started to disappear from his body. "Did you see that? That was a Dalki. The cursed faction has a Dalki," the pure members started to say in a panic. "Kill it, we have to kill it. But I've never seen a Dalki turn into a human and transform like that," another commented. "Who cares? While it's not in that form, we have to kill it." Seeing the pure members charge forward, Borden thought this was the perfect opportunity. "All right, kids, this guy isn't dead, so you'll be able to use him, right? Show me what you have learnt so far." After touching Kubo, who was near death on the floor, the kids, almost fearless, decided to go into battle with those at Pure. This was something they were not expecting. Some wished to not fight children. But soon, when they saw how skilled and serious the kids were, they were fending for their own lives. They were skilled with the weapons they took from the members, faster, and knew how to fight well using the ability. On top of this, whenever Borden thought one would get hurt, he would intervene, blowing the person to bits. "None of you deserve to live, just sitting there and watching that man do what he was going to do. You are all just as bad," Borden said. A few minutes later, and the training room door opened. In came members from the cursed faction who had come through the portals. They looked like they were in a hurry, covered in sweat. "Quick, we have to make sure they're safe." The man in front started to slow down his words as he saw that all of the pure members, including Kubo, had already been dealt with. "I taught them well. AAA for all of you for this assignment," Borden said, giving them a thumbs up. Back in the main hall of the ship, Linda had finished going through her evolution. It was a pain just as bad as when she first turned, and she thought she would never have to experience anything like it again. At the time, she didn't know she was going through an evolution, but now that it was complete, she could tell her body had changed. Not much physically, but she knew something was different. Moving her body slightly through the air, she wondered what changes her new body even had. "I'll need to speak to Quinn when he gets back. I've just got news from all the others. It looks like everyone is safe and they have dealt with all the intruders," Webnovel reported. His voice had startled Linda, and she quickly looked at Tulk, who had been eaten by her on the ground. Images flashed in her head. Something she thought she would never do, she had done. At the time, she didn't even feel like she was herself. Now, she was starting to understand a little of what Fex must have been going through at the time. "That's good news. Anyone that is alive, let's round them up. I'm sure Quinn is going to want to hear an explanation from them about what just happened. When they wake up, we can make them clean up their own dead. Send a message to them." Webnovel nodded and started to walk away to give the message, but before doing so, Linda called out, "Webnovel, don't tell anyone." He stopped for a second and then continued walking with a thumbs up. She didn't know if she could trust him with such a secret, but she owed him for helping and saving the lives of the others in the faction. After doing what was asked, the only person that was left alive from the leaders in charge of the attack was Kubo. He was locked away and kept an eye on until Quinn came back. The attack outside from the beasts had also been dealt with by the other families, but the cursed never left their ship, which made the Greylash and other families wonder what was going on inside. However, they didn't have much time to wonder. They had all just received a call with an update of the demon tier hunt. The ones that were sent out for a hunt were patiently waiting above the large crack that had been made in the planet's surface. They had called for smaller ships to come to their destination, and then they would go through the crack in search of Quinn and the demon tier beast. While waiting though, they had to make a few decisions. Only small ships could be taken, so a small team rather than the one they had brought with them needed to go down there, and they were now deciding who would go. "We have to be honest with ourselves," Owen said. "Nearly everyone here is pretty much useless when fighting against the demon tier beast. We knew it was going to be a large one, so we brought a big force, but we never knew it was going to be a defensive type. If we take more people down with us, then they will just get in the way, or there is a chance they might not return." The others that were listening in on the meeting nodded in response. It made sense after all. Now it was just a matter of who to pick. From the cursed side, Syl was already adamant that he would be going. Fex had also agreed as well. As for the others, although Sam was a good strategist, it would be risky taking him down there, and Dennis and Nate knew they weren't really up for the challenge. Paul could do well, but he didn't have the right equipment with him to do much damage either. So the only two that were chosen were Syl and Fex. The military had chosen Oscar and Duke, Greylash family member Owen, and another member, while surprisingly Mona had said that she would stay above. "My beast isn't strong enough to deal with that thing," Mona said. "I thought when the smaller crabs came out I would be able to control them, but it seems to be linked to the demon tier beast. Besides, someone has to protect those on the surface. We will wait here, and if your ships are destroyed or you need help, we can easily send more support." The others didn't like this too much. As one of the family leaders, Mona would be getting a big reward out of this joint hunt. Not only that, but she had also kept the demon tier location device a secret from them all, which had put a sour taste in the others' mouths. Still, it was true that Mona didn't really do much, and the deal had already been agreed beforehand. "I would like to volunteer to come as well," Logan said, raising his hand. "I can help you locate and pinpoint the demon tier beast easier." Oscar looked at Logan, who had a small frame and a small digital device by his side. "This is a very dangerous task, boy, and although I will protect you, I will protect my own life and those close to me before protecting you." "Don't worry, I can look after myself," Logan said. The truth was, they wanted someone like Logan to go down with them, so there wasn't much pressure against him when he requested to join. In the end, Helen and her two sisters also agreed to join, but their job would be a different one. They had done a good job protecting their backs from the beasts when the leaders went to attack. This time they would be in charge of protecting the ships that they would land in. Their guess was this secondary inner planet could be filled with dangerous creatures. Finally, there were two more people who had volunteered. Bonnie and Void. "You do know you still won't be able to record anything," said Oscar. "Why risk your lives? We need to make a report on this. I know this will be a big turning point for the whole world," Bonnie said. Through her determination and sheer willpower, the others knew she wouldn't take no for an answer, and so those that were to go down to the inner planet had been decided. Finally, the ships had arrived, but due to how little of them were going, they only needed one ship. However, the other two that were brought as well were left on standby, protected by Mona in case they needed more help. Once everyone climbed on board, they were wished good luck and they were on their way. Once on the ship, everyone took a seat and Logan was in charge of controlling the ship, claiming to have the most experience. When they saw he was able to control it with just putting his hands on the control panel, they quickly allowed him to take charge. "Everyone strap in, hold your gut as much as possible. We will be dropping down at a speed greater than the ship can fly. Your insides will feel like they are being pulled out from you. With me being at the front, if you throw up, then the sick will be going all over me." The ship was ready and it soon started to descend into the black crack. Diving deep down, at first it was a steady slow ride as they used their lights to navigate through the crack, making sure they wouldn't hit any of the walls. Is this it?" Fex said. "I thought it was going to a lot worse than Dash." Once the ship got past a certain point, it felt like a strong force was pulling them down. Their stomachs felt like they were sinking into themselves, right down to their toes. "Arg! I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick," Fex shouted. "Don't you dare, pretty boy," Ivy shouted, as she was the one that was sitting in front of him. "I will tie you up and whip you until you're raw if you're sick." The group continued falling at a great speed, and then they could see a light. Going through it, they continued to drop, and at the right time, Logan activated the thrusters to counterbalance the ship. It was a hard stop, and this was where the real pain for the others would come. Eventually, when all was settled, Fex quickly undid his strapping and headed straight for the onboard toilet. But just shy, he managed to throw up all across the floor. The group quickly landed and left the ship as the smell was too much for them to bear. "What the hell do you eat?" Ivy asked. Honestly, Fex didn't know how to answer that one. Looking around them, they could see the forest area, and immediately Syl was looking for any signs of Quinn nearby but couldn't see any. There will have been a set distance where he could have fallen from. He couldn't have gone too far from here. Logan said. "What are you doing?" Duke asked, as he walked over to Logan. "Pull up your machine and let's look for that demon tier beast." Logan looked at Duke for a few seconds. There weren't many interactions with the two of them at school, but he still had a dislike for this man, based on the trouble he had caused. "No, we are here to find Quinn first, and then locate the demon tier beast second," Logan said. "Did you just see how far we dropped from?" Duke replied. "You think that brat is alive, you're just wasting our time. And why do you care about him? Remember, Mona's not here to protect you." "But I am," Syl said, as he fired a lightning bolt, hitting just ahead of where Duke was standing. He was inching his way closer and closer to Logan, and it was clear if he had moved any closer it would have hit him. Oscar was about to give Syl another lecture, but they all soon heard the stomping of a loud beast. The ground was vibrating and the sound of tree branches breaking were heard. Then, peeking over the trees, a long-necked beast could be seen, and when it finally appeared out of the greenery onto their area, its large body similar to the dinosaurs of the old. Quickly pulling out one of the scanners, Logan quickly scanned the beast in front of him. "Careful. It's a legendary tier beast," Logan warned them. The rest got ready for battle, Oscar drawing his sword and Owen ready to fire. Then a streak of blue lightning went past all of them, hitting the beast in the neck, causing its head to fall and hit the floor. The beast was dead. When they turned around, they all could see that it had come from Syl. "We look for Quinn first," Syl said. Returning to the cave, Quinn was covered in cuts and bruises all over his body. They were healing slowly, but rather than use blood from his blood bank or the one from his small flask, he decided to let his body heal naturally as he didn't want to cause suspicion. Fast healing could be explained via chi, but not at the speed Quinn's body would heal after consuming blood. Doing this would make him feel hungry for later, but he would always consume some blood from the blood bank without having Chris notice, so that wasn't too much trouble. Besides, blood now needed to be rationed, otherwise Quinn would be feasting on the closest human next to him, and he was sure Chris wouldn't want to be a volunteer, not without an explanation first. "Another one added to the pile," Chris said as he placed the clear crystal on the table. Now there were 5 crystals of the same clarity next to each other. "Don't worry," Chris said. "You did all the work and got beat up for them, you can keep the crystals. Besides, I have no need for them anyway. I have my demon tier weapon," he said, putting an emphasis on demon and making sure Quinn had heard him. He did this often, as if he was gloating about the weapon. He thought that Quinn didn't believe him due to him being jealous. Quinn had given up trying to convince him otherwise. There was no way for him to really explain how he knew it wasn't the case. Still, he was glad Chris had been a nice guy so far at least. Between the two of them, they had collected 5 legendary tier crystals, which was above a rank of any gear that Quinn had, especially since his Emperor tier equipment was only good for defense and not much else other than that. The planet was a gold mine for high-level tier beasts. So far he hadn't met anything under the Emperor tier. "I wonder what they will do with this planet after defeating the demon tier beast," Quinn thought. "Since now the families are in an alliance, will it go back to the way it was before, where different shelters belong to all the leaders on a single planet, and there would just be a routine tax? Or maybe this planet and the others were too close to the Dalki." As days passed, it always felt like the big threat over their heads was getting closer, whether they wanted to admit it or not. Building new shelters and sending a force out to protect them wouldn't be the best of ideas. "You did really good, Quinn," Chris said as he sat down next to him and started to go through what went well and what had gone bad. on their latest outing. So far Chris had been helping Quinn learn the second form of chi. Quinn knew how to use it, but using it in battle was a different story, and the way Chris made Quinn know this was by pitting him up against legendary tier beasts. It was strange at first, as Quinn realized that he would have to quickly shift his chi over to different areas of his body during a fight more often than before. There was only a limited amount of chi one could have, and using a weapon while also enhancing it with chi would use up quite a lot. It was critical to have absolute control of how much you would use and where you would use it. Quinn was learning faster than usual, although Chris never told him that. The reason for the fast learning was because controlling the chi in this manner was similar to him using the shadow. Usually people would struggle with controlling two forces at the same time. It would be like trying to separate your mind into two, or when one learnt the piano making their left hand and right hand do different things. These skills to do well would take years, but Quinn was learning fast. However, he was unaware of this because his fights with the legendary tier beasts had been tougher than he had expected. When fighting, Quinn did use his body to its full extent, speed, strength, and stamina, but he didn't use his shadow nor vampire powers. Not because he was worried about Chris, but because Quinn himself wanted to get better at using chi, and thought this was a great way to do it. He managed to still defeat the beasts, but not without getting quite badly hurt in a few scuffles here and there, which was why he was in the condition he was in now. Right now, Chris would analyze everything he had done in the fight, telling him what he should have done differently or what he could have improved on. Even though Chris said he was a bad teacher, honestly Quinn had never been taught better by anyone else. It was perfect and allowed him to focus on the correct things each time. After taking everything in, Quinn wondered how he would implement this second stage of chi with his current set of abilities. The hardest part of it all will be when using the shadow. Controlling two different things and thinking of the fight is hard enough, but then using the shadow. Is it even possible? The problem was, he didn't really have the time to practice it either. Alright, I think that's enough for today. We should rest up, we have a big night tomorrow, Chris said, as he went to his own bed of leaves and went to sleep. The next morning, Chris was already awake before Quinn. Or at least Quinn couldn't see him in the bed next to him. Usually Quinn would be the one to wake up first due to him not needing much sleep in the first place. The sound of something passing through the wind was heard, similar to when one would swing a fast skipping rope. Trying to check out what the sound was, Quinn stepped out of the cave and could see that Chris was standing on top of the rock and facing the waterfall. He had his demigod tier weapons in his hands, and were swinging them against the waterfall. The strikes from his weapons were so clean that it cut through the stream of water perfectly. There were no droplets of water. Even though he was attacking the waterfall, it continued to flow as if it was never hit by anything, uninterrupted. "Oh, you're awake," Chris said with a smile looking over at Quinn. "I thought I would warm up for today's event." Warm up, Quinn thought. For all the times they had gone out before, Chris had never warmed up once. Why was he warming up now? With a great jump, Chris managed to leap across the pool of water created from the waterfall and landed on the land beside Quinn. Seeing things like this had become normal for Quinn, and he had to remind himself that the man in front of him had no ability. He was a superhuman and wasn't even a vampire. "Your face looks confused. My disciple, don't you trust your teacher?" Chris spoke with the great smile he usually had. "My wounds are all good, so if you want to go out hunting we can," Quinn said, not too bothered. He was getting a little bored of hunting legendary tier beasts. He would have left in the middle of the night by now and tried to find a way back to the others if it wasn't for the fact that Chris still hadn't explained or shown what the third stage of chi was. Whenever Quinn would bring it up, Chris would just mention that it was too soon to talk about it. In Quinn's head, this didn't mean he wouldn't teach Quinn the third stage, just that he wasn't ready. He kind of liked this feeling of being a student. In the end, Quinn was only 17 and he hardly got to experience this in his life. He had grown up too fast to enjoy those parts of life and just appreciate the quiet moments. In addition, there was someone that Chris reminded him of: Vincent. When Vincent left the system, Quinn never thought he would feel strange without him, but it did affect him and he did feel slightly lost. "Of course. Even I'm going to have to warm up for what we're going to do today," Chris said. "Today is your final day of second stage chi training. Me and you are both going to hunt a demigod tier beast." "A demigod tier beast," A tier of beast that was just under that of a demon tier. How strong it was Quinn had no idea, but he wasn't too afraid. One of the main reasons for not being scared was because his system made him believe it wasn't a reason to be. After defeating the legendary tier beasts, even with the first kill reward, Quinn wasn't even close to leveling up to the final stage. There were times when they were out on their training and a demigod tier beast was approaching them. Using his inspect skill he knew so, and somehow Chris would know as well, as he had warned them and the two of them were running before it arrived. The thing was, even after using his inspect skill on the demigod tier beast, he still didn't receive an instant level up reward, which meant as long as Quinn used all of his powers and abilities, the system believed it should have been something Quinn could deal with. Right now, it looked like obtaining the demon tier crystal was the only thing that could level him up. Still, Quinn was conflicted with how strong a demigod tier beast would be. There was one thing that did worry him slightly. Maybe the demigod tier beast Quinn had seen at the time wasn't strong enough. If they ran into a humanoid one, or maybe something similar, then it would definitely be a problem. Will I be taking it on my own? Quinn asked. He wondered if there was a chance he would have to use his shadow abilities to get out of this one. Chris started to laugh, a deep laugh from within, and fell to the floor punching the ground. Quinn felt like it was an overreaction, but Chris was often this way. Come on man, you can barely beat legendary tiers, and honestly I've never really fought a demigod tier beast myself. Even I don't think it's something I can deal with on my own. Of course I will be joining you on this one, and I will be using the demon tier weapons as well. Gulping, now Quinn was worried. Was Chris just bluffing about this? Perhaps he thought due to him having the demon tier weapons there was no chance he could lose. Still, Quinn had no idea of the extent of Chris's full power. He hadn't seen him use the third stage, nor what the third stage of Chi was capable of, and Chris hadn't seen Quinn's abilities. Maybe it won't be too dangerous? Quinn thought. He did have one thing to worry about: how much time had passed being down here. The others might have already left the place, or they were busy looking for him. Quinn would hate it if the cursed faction came down and were suffering trying to find him. The only thing that didn't make him worry so much was Syl and Sam. With Syl's strength they could deal with anything apart from a demon tier beast. And with Sam's smarts they would never risk bringing everyone down to a place like this. Come on. What are you daydreaming about? Let's go looking for that beast, Chris said with a big smile, while the two of them were walking around the jungle with Quinn following Chris' lead. Quinn wanted to ask Chris some questions he hadn't asked before. Chris, have you tried to look for a way out of here? And I mean recently? Quinn asked. I already told you everything. I tried, but even if I found a way out I don't think I would leave yet. He replied. Not until I taught that damn crab a lesson. Apparently, Chris still had a grudge towards the crab for bringing him down here in the first place. Through their time together Quinn had found out a little bit more about him. He didn't say if he came with others or not, but did say he tried to take on the crab demon tier beast. When it was planning to escape, he jumped and held onto the crab's back only for the crab to drag him down, and he eventually passed out. Later on he woke up and found himself in this place. The two of them had been walking around for a while now, and what was strange was, like the days before, they hadn't run into a single legendary tier beast. There were, though, a couple of emperor tier beasts that had approached them. These were beasts similar to horses in appearance that had bodies made of a stone substance and green plants growing from their bodies. They would be able to control the vines and plants from their bodies to trap their enemies before stabbing them with the sharp single long horn on their head. At first, Quinn stepped forward, thinking this was a chance he could practice his chi use, but Chris placed his hand in front of him and went up ahead instead. The horse charged forward with its horn pointed out and was running quite fast. When it got within range, vines from its body started to tangle around Chris's arms. Where the hell are all the beasts? Chris shouted, as he ripped the vines and held out his hand. When the horn hit the palm of its hand, it didn't pierce through, but instead it crumbled to pieces until he was able to hold the head of the horse. Only now seeing this did Quinn notice how large of a guy Chris was. Was he always this big? Grabbing the sword from his back, he cut the beast's head clean off, killing it in one swoop. Quinn was about to approach the horse's body to help find the crystal. But then Chris had let out an almighty roar. He swung his sword out once again, and it looked like the links on them started to open up and extend. Each of the sections of the short blade opened up, and now it was nearly 4 times as long and was moving like that of a snake. The trees that were in front were each hit and falling on top of each other one by one. When he was done with his attack, the sword retracted back to its original size. "Maybe that will be enough noise to bring one of them over here," Chris said. After waiting a while, the two of them still could find no legendary tier beasts or demigod tier beast. "It was so easy last time. We saw one by accident. So why can't we find one now?" He started to complain. "Well, demigod tier beasts are rare in the first place, but I do think something is strange. Let's just head back for now and see if we can find anything in the opposite direction," Quinn suggested. Upon returning, Chris was quiet, and Quinn had never seen him like this before. He often loved to talk, and Quinn kind of just nodded along, only asking questions about chi when he had them. When they finally had reached the waterfall and cave, Chris stopped. "No, as your teacher I can't disappoint you. I won't fail you, Quinn," Chris said with a passion, holding his hand by his chest. "It's okay," Quinn said nervously. "I never knew you were taking this whole thing so seriously. You have been the best student I have ever had. The only student." Chris started to speak even more dramatically now. "So I can't let you down. I have come up with an idea. In those old movies, the final test between master and disciple, the student must overcome the master." Now Quinn was really starting to worry. Often Chris would quote things from martial arts movies, and a lot of the training seemed to be based on them as well. But now he was starting to wonder if this crazy acting was because he had been down here too long. Originally, Quinn had gone along with it. Perhaps that was a bad idea. "Arg, what the hell? Let's just go with it. Thank you, Master. I will be willing to do anything to please you," Quinn said with his hands held out. His face was bright red as he looked at the floor. He didn't want to admit it, but he was kind of enjoying the role play. "Excellent. Then for your final test, you and I shall fight each other in a final duel." Although Chris was cheerful and often a joker, when he said things he really meant it. Which meant that Chris was also dead serious about them having a duel. "Can I really do it, without using the shadow or my blood abilities?" Quinn thought. He didn't know why, but right now his heart was beating fast. And it wasn't one out of fear or worry like in the past, but it was out of excitement. A feeling that Quinn had suppressed a few times, but now he was starting to realize something. He was enjoying the thrill. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he liked the feeling of getting stronger, improving himself, learning new things, and finding out what his body could do. He imagined this was what athletes felt like when they competed in sports, always striving to improve. Maybe he realized this more now than before because of the situation. He wasn't risking his life, he wasn't following some quest. Of course, he needed to get stronger to achieve his goal. Now was just a simple battle. The worry was, if he let this power get to him like it did so many others. Perhaps the others felt fear that maybe one day they could be surpassed, and rather than improving themselves they chose to suppress others. Chris also knows how to use the 3rd stage of chi, and he hasn't shown or told me anything about it, but if I can get him in a position where he has to use it, maybe I can learn a thing or two myself. "You've learnt enough about the 2nd stage of chi, that I know you won't die from this," Chris said, and before he knew it, Chris had disappeared in front of his eyes, and was throwing an uppercut towards his stomach. However, Quinn wasn't Chris's typical opponent. Although he wasn't going to use his shadow or blood skills, he wasn't going to hold back. "You might want to go all out for this one," said Quinn as he held Chris's fist with a single hand. Both were using the 1st stage and 2nd stage of chi, one not overpowering the other. What was stranger was that even if Chris had better control of his chi, Quinn was sure that both of their strengths in chi should have been the same. If that was the case, then his superior vampire strength should have made it so that he was overpowering him. Quinn wasn't the only one that was confused by this either. Chris focused on strength more than anything. He trained his body on top of using his chi in an explosive manner, but still they were both equal. Chris had only seen Quinn fight the beasts. Watching could only do so much when determining one's strength. He thought it was either due to his gauntlets or his use of chi. At the same time, the two of them were trying to find where their extraordinary strength was coming from. Now I see. Quinn thought. Even though his demigod-tier weapons are on his back, the reason he keeps it on his body is so he can still activate their power. Now that Quinn was more in tune with his senses, he could feel it. The aura from the crystal made to make the weapons, when activated, was being infused in his body, giving him an incredible stat boost, making him comparable to Quinn's own stats. What was impressive was that it was the only beast gear that Chris was wearing. The stats boost from a demigod-tier weapon was impressive, and if he were wearing legendary armor or other items, then perhaps Chris would have even overpowered him. If all humans learnt to use chi and fully utilized the beast weapons, they would be unmatched in power even against the Dalki. Now Quinn was understanding the obsession with this hunt, and more so of conquering the beast planets before the Dalki. At the same time, Chris was learning new things about his number one pupil Quinn. I thought that the strange aura inside him was taking up useless space in his body. It turns out I was wrong. It was supporting him in other ways, making his whole body superhuman. Instead of being upset that Quinn was holding back this information, Chris smiled instead. Soon after, he threw out punch after punch, with each one being blocked by Quinn. All of these punches, he's using second stage chi on them, and he's hitting them in a different place each time. He's really making me work and testing if I've fully mastered the second stage of chi. But there is something I can do that you can't. Seeing the fist coming towards him, Quinn decided to not cover himself with the second stage chi. While Chris was still treating this as a lesson, Quinn wanted Chris to bring everything he had, and was imagining it like a real fight. Taking a large punch on his shoulder rather than blocking, he went on the offensive as well, throwing a kick and hitting Chris on the head. His body went skidding on the floor, but he quickly recovered. That was a good hit. Let's see who can take more dash. Not letting Chris have time to recover, Quinn was mixing his punches in with his kicks. The patterns of the kicks were obvious for Chris to block, as he recognized their style and how they worked, as it was the standard of what the military used. What he didn't realize was the style of punches. It was something he hadn't seen before. A mixture of boxing with a traditional Chinese style of wushu. He noticed some patterns, but this was unique, and soon he was getting hit more than he liked. Thankfully, he was better at controlling the second stage more than Quinn, and was able to cover himself more thinly. Although he would feel the force more from the punches and take slightly more damage, he would cover himself more, and with a strong body like his, this didn't matter too much. If I was using my weapons, this match would be done for, Chris said. While Quinn was thinking along similar lines, if only he could use his blood abilities and shadow powers, this would be a walk in the park. Still, Quinn had not pushed Chris enough for him to show the third stage of chi, which was his goal in all of this. Slowing down his strikes, he wanted to give Chris the false sense that his power was weakening, and it was working. Chris noticed the attacks coming in slower, then started to go from defense to offense, and when he did, Quinn was ready with a flash step, dodging the attack appearing right behind him. The great thing about learning the second stage of chi was it acted as a defensive barrier. Slamming his right foot into the ground, raising up the energy inside him, Quinn was starting to perform the hammer strike. Usually against an opponent this fast, it would take too much time and they could interrupt the move, but seeing Chris' fist come at his stomach, he was able to block the attack using a code of the second stage chi. Now all that's left was to deliver the powerful strike on Chris. Boom! A sudden explosion shook the ground so hard that it had even rocked Quinn off his stable feet, and it allowed Chris enough time to just avoid the blow. As he did, the fist hit where he was and a smack through the air itself was seen. He could feel the wind pressure alone form the attack on his face. What was that? I thought this kid was talented, but what? In the middle of Churza's thoughts, another loud explosion happened, and the ground was shaking again. In a distance not too far away from the two of them, winged beasts could be seen flying away from the scene. It was clear something was going on. You want to go check it out? Chris asked. Yeah, it wouldn't do any harm to check at least, Quinn replied. The two were soon off to explore just what was causing the strange explosion. It didn't take long for Syl and the others to find out just how dangerous the place they were in was. Syl had already dealt with a legendary tier beast with ease before, a single strike even. However, while searching for Quinn, they soon found themselves coming across more than they bargained for. It had been a few days since they landed and began their search. Due to Syl's persistence, they agreed that they would look for Quinn first. According to Logan, the demon tier beast was remaining still in one place and unmoving, and it seemed to stay that way for the entire duration. This was one of the reasons they eventually agreed. The other was because they didn't want to get on Sill's bad side. It was clear he had a short temper, and the level and strength of his powers were hard to gauge. Of course, with each day, after 24 hours had passed, Sill's ability would reset, although the others wouldn't know this. Resetting meant Sill no longer had the ability stored, and he would have to touch the others again. Touching Owen was easy as he would allow this, and the same could be said with Logan. Helen and her two sisters had been left to look after the ship, but each day the group would return to the ship after searching. Therefore touching them was still rather easy for Sill, a lot easier than he imagined. It was a strange feeling when the girls saw him, a powerful person who even caused fear in the leaders, but at the same time very childlike. The girls found him quite cute and often would play with his hair, or pinch his cheeks, so there were no problems there. Still, after displaying his powers in front of everyone, there were two people who were cautious of him, and that was Duke and Oscar. They would keep their distance from Sill so that he couldn't get anywhere near. There were no secrets about this child, as Duke knew his ability well from the files they had received when he was in school, but they didn't know the in and outs of the ability. Regardless, they didn't want to be anywhere near him for now. Because of this, Sill's attack power was significantly weakened compared to before, but it was still strong enough for him to defeat the beasts with ease. The group were standing in a dark muddy field. It was strange as there was no greenery, while the rest of the place was filled with jungle. All their problems with the beasts seemed to stem from when they stepped foot in this area. A giant silver gorilla with a tail of a scorpion came out from the jungle to the clearing they were in. When it got in range, multiple plants would pop up and start firing away at the gorilla. It was the thorns from Helen's skill. Unfortunately, he didn't have their sole weapon, so it was basic. By the time it got close, Sill was able to finish it off with his lightning bolt. That was now the fifth beast that had attacked them while they were there. They didn't know why, but it was as if something was radiating off them. All the beasts were now starting to make their way towards the group, and that included the strong ones. "Why do they keep coming?" Bonnie asked as she was starting to panic. As soon as she finished saying those words, another beast had come into view. There was a problem though. Sill couldn't keep doing this forever. His MC points and level would have been above everyone there, and it was true he could combine the levels to make an almighty attack. But the stronger the attack, the more MC points it would still use, and Sill was starting to grow tired. "It looks like they're doing this on purpose," Logan thought as he was observing both Duke and Oscar. The two of them haven't done much in terms of helping fight the beasts. Even Owen is firing his abilities. You would think they were just preserving their strength, but that's not it at all. They're afraid of Sill. Logan's hunch was on the ball. Both Duke and Oscar didn't want to help Sill and were glad he was getting tired out. They felt like he was a loose cannon that they couldn't control. Because of him, they were wasting time and effort when the demon tier could be escaping for all they knew. They wanted him to weaken. Soon, a loud rumbling was heard and the ground was felt shaking from underneath them. Bonnie and Void fell off their feet. The shaking was that rough. It went on for a good few minutes and it was only getting stronger. When the shaking stopped, they realized that the beasts had stopped coming from the jungle area. "Was that an earthquake?" Bonnie asked. Finally, with a moment's rest, Logan could pull out his computer to check something. "Hey!" A voice was heard shouting in the distance. When Sill and the others turned around to look, they could see Quinn walking forward with a red-haired man behind him. "Quinn, you're safe," Sill thought, and a giant smile beamed on his face. However, Quinn's mood soon turned sour and his facial expression had changed when he looked at Duke. It was so intense that even Chris, who was standing next to him, could feel his chi building up. Whoa! Quinn must really hate one of them, Chris thought. When he looked over, that's when he recognized just who Quinn was waving over to. Wait a minute, isn't that the military supreme commander Oscar, and Owen, the head of the Greylash family? What the hell are they doing here? And this kid knows them. I really shouldn't be here, Chris thought, as he started to turn away and hide his face. When he did, that's when Oscar spotted the two weapons on his back and his eyes widened. Back on the surface where the others had fallen through the crack, Mona had begun to make herself comfy. She had brought out a nice comfy levitating seat with her, and the others were busy chatting away. It turned out that there weren't many beasts on the surface of the planet. For what reason she didn't really care. This has turned out quite nicely. While they are doing all the work, I still get my part of the deal, having access to the demon weapon on request. Even if it isn't successful, I can always build up a force later on and try for the other demon tiers thanks to Logan. The only thing I didn't really calculate was the strength of the demon tier. Who would have thought that they were that strong? I'll have to prepare more in the future, but I'm sure I'll be able to do something if I pick and choose my battles, she thought. While relaxing away with her eyes closed and deep in her thoughts, she felt her eyelids darken even more as a large shadow was cast over her. Opening her eyes, she could see a large spaceship, but it was not one that she recognized, and it definitely wasn't one of the ones belonging to any of the others. Could it be Pure? Miss Bree, what should we do? A man shouted. Prepare yourselves. This could turn into a nasty battle, she said as she prepared her beast by her side. All groups were ready and standing behind Mona, waiting for her command. The ship slowly landed and the ramp started to defend first. Let's see how you deal with this, Mona thought, as she commanded her beast that was like a spirit to head over to the entrance of the ship. When the doors lifted, a large dark red fire hand was seen grabbing onto the beast, and it was turned into ashes in a second. What do we do? Miss Bree, Mona? They shouted, but she wouldn't respond. They thought it might have been due to how easily her beloved beast was killed. But it wasn't. It was because of the 3 people seen walking out of that ship and heading towards them. I heard there was a demon tier beast on this planet, a deep voice said. When the person in front got close, Mona immediately got down to her knees, and tears were running down her face. What is he doing here? Why is he here now? Why did he leave that island? She screamed inside her head, as she feared for the whole world as they knew it. Looking at the weapons on the red-haired man's back, Oscar's memory flickered of when he last saw them. He instinctively grabbed his own blade, which was by his side. However, his grip around the hilt loosened when he looked at the man closely. Who is that? I've never seen that person before, he thought. Regardless, even if they didn't know who Chris was, he was already on his way out of there. That was until he saw a black smoke of mist. Isn't that the kids? The strong anger inside Quinn still hadn't settled. He promised himself that if he saw Duke again, for attempting to take his life, that he would finish him the next time he saw him, and through that, his desire was summoned, and someone or something was there to complete it. Although the smoke appeared behind Quinn, when Chris turned his head to have a look, he could already see the large deathly claw of the bone claw appearing behind Duke. A large swipe of its hand slashed the back of Duke, carving a large scratch across his whole back. Arg! He screamed in pain as he fell to the floor and landed on his knees. The long fingers were strong, and Duke never saw it coming. They had sunken quite deep into his body. Oscar, who was usually keeping an eye on Duke, was too busy looking at the red-haired stranger who was by Quinn's side. He was distracted and was unable to help Duke in time. Seeing such a creature, he thought it was a humanoid beast, and went forward to strike. But by then the beast had already teleported away from Duke's behind, making his sword hit nothing but air, and the next place the bone call appeared was directly in front of Duke to finish him off. Why is Quinn attacking them? From the way he was acting before, he seemed to be on friendly terms with them. If I'm not wrong, that's the same beast that I saw that was protecting him before. Can he not control it? The initial blow on Duke's back was worse than he thought. It had ripped through his chest armor, although it was weaker on one's back, which meant he could only think that it was a high-level beast. The only thing to do now was to activate his soul weapon and cover himself with the earth, but it would be too slow. All these thoughts went through his head, as he saw the claw dangling in front of his eyes. But then, slowly it started to freeze, as a large tunnel of ice came out and froze the death claw in place. Soon after, a slice with the demon tear sword dealt with the beast. Instead of the black blood one would see, they only saw it turn into a black mist that slowly went over to where Quinn was. However, it would be hard for them to relate that the beast was something to do with Quinn despite this. The only reason Chris had figured it out was due to the beast's strange actions beforehand. What was that? Bonnie asked. I think it was some type of beast. Is it still alive? The attack had startled most, and they were now on guard for what was about to happen next. Turning his head, Oscar could only assume it was one person, especially after seeing the smoke head their way. That damn red-haired, Oscar thought. Seeing him walk towards them, Quinn was the first to step forward in front of Chris. "What are you doing, Oscar?" Quinn said, ready for a scuffle. "This man hurt my men. You expect me to do nothing, when Duke almost died. That man doesn't deserve to be protected by you," Quinn replied, still upset. "He tried to kill me. He was the one that had pushed me into the black crack when we were all escaping. Whatever is happening to Duke now, he deserves it." Hearing this made Oscar rethink just who was the one that had really hurt Duke. The sound of the lightning ability being activated was heard, and soon, Oscar had to move back as he covered Duke, for the lighting was coming from Syl. "This isn't a good situation. The cursed faction are too strong. There is that blonde boy over there, and there is also Quinn and the other man, 3 against 1, or 2 if I include Owen being on my side. It isn't a good match-up for me," Oscar thought. "How could you?" Duke shouted. "I saw one of the Emperor tear crabs coming from the side, so I decided to push you back before it clawed your head off. I knew no one would buy my explanation, so I kept it in. Now that you're alive, you should be thanking me. How could such a person claim a thing?" Duke's words were only making Quinn more angry. "What an obvious lie," Quinn replied. "You try to save my life? Why would you ever even think of doing that? You have been scum ever since your days at the academy." "Quinn, hear him out," Oscar said. "And I have to say, I'm not really on trusting sides with you right now. It seems like the rumors are true after all. The cursed faction really are working with Pure," he said as he pointed his finger towards Chris. This was something Quinn expected, but the certain situation wasn't one he thought that he would be in now. "Quinn, I'm sorry for putting you in this situation," Chris said. "I should have told you I was in Pure, but people tend to act this way when they find out." "Don't worry," Quinn replied immediately. "I was the one that actually started this mess, and I might not be the best judge of character, but that man on the floor is a lot worse than you. Quinn, tell me who you want me to deal with. I'm ready when you are," Syl said, still standing there with bolts of lightning running up and down his arm. With the Demonteer's third active skill, Syl had to be careful, and Quinn knew this as well. Essentially, that single skill was what made the demon weapon so deadly. The stronger one was the more powerful effect that skill had. "Quinn, if you're going to fight, then I will be happy to help out my disciple for this one," Chris said. "This is not how a leader of the world table should act," Oscar said, as he placed the sword down by his side. "Even if my man has done something wrong, we need to hear out both sides first and act accordingly. We don't want to start another civil war, right after we have decided to team up together again, right?" As angry as Quinn was at Duke, what Oscar said made a lot of sense. In his position, he couldn't just act rashly anymore. His actions were the actions of everyone else in his faction, and it would affect them too now. If Quinn had a grudge, it could start a fight that the others didn't want to get involved in. "Huh? What? Quinn, you're a world leader?" Chris was so confused. He could not understand what Oscar was saying. He knew the others were the world leaders, but he had no clue who Quinn was before meeting him. He had never seen him before, but apparently he was a world leader. This situation is getting wilder by the second, Quinn thought, and it would have been better for the two of them to have been honest with each other first. Guys," Logan said, interrupting everyone, even though he hadn't said a word so far. Soon he didn't need to say anything, for the rumbling in the ground had started. The ground was shaking violently just like before, but it was even more intense. "Everyone move. We need to get out of here now," Logan shouted. However, the warning was too late, as the ground underneath them was shaking. They all quickly tried to move away from the area as much as they could. Then, out from the ground, a large diamond was seen popping up. Now the others were starting to understand why there was no vegetation in this area, and they were about to meet an old friend. The large diamond could be seen popping out from the ground. Everyone knew what was coming. Whatever arguments they had with each other moments ago was forgotten as they had to deal with the real problem at hand. The demon-tier beast wouldn't wait for them to figure out who was in the right and who was in the wrong. It exploded as the beast surfaced, and the sound made was one similar to the one that Quinn and Chris had heard off in the distance before. Its whole body was in view, chucking up the ground from beneath with it. While everyone was busy arguing, Logan was keeping track of the demon-tier beast. When he had a look, he noticed it moved locations, but once again it remained still. Slowly he was starting to put things together. The rumbling in the ground, and the movement of the demon-tier beast soon after. The ground they stood on, why there was no vegetation in the area, simply put, the area they were standing in now, was one of the spots the demon-tier crab visited frequently. Still, he couldn't work out why constant beasts were making their way here. However, a memory returned to Logan when they were underground on a particular orange portal planet. The beasts seemed to communicate with each other and were all influenced by the great power of the king-tier beast. Is there a lingering power that we humans can't see? Is that what was attracting the beasts here? As interesting as this thought was, he now needed to get out of the way, along with Bonnie and Void, for the others had a great beast to defeat. Thank you. Duke managed to cough out as he was still injured. Right now, he was being carried underneath Oscar's arm. The injury wasn't too bad and usually one would be able to still move, but for some reason the pain was lasting a while after the attack. If you're too weak to join this battle, then you don't have to fight, Oscar said, before rushing in to fight the crab with his weapon drawn. I was going to leave you guys be, Chris said, but now that damned crab is in front of me, I'm going to have to teach it another lesson. Drawing his two blades, Chris was not holding back this time when he went against the demon-tier beast. As for Syl, Quinn had managed to throw his shadow to the ground, and use his sync skill to drop Syl inside his shadow, and reappear him by his side. Syl had great power using his abilities, but in terms of speed and reflexes he was better than top humans, but nothing compared to all these monsters here. Watching Oscar take on the carb, Quinn realized something. He didn't notice it in the last fight, but Oscar only had the earth ability, he didn't utilize chi, yet he was able to move faster than the crab, and it was all because of the demon-tier sword. Not only that, but Quinn soon realized that he was even moving faster this time compared to before. Was he holding back? Maybe from fighting a demon-tier beast before. He knew the crab hadn't shown everything yet, so he didn't want to use his full strength. Quinn thought. Syl, you're tired, right? Quinn asked. I can see the sweat on your face. Quinn, I can still help you fight, Syl said, as he grabbed onto Quinn's arm. Don't worry, I'm not gonna die, and I have a few tricks up my sleeve. You recover with Logan and the others, and protect them if you see anything coming. We can't have you dying, and we still need to get Vorden and Ratton back, Quinn said. It was safe to say that the crab had made a full recovery from the last fight. The beast of a higher tier did heal faster, and they had seen its impressive regeneration abilities. Still, each person seemed to have also learnt from the last fight and was much more cautious. Apart from Chris, who was swinging his large blades at the large crystal on the crab's back. But then Quinn noticed something. When one of the thin claws came to attack him, without even looking at the claw it was knocked away, as if by some invisible force. That's the same thing Lucy did? Is that the third stage of chi? Quinn thought. The second stage could only block, maybe third stage of chi was an external strike of chi. Now knowing this, even if he were to never see Chris again, it was something he could try to progress on his own. Finally, Quinn too had come and joined in the fight, wasting no time. The first thing he did was use a hammer strike against one of the crab's legs, blocking another one of its thinner claws, raising up a blood wall. He had used only 10 points of HP to create the wall. He knew this would not be enough to block the attack of the demon tier, but he needed to only slow it down. While touching the blood wall he was able to coat it with the second stage of chi. Then when one of the other claws came towards him, he prepared himself to use a hammer strike, or a hammer kick, kicking one of the claws and slightly cracking the crab's outer shell. His blood wall was shattered, but he was fine now. Flash stepping out of the way. Jumping after the damaged claw, Quinn threw out a blood swipe, catching it with his shadow, creating the scythe, then striking it down. He finally cut the limb off. This was something Quinn was able to do before, but this time it was different. The limb wasn't regenerating back, thanks to him using his second coat of chi. When attacking with his shadow scythe, he was able to leave a little bit of his own chi in the attack to disrupt the beast's natural healing process. Seeing this, Chris went back as he found attacking the large crystal useless and stood in front of the crab. "This is going to tire me out, Quinn. So I might need you to take care of me for a while." Not allowing Quinn to reply, Chris started to extend his two swords and slashed, swinging at full strength at all the claws around the area. They whipped around out of control like a snake. He didn't care if he was to hit Oscar or Owen, but the two of them were able to avoid the blade anyway. The strong attacks managed to cut each of the limbs off, and they were now no longer regenerating. The weapon itself was impressive, as it ripped apart each of the hard legs like a chainsaw. Even Oscar's demon tier blade was not able to do that. However, as soon as he was done, Chris was covered in sweat and on the floor. "Take that, you stupid crab. I couldn't do that last time because I was on my own. Quinn, make sure I'm safe." There was one easy way for Quinn to do this. Shadow lock activated. Chris had suddenly disappeared, but there was no chance of him getting hurt anymore. "I hope he's smart enough to not try and break out of the place," Quinn thought. The diamond on the crab's back started to shrink, and soon its two large claws that remained near its face started to crystallize just like before. It started using them like two giant hammers, slamming them down. When Owen, lightning bolted himself away, he appeared on the crab's back. It was still partly made of diamond, but now he could see that a section of it was no longer covered in diamond. The crab's back is now open. It looks like it can only move part of the diamond around to different parts of its body. Hearing this, Owen was striking the back, and Quinn started to help him while Oscar was left with at the front. It was better this way because occasionally, the crab would shoot a jet of water out of its mouth, and when it did, Oscar was able to use his weapon's active skill. When it happened this time, part of the crystal covering the crab's hands started to fall off. Not only that, but through Owen and Quinn's persistence, they were starting to crack the crab's back and were successful. Its flesh to its real body could finally be seen. The crab cried in anger and lifted its two claws again. Knowing what happened last time, Oscar and Quinn were both able to get away. Instead of doing what it had done last time, it burrowed itself under the ground and it was on the move again, too fast for them to catch up. "We were close," Owen said. "I think if we chase it this time, we should be able to finish it off." From the data, it looks like the crab is resting in another area again. "I agree with Owen," Logan said. "I know everyone might be tired, but the crab is tired and hurt as well. If it ran away like that, it should be on its last legs. After all, a beast's survival instinct is to run away." During the fight, Duke was patched up, and the wound did not seem to bother him as much anymore. He was once again fit and ready to fight. It seemed like the argument they all had just moments before was all put on hold as they worked towards the same goal. Opening the shadow lock, Chris was let out as well. When everyone was ready, they were finally on their way again, but after only a few steps, a small spaceship was seen heading down to where they were. "That's one of the Bree family ships," Logan said. "Did Mona decide to finally come down here? Just in case something had happened on the surface, or Mona did change their mind, they decided to wait for the small ship to land, and the doors to them slowly opened. The surface of the planet was scattered with bodies strewn across the floor. Signs of a one-sided battle were seen, as all the bodies were from the newly joined World Alliance. There was no discrimination when it came to the attack, Cursed, Bree, Greylash, and the military. All of these had been beaten, with most of them dead or missing limbs soon to die. One of them, Mona, was still alive, her legs burnt. She could feel pain through her whole body but was unable to move. She tried looking around to see if anyone could help anyone who was at least in a better condition than herself. But there was none. "That maniac, what did we do? What did we do to make him angry?" Mona said with a face full of tears. When she saw who had left the ships, she did nothing but comply with their demands. After getting everything they wanted, that's when the rampage soon started. At that point, all Mona wanted to do was help the others. She wanted to do something to stop the cries and screams she heard behind her, but she remained still, not wanting to anger the person in front of her. She thought that even if everyone here disappeared, she would be safe. Why? Because she had a great power, but that great power was overshadowed. When the man touched her shoulder, he had already decided that she was not worth his time. Usually a new generation is stronger, but this time they are weaker. Those were the last words she heard before her legs were burnt to a crisp. Please, someone, anyone, stop them, Mona cried as her head went to the ground, and her vision faded to black. A shadow soon stepped over her, but she had already passed out to notice. You and your power will be needed in the future, so you will not die here, the voice said, before picking up Mona and leaving the area. At this very moment on the inner planet, the others now had their eyes set on those same people that had attacked above. When the doors opened from the Bree ship, the first person they could see stepping off it was a large muscular man with a scruffy gray beard and spiky gray hair. Behind him there were two more as well, both blonde, handsome and beautiful. The moment Owen saw who it was, he nearly dropped his fan to the floor. Instead, it moved away from his face and was now hanging by his side. Are they from the Bree family? Oscar said, unsure, and thought that maybe Owen would know more. But looking at him, he could see the sweat running down his face and a panicked look. Before he knew it, Owen was bowing down. Bowing, the Greylash family? Who could this person be to cause them to bow down? Oscar thought. It was the same for both Quinn and Chris, as they had never seen this man before. And he wasn't alone, as a blonde-haired woman and a blonde-haired middle-aged pair came out behind him. No, 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 what is he doing here? Syl said as he suddenly went into a crouched position on the floor and started to rock back and forth. He found me, he came for me, he's going to kill Quinn, he's going to kill everyone. Logan, who was closest to Syl, could hear everything, and putting Syl's reaction together with the appearance of the other two, he had a bad feeling and hoped he wasn't right. Quinn, this man, can you feel it? Chris whispered. Yeah, I can, Quinn replied. He has more chi radiating from his body than I have ever seen. Who is he? Chris said. Before, Quinn didn't realize the strange energy coming off everyone's bodies. But more people had a chi-infused body than they thought. Whether they were actively aware of that or not was a different story, but this sometimes set apart those stronger than others. Some people could sometimes feel this as a certain type of aura, but what they actually felt was the chi, as chi would often shape and react to a person's emotions. Knowing how strong the chi this man had and the sheer amount in his body, Quinn thought that maybe it was the pure leader who had arrived, but Chris would have surely known what the pure leader would have looked like, so it couldn't have been him. I came here to collect what is mine, the old man at the front said. My name is Hilston Blade, and we are part of the Bald family. Saying those words made Logan, Quinn, and Chris act differently in that precise moment. Chris had heard this name before, but it was passed around more as a myth within Pure. This is the guy Syl is so afraid of. The person who trapped him on that island, Quinn thought, gripping his fist. Inspect failed. No quest has been given, no threat detected. At that moment, Quinn wasn't fighting him or trying to live, so it made sense for the system not to have a quest for him. Still, for his inspect skill that was now a high level just to fail, that was surprising, but there was something else that it did show him. Although it failed to bring up basic information, it didn't fail on bringing up the equipment stats for the gear he was wearing. This was why Syl had acted like he had when first seeing Hilston. He knew what that equipment was before Quinn did. An armor colored in a black and gold trim, almost demonic-looking in design. It looked impressive on his body. And it didn't just look impressive. Every single piece of equipment he has is at the demon tier level. How is that possible? Quinn thought. Seeing that alone was telling him to try and get out of here. But could he even if he tried? Although he had no demon tier weapon, did that even matter? According to Syl, Hilston was somewhat of a superhuman, and now sensing the chi from his body, Quinn could tell why. If he also had the added stats of the demon tier equipment and Syl's ability, this person was the strongest human to exist. My grandson, if you wanted to run away and hide, you should have done a better job. Your face was blasted all over from those reporters over there, Hilston said with a chuckle. Hearing Hilston speak provided more clues to both Chris and Oscar of who this man was and why Owen was bowing down. If the family's blonde boy could do something like that, then the head of the family should be something special. I'm sorry, Sil kept repeating, now seeing the person they were all afraid of acting like that. They knew it was a serious problem. This bastard. Look at Sil. How is it normal for your own family member to be that afraid of you? Quinn thought, but these were just thoughts as he knew he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was happy that the bone claw was still recovering because if it could read his thoughts right now, it might have come out for an attack. I see that you guys are in the middle of a hunt. I know there are a few of you here who might not know me, but we are the ones that have controlled the Bree, Sunshield, and Greylash family from behind the scenes for a few generations now. We have hidden ourselves in secret, but a certain someone wanted to show off a little, Hilston said, looking in Sil's direction. So we have finally decided that we should have more of a presence around here. You too, Hilston said, pointing at Bonnie and Void. You are the reporters that filmed everything earlier, correct? Turn your camera on. It's time that everyone knew of the Blade family around here. Record everything you can. Although the words spoken by Hilston were calm, they felt like they needed to listen, and Void started turning on the camera. If they are here, did Brock come along with them? Or is he still on the island? Logan thought. Brock was one of the key workers on the Blade Island that had let him go free. If it wasn't for him, he wasn't sure they would have ever escaped that place. He also had told Logan to keep looking, as if he was close when asking about Richard Eno. Well, what is everyone waiting for? Why don't we go on this hunt together? Hilston said, smiling. It was a weird reaction to say the least, but the only reason why it was working out between everyone in these two groups was due to how quiet Chris and Quinn were being, and how cautious Oscar was. Owen, he was the tiebreaker between all of this. As soon as Hilston suggested going on a hunt, he stood forward, bowing just like before. It would be great to have you help us on a hunt, Owen said. Oscar had noticed Owen's change in demeanor. Owen was a confident young person who spoke freely whenever at the leader's table, but he wasn't doing so now, which made Oscar act cautious as well, on top of knowing that he was released to the blonde-haired boy somehow. The whole group was on the move just like before. This time, Bonnie and Void were filming the whole thing. They were unable to go live where they were underground on the inner planet, but they would be able to post a video about it after. Although Bonnie and Void felt like they were forced to film, at the same time, she couldn't thank them enough for allowing them to film such a turn of events. After witnessing Sil's power, she became curious about his family background. She never expected them to turn up. The two of them were walking off to the side filming everything, while the Blades were traveling at the back. This included Sil, who was walking along dragging his feet with his head down, standing next to his mother and father. No one asked him to do this. He just naturally fell into place, and seeing Sil like this was just upsetting Quinn even more. I've worked so hard. I've improved so much, but still, everything is telling me that if I try to save Sil from them, I'm going to lose. I need to think of a way to bring back Sil with us. I can't lose him again. Logan was now traveling closer to Quinn and Chris. He felt more comfortable next to them, especially after the new people appeared. Quinn, I think it's best if we stay away from Sil for now. Pretend we don't really have a relation to him. We don't know how much they know about Sil or why he left the island. They might not even care. I just feel like maybe part of the reason they are here is because they're looking for the people who helped him escape from there, and if he finds out what we did, I'm sure he will have a great grudge. Logan explained. Quinn agreed, but he was pretty sure that they had already been made a target, especially if they found out that they had taken in all the other kids from the island as well. After fighting Sil's siblings, Quinn knew how strong the Blades were, so he thought he had a clear idea of the other's strength. What he did not expect was Hilston, Sil's grandpa or technical father had 4 pieces of Emperor tier gear on him, and the other 2 by their side were not weak either, with each of them wearing demigod tier armor. The atmosphere was heavy in the group, as they soon realized that, in the end, all these people were a group of strangers working together. The signal is not too far up ahead. It still hasn't moved. It probably is quite injured from the last fight. Logan said. It shouldn't take much to finish off the demon tier beast. As they were getting closer to the beast, Oscar needed to make things clear. Hilston, being so strong. I was wondering why you never chose to show yourself to the military? Oscar asked. I understand you said you have come out now to look for your beloved grandson, but it seems like all the great power users knew about you apart from us? Chris was also interested in this. Pure had very little information on the Bald family. They just knew a greater power existed beyond the big four families and nothing else. All their attempts in getting an insider had failed. You should see it as a blessing you didn't know about us, Hilston said while laughing. All of these only knew our family due to the pain of choosing us, the pain of trying to overthrow us, so in return they were punished for it. I hope you don't do the same. When speaking his words, Hilston sounded so calm, but at the same time they were a threat, and Owen knew what Hilston was talking about. Due to the big families all at one point trying to defeat the Blades, they had been bound via a contract to have their stronger members become chained. If these Blades were so powerful, then my real question is, why didn't they join the war and try to help us fend off the Dalki? Oscar thought with anger building inside him. Even the other big four families, as arrogant as they were, had tried to defend Earth. Yet the Blades just sat back and did nothing? Finally, they had left the jungle-like green and were now walking through tall grassy fields. Then up ahead on a large hilltop just like the area they were in before, a giant mud patch where grass didn't grow. The large back of the crab could be seen. Its wounds still had not healed from before, and black blood was pouring out from them. Still, it was a distance away, but due to its sheer size they could see it. Thank you for leading us to the demon tier beast. It will be nice to add another one to the collection, Hilston said, and the three of them picked up their pace and walked ahead of the others. Wait, Oscar said. We still haven't discussed the terms. I know you are powerful. I can see that, and I would be happy to invite you along to our hunt. But we have already made an agreement between the world leaders as to what to do with the demon tier weapon to be made. If you would like, I would be happy to add you to that agreement as long as everyone agrees, but we need to agree to these things beforehand. Immediately, Hilston started to laugh. You expect me to be part of some deal? Have you gone mad? The Blade family take what they want from who they want. That demon crystal, once we kill the beast, is ours. I thought you would be smarter than this, Oscar. I thought you were complying when you were leading us here, but now I see it was all just a big misunderstanding. You crazy old man, Duke shouted at him. You really think that we would just let you have the demon crystal? Why would we agree to such crazy terms? Maybe all of that hiding has made you go crazy. Duke had been holding it in for a while. He hated when others disrespected the military, and even more so when they did to Oscar. A family they never heard of before. They couldn't be that strong, was what was going through Duke's head. Oscar was just a cautious person and sometimes too nice. Crazy, Hilston repeated, and the mother and father Blades stepped back, pulling Syl with them. Owen was now sweating even more than before. This is it. This is what I feared. I now need to make a choice of what to do. There were rumors passed along the big families when they learned of the Blade family, and one of those rumors and rules was never to say the word crazy in front of the Blade family. Not only had they said that word, but Duke had directed it at him. Everything happened too fast. No one was able to react or see a thing. Suddenly, Duke's body was on the floor, his neck twisted at a weird angle, and his eyes gone. The person standing over him, who was standing a few meters away just moments ago, was now standing over Duke's body with his hand held out in a grabbing position. Oh, I think it broke easier than a toy, Hilston said. Looking at Duke on the floor, Quinn could tell with his inspect skill, Duke was dead. His neck snapped in front of everyone there. Some of them had closed their eyes for just a second, and when they opened them, the whole scene had changed. Seemed so out of the blue, so unexpected. Hilston had been calm, talking the whole time to them all. Did Duke sound rude when he spoke up? Sure, but usually one would argue for some time or have some type of disagreement before it led to this. Those watching never thought Hilston would result in killing Duke. Although Quinn wanted to be the one to kill Duke and thought he had gotten what he deserved, Quinn felt like they now had something bigger to worry about. He killed him just like that? In front of everyone, what's going to happen now? He thought. Just as expected, that single action had soon caused a chain reaction of events. The ground was lifted where Hilston was standing, two large walls holding and trapping him in place. soon after Oscar had swung his sword and activated the first skill. A tunnel made of ice came beaming out towards Hilston. Expecting him to dodge or avoid this attack, Oscar was watching carefully, ready to strike with his sword. Instead, Hilston stood there, and as the ice had gotten extremely close to his body, it started to melt by the second until there was just a pool of water where the tunnel would have been. The fire ability from the Sunshield family, they're still alive? Oscar said. He had received information on the Sunshield's demise but had no clue what had happened to them. Now, knowing what type of ability the kid and his family held, all sorts of thoughts were running through his head. Still, even if Bernie had been captured by the Blade family, the question was, how was Hilston's fire ability so strong that it was even able to overpower his demon tier active skill? That idiot's ability has become quite handy in more ways than one, Hilston said. That fool was also considered one of your leaders, correct? Unfortunately, he didn't quite live up to his name. If this is the power of the leaders, then the human race deserves to become extinct. From the start, Oscar wanted to avoid this conflict if possible. But from this man's actions, which were so rash, even killing Duke, he knew if a person like this was placed near the top, it would be doom for the human race. His words just then had convinced him even more. This wasn't just a fight to avenge Duke's death. This was a fight for the whole sake of humanity. Gripping his demon sword tightly, it was the only thing he could safely rely on at this time. Oscar took a step forward, planning to move in, when he saw a spark of blue light coming towards him. At the last second, he was able to twist his sword and take the attack. Now coating his sword in blue streaks of lightning, he could see it was the Greylash's power. However, Oscar was unprepared. He hadn't coated his arm in earth, and from the sword the power was running up and down his arm. But he stood there as if it didn't affect him and allowed the ground to slowly cast over him. This person is just like that kid. But he should be more experienced, so I have to be careful, Oscar thought. When the lightning died down from the sword, Oscar moved again, ready this time. Even if Hilston was in a secret position of power, hardly anyone knew the weapon's abilities, and Oscar wanted to use this information against him. When the lightning attack came towards him again, this one was more powerful and larger than before. 2 huge lightning bolts came towards him at light speed. The first one a warning shot to see how I deal with it, then the second one to show me your true strength. That's just perfect, Oscar said as he placed his sword on the ground, activating the third skill, the ice barrier. It raised up in time and started to glow as the sword was stuck into the barrier. When the lightning bolts hit the barrier, it stayed there for a few seconds before being reflected back. Now the powerful attack was being used against Hilston, and it would be slightly stronger than before. Following up the attack, Oscar moved in, thinking that it wouldn't be enough to finish him. I didn't activate all of the demon tier weapons aura before, but I'm going to need every bit of your power, so please help me, Oscar said as he went from one side of the field he was on to the other faster than before. The bolt of lightning had hit Hilston first, and rather than being flung back or trying to avoid the attack, Hilston just stood there. However, Oscar didn't care as he swung his sword down with his full strength and speed. Before his sword had struck Hilston, his eyes widened and his sword was stopped as it was grabbed by Hilston's bare hand. He's completely fine, even though he was hit directly by his own strike. I saw it, but he looks unhurt. Now that Oscar was closer, he could see the black and gold armor better, and seeing how well he took the attack, there was only one thing running through his mind. It can't be, he's wearing demon tier armor. This weapon is strong, but it seems you rely on its power too much, Hilston said. You have neglected training yourself, and at the same time you forget that abilities are king. A heavy blow from Hilston was delivered right into Oscar's stomach. It was so strong he had expected to go flying, but instead his back was hit against a wall and he sent through not one but multiple, slowing him down. It also allowed the punch to do far more damage than usual, as the full force of the punch had been received. This person, they're not human, was the thought running through Oscar's head as he was sent flying. When his body did finally land on the floor, it didn't stay there for long, as a pillar made from earth rose from the ground and hit him on the back, lifting him up above the ground. Before he knew it, a large fireball was in front of him, chasing him back down to the ground. Using his strength, Oscar managed to activate the second skill of the sword. The fire started to slightly freeze, but it was stronger than he thought and had still hit him. The fireball slammed him into the ground before the flames eventually diminished. He was hurt, badly hurt, but Oscar was a strong one. He dug his sword into the ground and used it to lift himself up. How can I beat him? If he uses lightning, then my earth ability should give me the edge, but he has multiple abilities. He can switch to fire, which is strong against ice, and can even use the earth skill better than me. On top of that, he is physically stronger and the other two by his side haven't even joined the fight yet. Watching the whole thing, Bonnie and Void's eyes were filled with tears. They were capturing everything they could, expecting it to be a fight of high skill. Void had upped the frame rate on his camera, and later he could capture as much as he could. The reason their eyes were filled with tears, though, was because of Oscar, the war hero of Earth, was being toyed with. Even if they didn't like what the military had done, everyone had to thank Oscar for what he had done in the war. They had seen recordings of how he fought against the Dalki, and now for him to be treated like so, barely able to do anything against another, was devastating. "Why are you guys just standing there?" Bonnie said, "Watching with your eyes wide open. I know this is selfish and stupid of me to say and ask, because me and Void can't do anything, but you guys are the strongest Earth has to offer, right? Then do something, can't you see? If nothing is done by that man, then, please, just help him," she said, falling to her knees. So far no one else had joined in. Oscar was the only one that had acted so soon after Duke's death. They were overwhelmed by the power they had seen. "Armor skill, activate," Oscar said, and his chest piece started to glow green. "This will help me heal, but it will take some time." But time was something Oscar didn't have, as two even larger lightning bolts were sent his way. He was too injured to move, and the active skill of his chest piece hadn't healed him enough yet. Looking at his sword, he could see the red ring was only halfway being off cooldown. He raised an earth wall, but the lightning bolt went right through it, not slowing down. "I've finally made my decision." A voice over Oscar's shoulder was heard. A metal fan was seen pointing outward from a hand, and out of it came another strike of lightning, hitting Hilston's and slowing it down. "Owen, thank you," Oscar said. "Recover and we will fight him together. I had planned to do this at some point, and I can't see any other time where we have a better chance of beating the brute." Still, even with Owen's lightning power and Oscar's earth from before, he was being overpowered. That was until someone else had joined in, attacking the same spot Owen did, increasing his power. A large bang of sparks erupted, and all of the lightning had disappeared. "Oh, Sil," Hilston said. "I couldn't have been happier. It looks like what Vicky and Pi said were true. You have finally gotten your powers back. But I didn't think you would be using them against me." Oscar didn't know what was happening or why the blonde-haired boy from before was fighting against his own family, but he was welcoming it. "I never thought I would be helping the military," another voice said. "But I have a feeling if we don't kill that guy, he's gonna snap all our necks like he did to that other dude," Chris said as he stood by Oscar's side as well. It seems like Bonnie's plea had hit a lot of them, and they had all come to their senses, as everyone was willing to join in the fight, all except for one, which was Quinn. He was still standing by the side doing nothing. Is he really not going to join this fight? Bonnie thought. However, Fex, who had opted to not get involved in a fight between these giant powers, looked at Quinn and was wondering just what he was up to. Some of the strongest people on Earth were all teaming up to face one man, and in that team of people, Sil had joined their side as well. The one who had managed to convince him was Logan in the end. During the fight, Logan had managed to snatch Sil slightly away from his family, and through his own words he made Sil think. "Sil, you know what's going to happen if Hilston beats them all, right? Quinn isn't strong enough to take on your grandfather. It's just not possible," Logan said. "But with you, they might have a chance." Sil looked over to his father and mother, who hadn't joined the fight, and then his grandfather looking at Oscar with a smile. That smile started to build up a slight anger in him. It was because of him he lost all of those close to him, but whenever he thought about fighting, that anger started to turn into fear and his hands started to shake again. "Sil," Logan snapped. "We saved you once. We risked our lives to break you out of there, and if it wasn't for you back then, we all would have been dead as well. But last time Syl had Vorden and Ratton by his side supporting him, this time he was on his own. When your grandfather finds out that we were the ones that took you from that island and hurt all of his people on his precious island, do you think he will let us live? Do you think he'll let Quinn go peacefully? The answer to all those questions were clear, and that was when Syl finally plucked up the courage to fight against his own grandfather. Quinn, even if you are too afraid to fight, I will protect you this time, Syl thought as he looked over to Quinn. Bonnie was also looking at Quinn, wondering why he wasn't joining in the fight. Even the stranger who had been claimed as part of Pure had joined. Instead, Quinn was just standing there. As for Fex, if Quinn wasn't going to go in, then Fex wasn't going to either. At the end of the day, Fex was a vampire who owed Quinn, not the human race. Besides, Fex wondered how much he could really help anyway. Why isn't my inspect skill giving me a quest? It has come up before no matter how hard the task was, even against Pi and Vicky, so why not against Hilston? Quinn thought. Is that what you're telling me, system? Are you telling me that it's impossible? The others didn't even have time to notice that Quinn was just standing off to the side because they were more worried about the monster in front of them. Oscar, I need to borrow your power, Syl said as he approached him. Not moving away, Oscar let Syl press his hand against his body. Oscar knew the highest chance of beating this man was with the kid, and he was going to do what he could to protect him. The green glow around his armor had gone away and his body was fully healed. However, he wouldn't be able to use the active skill again for a while, and was doubtful if Hilston would even give him the chance to. I'm going to scratch up that old man's armor just like I did against that crab, Chris shouted as he charged forward and extended both his blades, swinging them coming towards Hilston at both sides. At the right time, Hilston, with the bottom of his hand, slammed both of the blades into the ground. His chi body was even stronger than the chi that Chris could produce, and his strength from the demon tier armor would always outweigh whatever stats Chris's weapon gave him. Soon after, a flash of blue lightning appeared by Hilston's side as Owen had transported himself right next to him. Acting fast, Hilston fired out his own lightning strikes towards Owen. Throwing his fan on the ground, the lightning was suddenly drawn to the fan, causing no harm to him, and now Owen was able to attack Hilston. However, a dome of earth was quickly risen above Hilston while the others were busy blocking any of the attacks. When the dome came down, he was nowhere to be seen. Is this how you do it? Hilston said, coming down like a lightning bolt himself. He was behind Owen and had grabbed him on the shoulder, slamming him onto the ground. With his other fist covered in flames, he was ready to finish Owen off. Before he landed his hit, the ground started to shift underneath Owen until he was covered in a box made of earth. He was moved back over to where Syl and Oscar were standing. Chris, lifting up his weapon again, tried to strike Hilston. This time Hilston had grabbed the blades, then swinging the weapon, he managed to lift up Chris' whole body up off the ground and slammed him back down. Before he tried to get up, 4 strikes of lightning in a row were thrown out, keeping him on the floor. The ones watching from the side had seen it all. What Hilston had done was far more impressive than the ones fighting knew, because during the whole time while they were fighting, Syl was firing his lightning bolts at Hilston, yet not a single one had hit. Syl needed to stay far back because he didn't have super speed or good armor to give him extra stats, but now he couldn't even hit him with lightning. Owen, Hilton said, I'm surprised you agreed to join up with them. I always thought you were the smartest of the other leaders, especially when I took your dear grandfather. Don't you care for his life? Owen, getting out from the earth box Syl had created, looked hurt, but was still well enough to continue fighting. Do you really not understand? Owen said. When you captured my grandfather, his life was already over. I'm sure some of the chained you have would rather be dead than kept alive, and I don't want to live in fear from you or anyone else. If we have any chance of beating you, now would be the only ideal situation for it. Hilston started to laugh. Look, 2 of you are gravely injured, 1 of you is hurt from before, and I haven't had a scratch on me. To me it makes no difference fighting you together or one at a time. Maybe you have confidence because my grandson is on your side. But let me tell you why you can never beat me, Syl, Hilston said, turning to look at Syl and looking right into his eyes. There are 3 reasons why. Firstly, even if we both can copy the same abilities, I'm better at using them than you with my years of experience. Secondly, you never completed the training on the island, maybe then you would be somewhat of a threat, but you have a body that isn't even comparable with your mother and father, let alone me. And finally, you can store more abilities than me still. I can tell by the power of the abilities that you have returned to your former self. But there is a difference between the abilities I have and the ones you have, and that is quality. After his speech, he fired off a large blue lightning bolt more powerful than any others, and Syl out of reaction had done the same. When the 2 hit though, there was a clear winner as it continued to push forward against the other lightning strike. Before the strike had hit, the ice barrier was raised up once again, but it was only a repeat of last time. Even when the strike was returned, it had hit Hilston's chest piece and had no effect whatsoever. Now, what was the point in that? You have only delayed your passing, Hilston said. When the ice barrier went down, there was one more person that was now with them who wasn't there before. A kid with black curly hair. Oh, and who is this? Hilston said. According to the information father, he is one of the new leaders. The Mother Blade spoke. A new leader, and you think you joining now will change the tide somehow, right? You are all idiots. No, Quinn said. I don't think even me joining would help us win. To put it simply, I think you're a monster that can't be beat. Hilston smiled at these words. He thought monster was quite a powerful sounding phrase, and this boosted his ego. However, I know more than one monster exists, and to defeat a monster, I just need to call another monster. By now, Chris had recovered enough to look at what Quinn was doing. His second stage of chi and great body had helped him survive the lightning attacks. He knew Quinn's strength, at least he thought he did, and thought that there was no point in Quinn joining in. He should have ran off while the others were fighting. So then, why does he have this much confidence? Placing his hand on the ground, a shadow started to spread out on the floor. While observing, Quinn also noticed something else about Hilston. He would give the others plenty of time to show their power. This man was crazy. All he wanted was a strong opponent, which was why he was always waiting for them. And he knew that Hilston would now do the same. When the shadow was spread out across the floor, it started to bubble up, and soon a figure could be seen rising through it. A tall, long, black-haired man, who wielded a chained sword on his back. Seeing this, Fex fell over on his backside. Arthur. Bodies of those from the great families were scattered on the surface. All of it done by the one and only Blade family. Some of them, upon seeing the old man, didn't know it would be the last thing they saw before they moved on from this world. They were fighting for peace, fighting against the Dalki, but they never expected to be fighting against an unknown enemy. When attacking those on the surface, Hilston was sloppy. Some would think this wasn't in line with what the Blades did in the past. The truth was, Hilston was always sloppy, leaving traces of the Blade family behind wherever he went. There were plenty of witnesses that had seen his power before, yet no one outside the big families knew who the Blades really were. Why? Because someone was always there to cover their tracks, to silence those that knew about them. The problem was this time it was too big to silence, too many people were involved, and the Blades were making it clear they were now getting involved in this mess. They were no longer hiding. Because of Hilston's sloppiness, there were a few unexpected survivors. It was those that were stronger than he thought, those that were a little more special than regular humans. One of the first ones who had come to and body was slowly healing was Sam. Sam had remained on the surface hoping to provide help or information if Quinn had ever needed it. He wasn't a great fighter and he hadn't learnt an ability yet. However, his body was slowly healing enough to keep him alive, but not enough to get his body back to the way it used to be. His legs were still broken in places and several burn marks were visible on his body. Looking up, opening his eyes, he was trying to see if anyone was alive. Nate, Dennis, Paul, are you guys okay? These were the others that had remained on the surface along with him. They too weren't much against the Bald family, but then again no one was a match for them. One of the others that fared better though was Paul. His arms were still intact, even though the bottom half of his body had been crushed. I can't die here, Paul thought. Everyone is still alive waiting for me to come back. And what would Haley do? She still doesn't know the truth. Thinking about his daughter, he was worried for her. She had remained back at the ship with the rest. After witnessing what Hilston had done, it would have been easy for him to have destroyed the other ships and everyone on board as well. The strongest members were there with him on the hunt. All he could do was hope that they hadn't gone there first. What if she's alive? What is she hanging on just like me? With these thoughts running through his mind, Paul dragged himself across the floor, putting one hand in front of the other and digging into the hard ground. Using his hardened nails, he dug into the icy surface and pulled himself towards the closest body. The person was already dead. But what Paul needed was something else. He had never taken blood directly this way before, but he had no choice. Digging his fangs into the veins of one of the dead bodies, he started sucking the blood into his throat. A tingly sensation was felt all over his body, and from there it didn't take long for his legs to heal. His legs were only crushed and his limbs weren't torn. Still, if he was a regular human, he would have already died from blood loss. When his body finally healed, he looked around and could see someone nearby who was struggling, trying to lift themselves off from the ground. That person was none other than Sam. Grabbing another body, Paul brought over another body and dropped it in front of Sam. "Drink up, you're like me, right? So it should heal you," Paul said. "I don't know where my flask went, and I'm guessing you lost yours in the fight as well." It didn't take long, and Sam didn't really have to think about it, before he had dug his fangs into the body in front of him. Just like Paul, his body was soon healing and he was able to walk like before. "My flask was completely destroyed," Sam said. "What about the others? Have you checked if they are okay?" "The cursed faction members that were around me at the time, well, they were all dead. But I haven't had the time to check everyone here yet," Paul replied while looking at all the bodies. It was reminiscent of scenes he saw during the war, something he didn't expect to see here too, especially not done by another human. With their search for any survivors, they found a few, but their conditions were always unfavorable. They mostly were in so much pain they were asking to be killed, or would soon die anyway. For those that were like this, Paul, using his poison ability, was able to give them a painless death. When Sam was searching, he had his best friend in mind. When they first had gotten off the ship, Nate had managed to grab onto Hilston's arm and activated his soul weapon, slowly solidifying it with his hardening ability. They soon found out that Hilston allowed that to happen. Even with his arm heavier than usual, the old man was still able to move it just as fast and had hit Nate away. From that single punch, Sam didn't see him get up again. He was hoping that maybe he had activated his hardening skill in time and would still be alive, but it was difficult to tell. Multiple craters from different abilities being used were all over the place, and if Nate hadn't recovered, he could have been hit by one of those as well, the same as what happened to Sam. The only difference was, Sam wasn't human. Eventually, the two of their searches allowed them to find the two cursed members they were looking for, Dennis and Nate. They were still alive but were in horrible conditions. Moving them and carrying them to the side, they were wondering if there was anything they could do. But just like the others, they were soon to both die. "I think the only thing I can do is make them pass away peacefully just like the others," Paul said with regret. At first he didn't really care for the cursed faction, but they did start to grow on him as he spent more time with them. In particular, he was close to Dennis, who was closer to his age. They had a lot more in common. "Is this my fate, to always let people down at the last hurdle?" he thought. Sam was equally feeling as bad. He had tried talking to Nate, but his jaw from where he had been punched was shattered, and it looked like he was hardly responsive at all. "If it's the only thing we can do, then I guess we should do it," Sam regretfully said as tears fell from his cheek and onto the floor. "There is one more thing the two of you can do," a voice said. They both turned their heads to try and see where the voice was coming from, but they couldn't see anybody. They both knew from their reactions that they were hearing the same thing, so it couldn't have been in their heads. "Just like someone did to you to make your body stronger, you can do the same to them. You two are strong enough to create another." The voice continued to speak. "Who are you?" Sam shouted. "Show yourself. Why should we listen to someone who is hiding themselves? It's up to you two to listen to me or not, but you know that this can save their lives, and the man who did this to all of you has gone underneath. I fear the same fate will have fallen to your friends as well." The least you could do is save the very lives in front of you. The voice explained as it slowly faded away, and the two of them could feel that the presence was gone. They thought about it for a few seconds, and they understood what the voice was saying. To do to them the same thing that Quinn once did to us? He wants us to turn them. But is that even possible? Sam thought. He remembered the tales Quinn would tell about the vampire world. Whether or not it was possible, it was certainly illegal via vampire law, but did that really matter? Was the law or his friend's life really more important? Nearly at the same time, the two of them slit their arms and started to pour their own blood down the other two cursed members' throats. "You guys have to live!" they both shouted, as the ritual for the turning had begun. Normally, just letting a human consume blood from a vampire wasn't enough to turn someone. If blood from a vampire was accidentally consumed by a human, it wouldn't turn them. One couldn't just carry vampire blood around them and turn people as they wished. What would need to take place was a blood ritual, the activation process of turning a human into a vampire, and that started with the human consuming the blood. Both Paul and Sam had no clue how to activate the blood ritual. Their only knowledge was what they had been through themselves via Quinn. And Sam wasn't too sure Quinn knew either, since he would activate via the system he used. However, someone was telling them everything they needed to do step by step, the same voice that reached out to them from before. They could feel the strange energy inside them activate and resonate, as if their bodies were linked to the two in front of them, and just like before, the process of them being turned had begun. "I can't believe the ritual actually worked. It looks like they might pull through this," said Sam. He was now worried about something else. He was worried about just what both of them would turn into. Based on all the people Quinn had turned so far, and their situations, the most likely answer was they would turn into undead types due to the situation they were in. It was also possible that they were just more likely to turn into these and could turn into something else, but all of this was based on when Quinn turned people. Right now, for the first time, Sam and Paul, two regular vampires, were turning others. Sam was actually originally a halfling, but through fighting and spending time with the others, he eventually evolved, and he was thankful he did. Otherwise, the process they were going through now might have not been possible. Looking over at Paul, he could see sweat running down his face, and he would guess that he was feeling the same thing Sam was feeling as well. While the ritual was going on, and the others were screaming in pain, a huge amount of energy was being felt coming from them too. "You two are only regular vampires," the mysterious voice said. "It will drain you. You are not a vampire leader or a direct descendant. Most likely turning one person will be your limit." Thinking about this, when Quinn turned others he seemed completely fine. As a vampire leader, just how many people could he actually turn before he felt like these two right now? Another question was, what of the people they turned? Would they be loyal to Quinn like Sam and Paul were? Or would they now be under their command? These were questions Sam wanted to ask, but he was afraid of relying on the mysterious voice too much, and whether this whole thing would eventually be a trap of some sort. There was a risk and reward to doing this, and Sam had calculated it was worth the risk to save their lives. "Nate, I know you would never have wanted Quinn to turn you. You would have thought of it as outside help. You might even lose your precious ability you worked so hard on perfecting your whole life. But you will forgive me, right? You will understand that living is a much better life than death. You still have a lot to do. Not just by helping Quinns, but helping make your own legacy in this world." Nate thought. Finally, after a good while, the strange energy the two of them could feel that was sapping away from their bodies was gone, and the screams and turns from Nate and Dennis was starting to fade. Eventually, when the pain through their bodies was no longer there, they could feel that their wounds had healed from before. Slowly, the two of them were coming to, and they could see the others in front of them. They could remember everything that happened moments before. They were conscious for the whole thing. Nate even remembered trying to talk to Sam, but now he was completely fine. "What magic is this?" Nate said as he went to touch his face, and noticed that his jawline felt a lot more smoother compared to before. His blocky square hair felt softer, and his whole body felt slightly lighter. "I feel so fresh. I feel so alive. Did you guys have healing abilities? What's with that blood you gave us?" Nate asked. Rather than asking questions, the first thing that Dennis did was get on his knees and placed his head on the floor. "Thank you for saving my life. I thought I was okay with dying. But when I felt there was a way to live again, I grabbed on and pulled onto it. Thank you, Dennis said. I guess I should thank you too, man, Nate said. Sorry. I was just so shocked I forgot to show my appreciation. You two might want to hold you thanks for now, Sam said. Both Paul and Sam went into a brief introduction of what had just happened to them, and what they now were. They were shocked, surprised, but at the same time had thought something was up for a while. They just never thought it would be something like this, a whole secret race separate from humans hiding in the dark. There wasn't enough time to go through the whole history of what Quinn had been through and the others, but they'd explained a little about Kaz and the other situation who were already turned. For a second Nate was silent, and Sam was worried how he was taking it all. I'm sorry, Nate. I know you didn't want any help, said Sam. Placing his hand on Sam's shoulder, he looked up and had a gentle smile. Don't be sorry, you idiot. You saved my life. Why would I be ungrateful and hate you for something like that? I'm not an idiot. Would I have liked to have accomplished things myself, of course. But how the hell am I meant to do that if I'm dead? And I couldn't die before getting a date, you know that. Hey, wait a second. Nate suddenly shouted as if he was excited. He touched his face again, and ran his fingers through his hair. He then turned to look at Dennis. It's true. His clear skin, his robust facial features, his soft, gentle eyes. He's gotten more handsome, Nate said with excitement. Does it mean? Nate said as he continued to point at himself. Ha ha, Sam chuckled. I'm not really the one to judge you on that, but you can see for yourself when we get a mirror. I do have a question to ask, Dennis said. You said they were different types of vampires, so what are we? Sam tried to look at them to see if he could figure it out. They weren't any standout features, but one could never be too sure. In the end, they would have to wait for Quinn to let them know. Now, with everything explained, the group needed to decide what to do next. They were unable to turn others, and everyone they had found was now dead. They were the only survivors of the whole thing. Who was that guy from before? Sam asked. I don't know, Paul replied. But could you smell it? He had the same smell as us. Whoever was helping us through that whole thing. They were a vampire as well. Other than the smell, Sam already knew that. The person seemed to be quite the knowledgeable one as they explained everything very clearly to the two of them. The question was, why or who was trying to help them out, and why did they leave and not show themselves? They both knew that vampires had very strict laws, and surely them too. Not being vampire leaders turning people without permission from the leader was against a type of law. Not that Quinn would have said no or not given them permission anyway. What should we do now? Nate asked, still touching his new smooth face. I guess we have two choices. There are still two smaller ships here that were brought over from the main group, said Sam. We can either use them to go down and search for Quinn, or head back to see if the others are okay. You guys can do what you want, Paul said. But I have to head back to the others first before doing anything else. I know Quinn might be in trouble, but there might be others like you two that need saving. I'll go with you, Dennis said. Don't worry, we will all go, Sam said. Honestly, I know Quinn might need our help, but I don't know how much we could even do to help him. Who was that monster? Will Quinn even be okay against them? Nate asked. I'm not sure. But Quinn usually has a few things up his sleeve that he even hides from us from time to time. I just hope what he has is something big enough. Total confusion would be a word to describe the look on the faces that were staring at the mysterious man who had just appeared. Out of the shadow that Quinn had cast on the ground, a man started to rise through the fields. Have you seen this guy before? Bonnie asked. No, I don't think we have any details of anyone looking like that or using a weapon that looks similar. How did he get here? Was it to do with Quinn's ability? Void replied. Many of the others were wondering the same thing. But there was a lot that they didn't know about the shadow. It was a mysterious ability that they had seen lock people, transport them, move them, as well as block attacks, so something like this could have been quite possible. Arthur, what is he doing here? Feck said, still shocked by the whole thing. How did Quinn even manage to bring him over? Is this what he was doing the whole time? When Quinn realized that the system hadn't even given him any type of quest, even one to survive, he was starting to lose hope. Seeing Hilston's equipment tier and displays of abilities just showed what he could do. Desperate to get out of this situation in any way possible, Quinn could only think of one person that might have stood a chance against Hilston. Arthur. The question was how Quinn would summon him and get him to help fight. Arthur didn't know Quinn that well. He had protected him against the other vampire leaders at the time, but it seemed like that was out of misunderstanding more than anything. Arthur didn't really have a reason to help Quinn other than the fact that the two of them shared the same ability. Still, what else could Quinn do? So, he tried to activate his shadow skill once more. Suppose Arthur was using his shadow ability, or any other shadow users out there were using a shadow ability. In that case, Quinn should have been able to tell where they were from the skill Shadow Link. What came as a surprise was that he had found a connection when using the skill this time, and it was none other than Arthur himself. Unknown to Quinn, Arthur used his shadow abilities to set up a shadow clone in the shelter. If the shadow clone were active, it would also count as Arthur using his ability. Arthur did this so he could use the Shadow Link ability and travel to his shadow at any point in time, regardless of where he was. The skill acted like some type of shadow portal. When the link was made with Arthur, he could feel that someone had connected with him with the same ability. Knowing that there was only one other person, Arthur could only assume it was Quinn. Each person who did a link and connected would feel slightly different. Arthur could remember using the link the first time on Quinn and could remember what it felt like. Usually, when one would make the connection like Quinn did, they would be the one to sync through the shadow and teleport to them. However, Quinn did not do this despite creating a link. Arthur certainly found this strange. Quinn did have the choice if he wanted to go over to where Arthur was, escape from Hilston and the other blades, but then what about the rest? Once traveling to Arthur, there would be no way for him to return, and unlike other skills, Shadow Link was something only Quinn could use himself. Not being able to communicate through the link itself, Quinn kept the active link on, and the longer it was kept on, the more Arthur started to become curious. Is he trying to call me over? Arthur thought at the time. If that was the case, then there were a few possibilities. Either Quinn was in trouble. He had found the first king or possibly another shadow user or something that needed Arthur's aid. At this point in time, Arthur was not too busy. If his shadow clone was up, he could always come back, so he thought there was no harm in him coming over through the shadow, and it looked like he had been thrown into the middle of a battle. I was kind of hoping I wasn't going to be thrown into the middle of the battlefield, said Arthur glancing at Quinn, who was behind him. I'm sorry, Arthur. This person, he's too strong. I don't even know if you can beat him, Quinn mumbled at the end. Hey, what the hell? Arthur complained. You bring me here, and then you say you don't even know if I can beat him, so you are basically trying to get me killed. He took a deep sigh and looked at those in front of him. There was no way for Arthur to gauge their strength off a simple look, and he had not done such a thing in a long time. He couldn't even remember when there was a need to know how strong his opponent was. Well, while I'm here, I guess I can help you. That's what we Punishers are meant to do after all, Arthur said as he looked at Hilston in his armor. Useless flies keep on popping up out of nowhere, Hilston said. You seem to think because there are more of you, you have some type of chance of winning. The whole time Arthur stood opposite him, he had his arms folded. His sword was still on his back. It was clear Arthur was not taking this too seriously. Arthur, this person is strong, Quinn said, heading another warning. Strong? Well, you're pretty strong yourself. So if you called me, he has to be strong, Arthur replied. Not waiting around anymore, and as a test, Hilston fired a dual lightning bolt towards Arthur, holding both of his hands together. But before it could reach them, the shadow from the ground rose up, blocking it. Although Arthur still had his arms folded, his calm expression changed. You guys move out of the way, he is strong. The others split up into two groups and moved to the left and to the right. Then when the shadow was lowered, Arthur moved out of the way of the sped-up lightning bolts. Hilston now continued to fire lightning bolts, and Arthur would move the shadow blocking them each time. I know how powerful Hilston's attacks must be, Quinn thought. If I tried blocking one of these attacks, then my MC points would have already been at 0, but Arthur is blocking so many of them. Hilston, who was continuing to attack with the thunderbolts, started to think along the same lines. He had thought that the shadow was being used as some shield, but if a shield was needed to block a strong attack, then it would use up a lot of MC, and there should be no human other than his family that had such a huge amount of MC points. After blocking more strikes, the lighting finally stopped from Hilston. "Oh, are you finally going to do something different? I'm surprised you can keep up attacks that strong for so long," Arthur said. Hilston, who had been quite talkative up to this point, was quieter than before. "How can you have such a large MC pool? Or is it your ability?" Hilston said. His expression soon changed into a smile, as he thought he had found someone strong for once. And the stronger his opponent was, he could use that against them by taking their MC level and points. A mass amount of shadow started to form along Arthur's back, slowly building up, making a particular shape. Just like last time, Quinn knew what this was. Arthur was making his large shadow wings on his back. When the shadow was finished expanding, the wings themselves were 10 times the size of Arthur. When you have lived for thousands of years, taking other people's shadow, your powers grow a little bit, Arthur said. Excited more than ever, Hilston slammed his two fists together, causing significant vibrations in the air each time he did so. His black and golden armor started to light up as well as if it were glowing. Is he only activating the beast aura now to aid himself? Quinn thought as he could sense Hilston's body getting stronger than it was once before. It looked like they hadn't seen Hilston use all of his strength, but Quinn hadn't seen all of Arthur use his either. Although Quinn wanted to stay and watch the fight, he was worried if Arthur couldn't finish the job. If there was anything he could do to help, there was one thing. He looked off in the distance where the demon tear crab could be seen, still recovering. Even though it should have been able to sense or hear the fighting going on, it should have moved. Just as Logan said, it was gravely injured and on its last legs. "I have to try." While the two were fighting, Quinn thought his time would best be used to get the demon tear crystal and complete the quest. When completing the quest, his evolution should begin, and as a vampire lord, he also should gain some new strength. With his goal in sight, before moving, Quinn had a few last words. "Good luck, Arthur." The others were off to the side, looking at both Hilston and Arthur. Even the mother and father Blade had stepped away from Hilston, fearing that they might get caught up in what was about to go down. Most of the leaders had minor injuries, and surprisingly, Chris was able to recover relatively quickly thanks to his chi, Oscar due to his chest piece, and Owen hadn't really been hurt much but was the most hurt out of all of them, grabbing onto his shoulder. "That person can use the shadow ability as well," Oscar said, seeing how easily the attacks were blocked. "The question is, will he be strong enough to turn the tides?" They looked at Syl, who although he hadn't been hurt, was now almost gasping for air on his knees. Even before meeting Hilston, he had been fighting a lot, using nearly all his powers to help them. "I wonder why the boy appears so weak when the other one seems to be fine," Oscar thought. However, Oscar was unaware of how the ability worked. Due to the chain that Hilston collected, he had gathered a lot more MC points and stronger level abilities than Syl had. That's what Hilston meant by quality of abilities. The black-haired man's demeanor hasn't changed. Although he is more serious, he is unafraid even after taking his attacks. Owen commented as he observed Arthur's body language. "I think he will be fine. What we need to worry about are the others." Trying to not get hurt, they had gone away from where Arthur and Hilston was. They were still in the open field, where everyone could be seen clearly, and walking towards them were two others. "I think these two might be here to finish the job," Chris said as he looked at the mother and father Blade walking towards them. Swinging his sword and gripping the hilt tightly one more time, Oscar was ready for another battle. "It's been a long time since I felt like an underdog in a fight. Since coming here, it has felt like the war against the Dalki all over again. I guess I have been too relaxed lately. If there is a chance that man can defeat the old man, then the least we could do was take out these guys." Although they didn't know who the stranger was that had come to their aid, both Oscar and Owen had an unknown confidence in Arthur. Most of this stemmed from Quinn. They had seen how useful and strong his shadow ability was. He had told them he had found the ability book, which meant someone else had to have known how to use the shadow in the past. For Quinn to know this person, the others were thinking that this was Quinn's master, especially judging by how much more shadow he could control. Arthur stood there with his 2 large wings made from shadows on his back. One of the wings fell to the floor, looking like it was almost melting, and when it touched the ground, it started to spread outward. Not knowing what it was, Hilston tried to attack it, setting the shadow on fire. When that didn't work, he switched to using his lightning and trying to move the earth around it, but it would still spread across the floor. He first allowed the shadow to briefly touch his foot and slowly touch the other parts of his body. When he realized it had no effect, he was less concerned. Still, on Arthur's left side, the large shadow wing remained. "Your ability might be strong," Hilston said, "but let's see how you are physically." Using his own body's natural strength, with the beast armor's power, Hilston lifted off from 1 foot and had covered the entire distance in an instant. This had come as a huge surprise to Arthur, who still had his arms folded. He knew his opponent was human but had never seen a human move that fast before. Even one with a top-level super-speed ability wouldn't be able to do this. Since the attack was an unexpected one, all he could do was take the strike head-on. He allowed the fist to hit his head while moving it himself at the same time. He flung it in the direction of the strike to take less damage from the punch. At the same time, Arthur threw a punch from underneath, aiming right for the elbow in an uppercut position. It was a perfect hit, and Arthur hadn't pulled any of his power when punching. It caused Hilston's arm to fling upward, but it looked just fine, unhurt, and when Arthur looked at his own fist, his was the one covered in blood and bruises. "I never expected you to be strong enough to fling my arm like that and overpower me," Hilston said. "But with the hardening ability, I now have the hardest body in the world." "We'll see about that," Arthur said. A lightning strike was fired from above his head but was blocked from Arthur's one wing covering him. What surprised Hilston next was when the lightning attack hit Arthur's wing. It reappeared directly underneath him on the shadow he was standing on and was going right through his body. The attack was strong, and although it wasn't doing much damage to Hilston, it did slightly stun him. A punch was returned to Hilston's head just like the one Arthur had received, then another to the stomach, again to the side of the rib. In anger at the constant attacks, Hilston screamed, and his body became engulfed in flames. Stretching his limbs, flames shot out everywhere, going widely, and it looked like it was going to interfere with the others' fights. Before it could, the shadow from the ground rose up, blocking them all. Instead of slowing down the attack like Quinn's, each of the attacks sunk into the shadow and were redirected to one person in the center, Hilton. The flames had no effect on his flame body, and Arthur looking at his hands, they were still getting bruised from each of his punches. Trying to change his tactic, the ground quickly rose around Arthur, covering his arms and legs. Using his strength, Arthur could break out of the earth restraint, but the ground kept reappearing and attaching onto him as quick as he could break out of them. The two of them seemed to be in a stalemate as Arthur wasn't able to be completely covered in earth, but at the same time couldn't really move due to how quick it was covering his body. "You can't do this forever. Eventually you will run out of MC points," Arthur said. Hilston smiled while walking forward with his arms held out using his ability. "I'm glad I met someone like you," said Hilston. "But do not think for a second you have won this fight. I have 4 pieces of demon tier equipment on me, each with an active skill beyond your dreams. Yet I haven't used one. Relying on their power wouldn't improve myself, and there was something else I wanted to do." Finally, when Hilston was close enough, he stopped the earth ability, and when Arthur broke free, instead of going for a punch or a kick, Hilston went to grab Arthur's hand. However, a few seconds later, and the smile on his face went away. "They exist, the people my father spoke about, those that have abilities that I can't copy." Side-kicking Hilston away with his leg, they broke free, and Arthur moved back a little. "I never thought humans could have gotten this far. I thought maybe one day, but seeing you like this gives me a little hope, but it's still not enough," Arthur said. There was a problem. Although Arthur was not getting hurt by Hilston's ability thanks to his shadow, his hands were being damaged by his hardened body. It had been a long time since he was unable to hurt someone with his bare fists. Thinking about what to do next, the great large sword on his back started to vibrate a little, and the chains jingled. I was afraid of this. You had a taste of blood recently, and now you're still awake. Will the chains hold out for this fight? While thinking about this, without noticing, a dark cloud was above their heads. But it wasn't up high where clouds would usually be. It was only slightly above the two of them. Then raining down from that cloud were several bolts of lightning, and at the same time, Hilston appeared from one of those bolts in the cloud. A powerful punch was felt in his rib, and one of the lightning strikes struck his arm. Swinging his hand back at Hilston, he was no longer there. Then when another lightning bolt was fired from the cloud, Hilston appeared again, this time coming down with a kick on the top of Arthur's neck. When Arthur looked up, Hilston was across the field again. The ability of the Greylash family, it certainly lives up to the reputation of being the strongest ability known out there. And in my hands it's even stronger, said Hilston. Your shadow on the ground is handy, but it has no power and can only use my own power against me. With my armor and hard skin, your attacks will never hurt me, and I will slowly wear you down. Arthur stood there, rubbing the back of his neck where he had been hurt. The chains on his back were now rattling more than ever, as if it was responding to Arthur's annoyance. I'm sorry, Arthur said as the shadow raised above his body. When it disappeared, a bright red blood armor could be seen covering every bit of his body apart from his head. Then the chains from the sword fell down, touching the floor and disappearing into the shadow. My sword was recently fed, and it still has a lot of energy inside it. I'm sorry that it has to take out its energy on you. Holding the sword in his hand, the line down the center of his blood weapon was filled halfway, with a strange green substance. The others, knowing that they were now no longer going to fight that monster of a blade, thought they might have been given a break, seeing the less frightening two coming towards them. However, they quickly realized that wasn't the case, especially when the first thing the two of them did was fire out lightning from the palm of their hands. This was blocked by raising several walls of earth from Oscar. The lightning had managed to pierce through 3 thick walls before being stopped by the 4th one. Thankfully, earth was the lightning ability's weakness. The bad thing was, they all knew that lightning wouldn't be the only power they could use as well. So they all can copy the same powers, it looks like, Oscar said. Yes, and even these two have lightning powers that are stronger than my own, so we have to watch out. Owen added, looking back at Syl, who was still recovering. If he expended himself anymore, he could faint. However, if he was given the time to rest, maybe he could help them out. You too. Stop relying on the kid, Chris said as he stepped out in front. I can't believe the leaders of the world now are looking back, waiting for that kid to recover. Even though we all don't gel well, we all fight for the same thing, for better lives for humans. Right now, I see 2 people in front of us that are looking to support someone who doesn't have the same wish as us. They are an enemy, and it's our job that get rid of them for the future generation. Oscar knew Chris's words were right, and there was some hope. Even though these 2 could use multiple abilities and had a stronger attack, he could tell it wasn't as strong as that old man. Before, no matter how many walls he raised of earth, the lightning still would have broken through them all if it was an attack from Hilston. The only thing that was strong enough to stop Hilston's attack was the demon tier weapon's active skill and the shadow from the strange man. The 3 of them, now fully committing to the fight in front of them, were more ready than before. Nearly everyone by the sidelines, Logan, Bonnie, Void and Fex, had been too engrossed in watching what was happening between Arthur and Hilston. They failed to notice what Quinn was doing, all except Logan, that was. He had seen Quinn silently cast his shadow travel ability to move away. Still, he never reappeared and instead went into the direction of the demon tier beast. Quinn, I know that the demon tier beast has been significantly weakened, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy. I hope you know what you are doing, Logan thought. Traveling through the shadow as fast as he could, Quinn was trying to get to the demon tier beasts without being seen. He wished he could help Arthur. He thought he could have confidence in his skills. But after seeing the power of a single demon tier weapon, Quinn didn't have much hope. The only thing I can do is complete the quest and evolve myself. "Come on, you stupid crab. Let's do this." Traveling up the hill, the crab could be seen. The limbs that Chris had cut off still hadn't healed and were only partly contracted inside its underbelly. The black liquid blood was pouring from it, and the beast could be seen breathing in and out slowly as if it was in pain. It was a sad sight to see the beast in such a way. Humans were having to go onto these beasts' planets and killing them to harvest their crystals. In a way, they were only defending their territory or fighting for their lives. But Quinn could never think about this while fighting them. If he did, then what of the human race? The Dalki didn't care about them, and it was something they needed. When Quinn finally got within a certain range, the crab started to move. Even while traveling in the shadow, it looked like the crab could tell something was heading its way. It lifted its two large front claws and started to snap them in the air. Each clack rang out. When it slammed the first one down, Quinn had popped out from the shadow and at the same time threw a blood crescent kick towards the joints of the claw. The joints were the weaker part of the crab, and now using his second stage chi, if he managed to serve the limb, it wouldn't heal again. Dealing with two claws is a lot easier than before, Quinn said as he avoided them hammering down towards him. Each time he would avoid the strike, he would throw out a long-range blood crescent kick, weakening the joint slowly. The crab not only had fewer limbs to attack with, but it seemed like it was also slower than before. "If I can keep this up, it looks like I can make it out of here without getting hurt. I just have to not make a mistake." Some form of success was seen as the outer shell of the joints were cracking, and finally one of the joints had cracked open. Seeing this, Quinn went to summon his shadow scythe. With it in hand, swinging it above his head, he was able to extend the scythe with the shadow and swung it down as hard as he could. "Break, you damn crab!" Quinn screamed as he swung down with all his strength. When it landed, it had hit the floor, throwing up rocks and grass in the air, and then the ground was felt shaking again, making him lose balance. His shadow scythe was unsuccessful. It had hit nothing but the empty ground. What was surprising was how the crab was still able to move like so. When Quinn swung down, it had avoided the blow by jumping back, and its body landing on the ground was what had caused the big crash and vibrations in the environment. There was some good news from this though. When looking at the crab, Quinn could see using his inspect skill that it had gone from a weakened state to a critical condition. Avoiding the blow when it landed seemed to have hurt it more so than it would have if Quinn was even successful with the attack. It was instinct for the crab to try to save its limb, but its other injuries on its body had only worsened from jumping. "Critical, it means I'm nearly there. I still have about half my health left due to me using the blood crescent kick so much, but I can do this," Quinn thought. He rushed forward towards the crab, grabbing the scythes. Maybe in such a state there was an easier way to finish it. Still, when he got close, Quinn quickly saw something that frightened him. He promptly put the dual scythes away and immediately started to go on the defensive. Inside the crab's mouth, foam and bulbs started to appear. Quinn thought maybe it was too weak to make an attack like this, but it didn't seem to be the case. That's the attack that Oscar used his ice barrier to block. Shit, I'm gonna have to use everything I have to block it. The jet of water could be seen coming out from the crab's mouth, and in a panic, Quinn first used his blood wall skill, using up 45 points of HP. Only leaving him with 5, he cast the wall of shadow and placed this over the blood, like he would have done when using his scythes. Next, with his hand, he placed it on the wall, activating his second aura of chi. Using so much blood, if this wasn't able to block the attack, Quinn was done. The jet stream smashed into the wall Quinn had created, and there seemed to be a close struggle as the water wasn't moving forward and the wall wasn't being pushed back. But touching the wall with his hand, Quinn could feel the sheer power. This damn thing is in a critical state and can still make an attack like this. The first line of defense to go was the shadow. Quinn's MC points were now at 0 as the shadow disappeared. "If only I had as much strength as Arthur," Quinn complained. Then covering the blood wall with the coat of chi, Quinn continually supplied more. He was careful as he didn't want to be exhausted after this. Otherwise, what else could he do? But soon, the coating of the second chi was also broken as Quinn couldn't supply it with any more. "If I had as much control or chi as Chris." Then lastly was the wall of blood shattered, and it didn't take long for that to break either. This perfect wall of blood. I bet all the other vampire leaders would look down on me, Quinn said. Falling to his knees, Quinn looked up and could see that the jet stream of water had been blocked. But at what cost? He no longer had blood in his blood bank, no more MC cells, and his chi was minimal. I've lost. During the fight with Hilston, Arthur gave everything he had. He had used his full strength, speed, and skills when fighting. On top of that, he even used his shadow. However, there were a couple of things he still hadn't used and never thought he would need to. The first being blood skills. Using blood skills required Arthur to consume human blood, and that was something he didn't want to do, so he had held back on that so far. Other than that, there was the blood weapon that Arthur always kept on his back, made from blood crystals of fallen vampires, and also the blood armor. Is that really the blood armor Arthur is wearing? Fex said as he couldn't keep his eyes off the armor for some reason. It was as if something was drawing him towards it. It looks exactly like the one the king wears. It's the same as the one in the pictures from the books I read. Fex had actually never seen the blood armor in person, and he wished there were others around him who could understand just what he was looking at right now, and why it was considered so special. He wanted to pinch himself, thinking everything was a dream. There were only 2 sets of blood armor known in existence, the first belonging to the king and the second belonging to Arthur, the head of the Punishers. Looking at his arm, even Arthur himself was looking at the unfamiliar armor that seemed to fit perfectly on his body. No one is allowed to escape punishment from the Punishers, not even the king himself. If he was to do wrong, it is said that whatever is granted to the king must be given to the Punishers as well. Arthur said, speaking to himself, as he knew Hilston would have no idea what he was talking about. But Arthur couldn't help himself. Looking at the armor was reminding him of those days. The days where he had trusted the first king's every word. Swinging his great sword upward, Arthur held it with a single hand and had the pointed end of the sword pointing towards Hilston. It would be wise for you to give up now, said Arthur. Chuckling again, Hilston thought the man in front of him was too confident, and he could only think of one reason why. I'm guessing what you hold in your hand is a demon tier weapon. Is that why you are so confident? Do you know how I got all of the demon tier beast equipment on my body? By killing every single one of them I came across. One demon tier weapon isn't going to change the tide of this battle. In a situation like this, everyone would think Hilston had every right to be confident. He not only had a full set of demon tier armor, but hadn't activated any of their skills yet. This weapon is not made by beasts but by something else, Arthur explained. And unfortunately, to power this weapon and the armor I'm wearing, there needs to be a special ingredient. Blood. But worry not, for this sword will not need to be bathed in your blood. You see, recently I had come across a special green blood that has the same effect, perhaps even stronger. Honestly, I don't think the armor is needed against you, but it's a set you know, so it's best to bring them out together, Arthur said with a smile. Now that he had his sword out, his serious expression had calmed down again. It's time to show you the ultimate weapons of the Punishers, and why none of the 13 families dared to go against me while they were still alive. Shouting these words, Arthur's eyes started to glow slightly red. His hair started to float up slightly as the power was being summoned, and the green bar line down the center of the sword was lowering. Swinging his giant sword out, from the edge of the blade, a green liquid appeared heading towards Hilston. He managed to raise a wall trying to block the unknown substance, and when it made impact a huge explosion was made, crumbling the wall to pieces. Soon after, Arthur was seen behind it coming through the cloud of smoke and dust. He swung his great blade again, but Hilston had managed to avoid the attack. The sword went right past him, hitting the air, or at least that's what he thought. A few moments later, and a large wound was seen between the gap in his armor, and blood started to soak out from it. Another swing was made from the sword, and this time the attack seemed to be faster. Hilston narrowly managed to avoid it again, but a clang was made against his chest piece as if the sword had actually hit. Hilston didn't like to take a step back, but until he could figure out what was going on, he thought there was a need to. His foot had landed on something and it started to glow. Suddenly Hilston was no longer able to move. It was as if he was frozen. "Thanks for staying still for me," Arthur said, swinging his sword like a baseball bat, while the edge of the blade was laced in the green liquid again. When the sword hit his chest piece, a loud explosion was made, sending Hilston flying. But before he could recover or regain his position, the shadow from the floor was raised into a wall. Hilston went right through it and reappeared from Arthur's giant left wing. Knowing where he would be, he struck again, blasting him up into the sky. Flinging him upward, Arthur continued to strike at Hilston with his blade, now successfully hitting him, and each time he did it looked like his speed had improved, getting faster than he did before. "I can't regroup or use any of my abilities," Hilston said. "I need to activate my beast armor." It was something Hilston never wanted to do, to rely on the equipment he had, but he needed to live to fight another day. However, before he could activate the armor, he heard something. "You don't think I'm going to let you do that, do you?" It was a voice. Not just any voice, but the black-haired man's voice, and it wasn't said out loud. It was spoken directly into his head. The green line on Arthur's sword was now nearly completely gone, but he had used the remainder of it to coat his sword in the green liquid more than before. When the sword had hit Hilston again, a bigger explosion than any other was made, and a slight cracking sound could be heard. "My chest piece, impasse dash." The explosion was so large that it seemed like it would reach the others. However, the shadow was raised just in time, stopping it from getting out of control and redirecting it through the shadow sync skill. So all of the power was focused in one place. Landing on the ground, Arthur placed his sword on his back. He didn't look tired or worn out at all. The chains were returned, wrapping up the sword again, and the blood armor was put away. "Looks like I didn't need the armor after all." Fex, who was watching everything, still had his mouth wide open at what he had just seen. He only knew very little about the Punishers and had no clue about the blood weapon on his back or what it was capable of, but now after seeing it he understood. He just didn't understand why. All those moves he just did, the exploding blood from the fourth family, the trap that was placed on the floor, it was the power of the sixth. He used the first, and I was sure he was using 12th family abilities as well. How can he use the other family's abilities? Is it to do with his blood weapon? Unknown to Fex, Arthur did use other abilities during that fight as well, such as the 9th's telepathy ability. Arthur's face wasn't one of joy after using the weapon. Instead, it looked more like one of sadness. Whenever he would use the abilities, it reminded him just how his blood weapon was created. Usually, a single blood crystal would be enough to create a blood weapon. Depending on who it came from, it could make a strong or weak weapon. As for Arthur's weapon, it wasn't just made from one blood crystal but multiple. How many he couldn't even count. All those that he had executed had dropped a blood crystal, and they had been used to make his weapon. Perhaps that was why, when his blood weapon was activated, he was able to use all the abilities of the other families, because the blood crystal was a part of the vampire themselves. Seeing the weapon in action would usually send a shiver down any opponent Arthur faced, a reminder of who he had slain. When the smoke finally disappeared from the explosion, Arthur retracted his shadow wing back into him. It wasn't because he had run out of MC points, it was because there was no longer any reason for him to fight. "Looks like you had one more trick up your sleeve after all, old man," Arthur said, as there was no one to be seen in front of him. Hilston, for the first time in his life during a fight, had run away. During the tough battle between Arthur and Hilston, the others were busy fighting against the two other blades, who seemed to be just as troublesome, especially as a pair. They soon found out that fighting these two members of the blades came with its own set of different problems compared to when facing Hilston. Even though the blades could copy more than one ability, only one ability could be used at any given time. However, with two of them, they could cover each other's backs quite easily as they used different abilities. The earth ability was used for defense, while fire and lightning was used for attacks. "I'm getting sick and tired of these walls of earth," Chris shouted. Watching Chris fight, Oscar was starting to wonder something. He was sure that the weapons Chris was using right now were the same ones that he had clashed briefly with before. The only thing was, they seemed to be weaker in Chris's hands. Does he not know how to use them properly? While not thinking about his MC points, Chris's impatient nature caused him to rush in extending his two blades. "I've finally recovered to do this again, and this time it's going to be a little bit more of a bang compared to before. You two better be ready after this," Chris said. Although it seemed quite rash, Chris had already been fighting them for a while, trying to get them to show every ability they had up their sleeve. and so far they had seen 3 different abilities, so he was sure there wouldn't be any surprises. Once again a wall of earth had been put up between them, and several attacks with the earth was made towards Chris, but he ignored all the attacks, the spikes and poles that hit his body. When they did, they crumbled to the ground, not leaving a mark on him. If he had just spread the chi around his body thinly, then the attacks would have gotten through, but Chris was paying attention, moving the chi around each attack point. Oscar's skills had all come off from cooling down, and he was now following closely behind Chris, and Owen had his own trick up his sleeve. If I use this, then maybe we can get out of here, but I was saving it for that old man, Owen thought. Still he was ready. Owen still hadn't activated his soul weapon. However, he was unsure if he could rely on Chris to do the job properly. Just as Chris was ready with his swords, the large explosion over from the side of the field came at them. The first thing they felt was the immense wind from the explosion that had pushed their hair back. If it was a normal human, then they would have gone flying from the power of the explosion alone. When they turned their heads, they could already see the shadow encasing the explosion. What is happening over there? Owen thought. The real question he wanted to ask was who was winning. Chris, trying to keep focus, quickly destroyed the earth wall in front of him, and just when he was ready to teach the two a lesson, he could no longer see them. Huh! Where the hell did those guys go? Chris said, as he twisted and turned his head but could see no signs of them at all. They're gone, Oscar said. I guess they must have had some teleportation ability just to run away just in case, and it looks like the big boy has disappeared as well. Chris slammed both of his swords into the ground. Piles of dirt were thrown in the air and fell back down on the floor again. It was clear he was just venting his frustration. With the 2 fights over, now they could all finally get a breather, and it was only then that they would come to find out that Quinn was no longer with them, and he was in a struggle between life and death fighting against the demon tear crab. Over on top of the large hill that had mostly been flattened due to the crab using it as some type of nest, Quinn was down on his knees having expended most of his energy. There wasn't much he could do to stop the water spout attack. The water jet coming from the beast's mouth was a large one. It covered more range than his flash step would have allowed him to dodge, and he would have been hit. Shadow hop also wasn't possible because he could only hop to another shadow created by him. That's why he always activated the Shadow Dome when trying to use it, and Shadow Dome was a skill that just wasn't possible to use against the demon tier beast. It was too large in size. If Quinn even could create a dome big enough to trap it, it could have easily broken out with a single strike. With no MC, barely any chi, and his blood bank and flask empty, there was nothing he could do. Now he had wished maybe he did snatch some blood to put in the flask from Chris. But he never did. Staring at the crab, it looked like it was heading towards Quinn. It had crystallized its uninjured claw and opened it up, then swung straight towards Quinn, and its claws had already surrounded him. With its power, one snap would be the end of him. I could call Leo for help, Quinn thought. The system allowed him to summon his vampire knights to his side whenever he wished. No, I don't think Leo could even face this thing, and why should I risk him getting hurt? I already called Arthur for help. There has to be something I can do. Looking at the crab and its crystallized claw around his body, it hit him. In the crab's attempt to get rid of the enemy in front of it, a ray of hope was seen for Quinn. When it crystallized its hand, the crystals on its back moved and dissipated. The group in the last attack had caused a large crack and wound on the crab's back. With how weak the crab was, only one last move needed to be completed to kill the crab. With the amount of chi Quinn had right now, one last move was properly all he could muster, but it was enough. Now he just needed to figure out a way to get out of the current situation he was in. The claws were open and were ready to snap him in half. Shadow Equip. Shadow Equip was a skill that didn't use any MC points, and when the shadow covered his body then disappeared again. In its place was red thick armor that made Quinn look like a solid boulder. Could be seen covering his body. The claws snapped, but unlike the crab had expected, for a brief second its strong grip strength had been stopped. Due to the large empty space the suit of armor had, there was plenty of space for Quinn to move. At the right moment, Quinn leapt in the air and tried to place the set of armor back into his shadow, but by then it had already been crushed. Sorry, Alex, but you'll thank me when I get you more crystals in the future. Inside Quinn's dimensional space was the Emperor tier armor. An armor that seemed mostly useless as it didn't give the user any particular stats, and even gave Quinn less strength and slowed him down. At the time, Quinn thought it was useless and there wasn't really much use for it. But right now it was the perfect thing. Using the armor, Quinn was able to block the weakened attack from the crab. It was probably one of the strongest defensive armors at the Emperor tier in existence, and even though the crab was weakened, it was able to crush it into pieces. The armor you created wasn't a failure, Alex. Still, Quinn only needed to survive that attack. Landing on the crab's claw, Quinn started to run up its arm at an amazing speed until finally he had reached the creature's back. He still didn't have his MC points back, nor did he have blood, but he had a last bit of chi and stamina inside of him. Standing on top of the wound, Quinn started the process of raising the energy in his feet using all of the chi he could. Then lifting up his leg towards his face, he slammed it down on the crab, performing an axe hammer strike and hitting the crab with his heel. At the same time, Quinn had also performed the blood crescent kick. The hammer had penetrated the surface of the flesh of the crab and created a large open wound where its insides could now be seen. Then the crescent kick was further propelled by the strength of the attack and went through the body, tearing it to shreds. 3/100 HP. One more. I have the strength to do one more, Quinn said. Raising his leg again, he was ready to perform the strike one more time. But a loud thud was heard, and the breathing from the crab had stopped. Did I do it? Looking down into the large hole that Quinn had created, he could see it. The crystal was hanging on a piece of the crab's flesh. It was so clear to him, clearer than any crystal he had ever seen before. It was like a diamond, but also there was a shine to it all over. Not wasting any time, Quinn went straight to grab it and pulled it out. He held the crystal up against the sun to admire it. Quest has been completed. Obtain the Demon Tier Crystal. Instant level up received. Congratulations, you are now level 40. Your evolution will begin. With the Blade family having run away, the group finally had time for a breather. Making their way over with caution, Oscar and Owen were on their way to greet the Parison, who was strong enough to take on such a monster, as it was clear out of the two of them, there was a winner. Unfortunately, they hadn't seen the fight due to their own and were at least hoping Bonnie and Void were able to capture something. To Oscar, knowing that there was someone so powerful, someone like Hilston that could take on all of the leaders, perhaps any of the factions, was a surprise. And now they were walking towards the person that had supposedly even dealt with him. Now there were two great powers that were beyond what Oscar and the others thought were even capable. Just how much is this world hiding from us that we don't know about? Oscar said. Arthur seemed to be casually talking to Logan and Fex, who were updating him on the situation. After all, he had just been thrown into the deep end, and the first thing Arthur had to do was face an enemy tougher than most. After the last incident in the vampire world, it wasn't too frightening for them to talk to Arthur. But when Fex tried to speak to him, he was a little starstruck. He had a glowing fascination in his eyes and a new appreciation for Arthur's powers. I don't think there is any leader that's stronger than Arthur. Not even the K. Fex stopped himself before even thinking about his next word. No, you can't say that. Not unless I want 1,000 wooden stakes shoved in my heart. When the other group had walked over, they didn't know what to really say to Arthur. They needed to be thankful, but was this person on their side? And who was he? Did you notice? Owen whispered while looking at Arthur from behind. Looking closely, Oscar knew what Owen was getting at. Arthur's body didn't have a single bit of damage on him. They who couldn't even touch Hilston were now about to go and greet a man who was beyond even him. Quinn was the one who summoned him. I assume it is his master, Owen said. Maybe it would be best if we asked him to introduce us. I would hate to offend someone like this. Hearing this, Oscar thought it was a good idea. He was on the more cautious side, and after lashing out at an unknown person last time, Hilston, he didn't want to do the same again. He had been contemptuous with thinking he was one of the greatest powers in the world, and that there were hardly any humans in existence that could match him. At times, it allowed him to act first and think about things later, but now learning there were those stronger than himself, he needed to become more humble. He knew all this, and this little experience was a great way to remind himself that he should stay humble. Quinn, how did you come across such a great man? Owen thought. That's when the two of them noticed something while looking around in the area. Syl stood behind them and went ahead to talk to Logan, Fex and the other two, and that's when Syl realized it too. They were all looking for the same person, but he was nowhere to be found. Where's Quinn? Syl asked. Instead of giving an answer, Logan just looked up the hill where the giant crab could be seen. It was hard to tell what had happened to it from how far they were, but the beast did remain stationary. Thanks for the catch-up on everything, guys, Arthur said with a smile. I'll go check up on Quinn. That beast looks like it might be quite troublesome. Before Oscar and Owen could even introduce themselves, Arthur was off, traveling in his shadow towards the giant crab. It looks like those two wanted to talk to me, Arthur thought. According to the kids, they were the current leaders of the human race, It would be best to not get involved with them. Not now anyway. Seeing Arthur go away like that, Oscar and Owen couldn't help but feel a little rejected. For the first time, there was no excitement, respect, or anything when someone saw them. Instead, the person seemed to treat them just like any other regular human being. Having this strange feeling, Owen started to laugh. I think I might have been quite the fool without realizing it. The gift of the thunder. All I wanted to do was share its great powers with all the others. Now, I'm beginning to question myself if the power is really all that great because of a single person. However, Oscar felt like it was more of a loss to not get in contact with such a great person. He was thinking about the future and how best to utilize the possible connection and person's ability. Thinking about this made Oscar think about another person. When looking around, he noticed that the red-haired man too had disappeared entirely from the scene. That man, he was not the same one that I fought against in the past, but he is definitely a part of Pure. Those weapons from before, I fought them when they belonged to another. Why did they seem so weak in his hands though? Then a horrible thought started to run through Oscar's mind. What if those weapons weren't demon tier in the first place? Did that mean the person he fought against before was just so strong that it felt like he was going up against a demon tier weapon? If this was the case, then Oscar needed to reevaluate just how much of a threat Pure was without knowing what they would be doing next. According to the intel they had gathered, Pure had definitely killed a demon tier beast, which meant they had a demon tier weapon. If the real demon tier weapon now belonged to the leader of Pure, his power would far outweigh his own. It looks like I'm not one of the great ones after all, Oscar thought. He then turned his head into the direction of Duke, whose body had been flung across the field from the fight. The military, everyone needs to get stronger if we have any hope of winning this fight against the Dalki. Suddenly, the ship that the blades had come in started to make a sound and soon, it was floating in the air. We checked the ship. There were no signs of the blades on board, said Oscar. Before the ship set off, they could see a man standing up against the glass. It was Chris. He gave all of them a quick salute and a wave before the ship had set off into the sky, getting out of this place once and for all. While the ship was flying away, he couldn't help but think about Quinn. So you managed to defeat the demon tier crab. Even if it was weakened, that is quite an accomplishment for a young kid like yourself. Chris thought. You will get stronger in the future, Quinn. I hope we will meet again, but I just hope we don't meet as enemies if that happens again. Soon after the fight had ended, Chris was able to sense that the crab's energy had severely weakened to the point where it would have had to have been killed, and quite recently as well. He could also sense Quinn's chi off in the distance. With the crab dead, there was no longer a reason for him to stay down here, and it was clear that Oscar knew Chris's identity by the daggers he was shooting into his back with his eyes. After leaving the place before taking the ship, he needed to get one more thing before leaving. Something he had lost on the way down here, and he had seen during the fight. Damn, it's a little roughed up and ripped. Maybe they can get me a new one, Chris said, as he threw over the large white overcoat on his back, with a large number 1 displayed. Standing on top of the crab, Quinn had gotten the notification that the quest had been completed and his body began to feel weak. His grip around the crystal had weakened and he had dropped it, hitting the shell of the crab and sliding down onto the floor. In this situation, usually someone would have done anything to try to get the crystal, especially a demon tier one. Quinn's plan to keep the crystal for himself had slipped through his fingers as he saw it fall away from him. He reached out his hand, but that was the only thing he could do with the little strength he could muster up, before he had fallen and started to slide down the shell of the crab. His body bounced off and was now laying on the floor. No, no, no! Quinn started to scream as the usual pains that came with every evolution had started. However, this time it was worse. A pain greater than any before, and the main problem was his thirst. When evolving, Quinn always needed to be careful about such things, and one time Quinn had needed more human blood to complete the evolution. If he didn't receive any at the time, there was a good chance he could have died. Now Quinn was worrying if the same thing was about to happen now. There was always a risk when completing a quest, especially a hard one like this of evolution, and it was why Quinn wanted to do it away from the others. It was the perfect opportunity to evolve while everyone was busy. What he did not expect was to use so much HP fighting the demon tier beast, and by that point, running away could have been the death of him as well. When seeing the crystal, something was drawing him to it. After achieving something so great, he just had to grab the crystal, not realizing that would be the catalyst to completing the quest and leveling him up, instantly putting him in his current situation. His skin was tightening around his whole body and his throat was starting to tire out. His body structure was changing as the bones in his body would break down and rebuild itself, all while Quinn was feeling everything that was going on. Will I really die after surviving something like that? Or maybe something else will happen. Maybe I'll turn into that bloodsucker and go crazy for blood. Looking around, he was searching for options. There was the black blood from the beast, but it was poisonous to vampires, and he honestly did not think he could even crawl over to anything if he did see someone dead nearby. At that moment, though, a shadow across the floor was approaching, and popping out of the ground was Arthur himself. Immediately Arthur knelt by Quinn's side, and out from his shadow, he grabbed one of the same flasks that Quinn and Fex used. I was going to congratulate you for beating this thing on your own, or maybe tell you off for forcing me to fight, but I didn't expect to see you like this, Arthur said, as he popped open the cap from the flask and started to pour the liquid into Quinn's mouth. However, the liquid that was being poured wasn't red, instead it was green. Don't worry, I know it looks strange, but this liquid actually has more effect on us than regular blood. So even less is required for you to go through an evolution, and honestly it's the only thing I have on me for now. After pouring the blood and seeing Quinn no longer look like he was gasping for air, Arthur decided to take a step back. It was not a small one either. Feeling the pain, Quinn punched the ground with both of his fists, and the ground was destroyed underneath it. He coughed, and a strange red sludge had come out from his mouth and started to float in the air. With each cough, the red thick sludge continued to come out and was swirling around his whole body. You're evolving into a vampire, Lord Quinn, the final and strongest stage of becoming a vampire. Only leaders have the potential to get up to this point, and it takes hundreds of years. You really are a special kid, Arthur thought, but he did not have a smiling look on his face. It was one of concern instead. The red sludge that was floating in the air suddenly all went into Quinn's body through his skin all at once. It was a shock to the system, and his eyes opened wide, glowing bright red, as his body jerked up. A few seconds later and his eyes returned to normal, and the area around him seemed fine once again. Congratulations! You have evolved into a vampire, Lord. Quest: Become a true vampire leader has been updated. Current status incomplete. Reach level 40 and become a vampire lord. Complete. Select 2 self-turned vampires to become your knights. 1/2 incomplete. Create 10 members of the cursed family through the blood ritual. 9 out of 10 incomplete. There were several messages appearing on Quinn's screen as his evolution had finished, and slowly the energy was coming to his body as the messages continued to come in. Linked quest: Become a true vampire leader. Quest: Return to the 10th leader's tomb. Once the quest, Become a true vampire leader, has been completed. Looking at the quest reminded Quinn there were a lot of things he still needed to do, but when he stood up, he was more interested in his current body than he was when the quests appeared. When evolving to each stage, Quinn felt different each time, and his new body felt stronger than before. However, for the first time he felt so powerful. He could feel all the blood moving through his body. the fine control of strength through his fingers, the delicate sounds and smells his body was picking up. All these things in the past, he would have to fine-tune how to use them to a degree. Now he just knew how to use them with this new body of his. You finally look like an adult now. Your looks really don't suit your age, Arthur said. Well, at least you aren't stuck looking like a kid for the rest of your life. That would have been awful. New stat required. Blood control. 10. Blood control is a stat that is only achieved by a few vampires. Improving one's control of blood will improve the strength of the blood skills used, as well as allow the user to control blood depending on how high the stat is. Looking at the stat, Quinn noticed it was incredibly low compared to all his other stats, which meant that he was starting from the beginning. After reading the description, he realized now why, even though the other leaders did not have chi, their blood attacks and blood swipes seemed more powerful. It was because of their blood control. The better one's blood control was, the stronger attacks like blood swipe would be. Doesn't this mean I can still get stronger? If I can increase my blood control and still add chi? While deep in thought, in the distance Quinn could see that the others behind Arthur were making their way towards them. They were walking over as a large group. Quinn was happy to see that they were all safe and was wondering where Chris had gone. Still, if they were fine, he would be as well. Just as Quinn was about to wave over to them, Arthur stood in Quinn's sight of the path. The two of them looked to be in good condition, and the crab looks to have been defeated, Oscar said with delight. As tough as this hunt was, we were able to get through it in the end to obtain the crystal. At that moment, when approaching, they could see that Quinn was not the one with the crystal. Instead, Arthur was the one holding it in his hand. The group paused for a second, as Owen and Oscar were leading at the front and were trying to decide their next course of action. If Arthur wanted to take the crystal, they could not stop him from doing so. Quinn wasn't worried about seeing the demon crystal in Arthur's hand. He knew he had dropped it when falling off the crab and thought Arthur must have just picked it up. With Arthur's other hand free, he held out his palm and opened it up. I'm sorry, Quinn, but I need to speak to you away from the others. Shadow lock. A portal of shadow opened behind Quinn, consuming him and quickly closed after. It was the same skill Quinn had used. Shortly after, another portal that looked identical to the first one opened and Arthur had disappeared into it as well. In front of them, both Quinn and Arthur had disappeared. Did they take the crystal? Oscar shouted. Is that what they had planned? No, Owen said. Didn't you see Quinn's face before he was sucked into that portal? This was certainly unexpected, and he might have been taken against his will. A moment ago, Quinn could see the cloudy skies and the diamond-like surface above. He was staring at the others walking towards him, but in seconds, not being able to fight back, he felt like his body was being consumed by a strange force. Soon after, he found himself in a pitch-black space. He first checked his body to see if there was any harm done, and to see if everything was okay. Where am I? Looking around the dark room, Quinn was able to see, but there was nothing to look at. There was no one else inside, and if he walked forward it looked like the dark space was endless. The ground beneath him was solid, but that too was dark in color. When looking at his feet and taking a step, he could see the black substance slightly shift, and it reminded him of his own shadows. Just when Quinn thought he might have had an idea of where he was, he saw Arthur appear in the black space as well. He seemingly came out of nowhere, and he had the demon tear crystal held in his hand. Seeing that Arthur had no injuries on his body, Quinn was relieved. The fact that the whole group was returning must have meant they were able to deal with Hilston somehow. Just how strong are you? Quinn said. I was about to say the same thing to you. Before you needed my help to protect you against those grumpy council members, but I think you will be able to hold your own against a few of them now. Arthur replied. I'm sorry for calling you out like that, Quinn said. It was a desperate situation. I can see that, Arthur replied. Don't worry. You are a Punisher and I will naturally protect you whenever I can. It is my job. Saying these words, Arthur began to speak quieter towards the end. At least it was my job. You would have never won against such a person anyway. Honestly, it looked like he had even more to give than that. If he had time to prepare and knew what type of opponent he was facing, he would have been a troublesome person to deal with. "Where are we?" Quinn said as he stomped his foot on the ground, and small ripples of shadow could be seen rising up like smoke before quickly fading away into the black room. Before Quinn had asked this question, Arthur was all smiles. But his expression had changed as if Quinn's question had reminded him just why he had brought him here. This is where living beings are sent to when we use the skill Shadowlock. As you can see, the skill can also be used on ourselves as well. Think of it as an empty space. In the past, from time to time, when I wanted to get away from everything, I would lock myself away in the Shadowlock space. Quinn, I wanted to talk to you about the first king, about Ino. Did you manage to find out any information on him? Quinn didn't see any reason to hide what he knew about Ino so far. After all, they were both looking for the same person in a way, hoping to find some answers. I see, so you think that Ino has disguised himself as a scientist named Richard Ino? That should help me with my search. Judging by his words, it looked like Arthur didn't get very far with finding anything about Ino either. Did you find out what happened to the Punishers? Quinn asked, knowing that this was another goal of Arthur's, to find the first king and find out what happened to his people. Asking this question had led to a few moments of silence, which Quinn didn't understand, as before this, Arthur was very forthcoming. Even if he did find out some things, was it really information that Arthur wasn't allowed or willing to share with him? A strange feeling was coming from Arthur, and Quinn didn't know why, but he wasn't liking the position he was in at the moment. The conversation they were having was a private one, sure, but was there a need to be placed in the Shadowlock? Couldn't they have simply gone to another place? I have, Arthur finally replied. Quinn, I saw myself as the protector of humans, the peace bringer between the vampires and the humans. I don't know whether or not the Punisher's existence was necessary for vampires to stop attacking humans, but it seemed like Ino felt it was. You are like me, having experienced what life is like as a human and as a vampire. Me and you both stand in the middle. However, I'm unsure if my decision was the right one. I left both of those worlds behind thinking they wouldn't get involved, yet they still did. You were able to ignore the vampires for a while now, but you are too involved, and soon you must decide what you will do. We are all too weak for what is about to come. I am too weak, the vampires are too weak, and the humans are too weak. Quinn had hardly ever heard Arthur speak like this before, with a serious tone, and he was trying to make sense of what Arthur was saying. He was too weak? Compared to what, was Arthur talking about the Dalki? Or was he just simply talking in riddles and metaphors? Was he blaming himself for all the Punisher's deaths? Quinn often did this himself when those in the cursed faction died. Let me leave you with some advice that I want you to remember forever, Arthur continued. You are too kind-hearted. I can see that, and I understand why. You are young, and even though you have experienced a lot for your age, it is still small in comparison to me. Whoever attempts to take your life, you must not hesitate to take back theirs. Otherwise you will live to regret your decisions. Finally, let me ask you a question. Do you want to save the lives of the humans? An answer wasn't given immediately, but Quinn did know the answer straight away as he thought about his friends and those that were part of the cursed faction. I do. Then do you want to save the lives of the vampires as well? I'm not talking about those that you turned, but the others. Thinking about this, Quinn was wondering if he did. Most of the vampires hated him and were against him, but then he started to think about those in the 10th family, Edward and others. The past memories of living his life as Vincent were strong in him. Quinn remembered the scene of when he stood in the castle looking at all those down below. Were the vampires that different from humans? For some reason he felt like if he said no, he would be abandoning them, and his heart ached thinking about this. Judging by how long you have been silent for, I can guess your answer. I don't think it's possible for you to save them both, Quinn. At least not the way you are now. If you want to save them both, then you need to get stronger. Even stronger than me. Saying these last words, Arthur lifted the crystal up, and then it started to become surrounded by shadows until it eventually disappeared. What are you going to do with that crystal? Quinn said, slightly panicked. He didn't expect Arthur to take it, and even though Arthur had saved his life, He suddenly couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed after killing the demon tear crab for his reward to be taken away. Do you remember my words of advice? Anyone who tries to kill you, Quinn, you need to kill them before they can kill you. The next second, Arthur was directly in front of Quinn and a heavy blow was felt in his stomach. His insides screamed and felt like they wanted to all spill out on the floor. Immediately, it had caused him to cough out blood from his mouth. The strength of the punch would have caused Quinn to go flying, but instead he had been grabbed before he could and was being held around the throat by Arthur, his grip tight, making it hard for him to breathe. You want to save them, Quinn, as weak as you are. Even I couldn't save them. Stop being an idiot, Arthur shouted as he threw Quinn to the dark black floor. His body had sunk through and he felt himself suddenly falling through the air. Is Arthur trying to kill me? What is he doing? Didn't he just save my life? If he wanted to kill me, then why did he give me the Dalki blood? This doesn't make any sense. But Quinn could tell that Arthur was quite serious. It wasn't like they were training. For some reason Arthur was filled with anger and it was being directed at Quinn. You need to stop hesitating, Arthur said as he kicked Quinn by the side. This time, Quinn was able to cover himself with the second form of chi, but the blow had still crushed the bones in his forearm. Thanks to the evolution, his body was now stronger. But against someone like Arthur, it didn't seem like much help. Am I really going to die? Outside of the shadow, the others were standing where Quinn once stood, trying to figure out just what had happened. Oscar would have thought that Quinn was planning to run away, but according to Owen that wasn't the fact. And Fex didn't seem to know anything either. Just as they were planning their next move, a shadow in the shape of a portal opened up, and as it closed, what looked like a young adult was thrown out of the portal and landed on his face, lying on the floor. He was covered in blood, his bones broken and piercing through his skin. Shallow breathing could be seen by his chest moving in and out, broken as if it was hard for him to breathe. As Oscar went to turn the person over, he almost didn't recognize who it was as the face was so badly beaten. Quinn! Fex shouted. He rushed over along with Syl and Logan following behind. What happened to you? Who did this? Fex asked. He didn't even want to touch Quinn as he was afraid just moving him slightly would greatly hurt his body. Thursday, Quinn managed to mouth out. Fex wasn't sure if he had heard the right words, but it was clear that Quinn was trying to say Arthur. Why would Arthur do this? Lying on the floor and close to passing out, Quinn remembered the last words Arthur spoke. If you plan on protecting the vampires, Quinn, then I will tell you no. We are not on the same side. The Beast solar system was extensive, filled with many planets and all sorts of creatures. However, humans only had access to half of the planets in the solar system. Some of the planets were unexplored, and there were some that the humans were to never set foot on. This was because part of the solar system was known to already belong to the Dalki. In the Dalki half of the solar system, a giant unique-looking spaceship could be seen. It was the size of a small planet, but what was unique about it was the ship's look. Its outer surface was a bronze-gold-like color, a large circular ring around it, which acted as a significant bridge around the whole ship. From it, many smaller bridges would connect to the main body of the spaceship. As for the body of the spacecraft, it looked like a large deathly castle, floating on a flat piece of land. The ship itself was the Dalki's mother ship. The humans were never able to locate where the Dalki had come from. With that, they also never knew just how large of a force the Dalki were. This lack of information was worrying and left everyone on edge. There was a chance that those that had invaded Earth had just come from a single mothership of many. It was part of the reason why the humans had agreed to the terms back then, why both sides agreed to peace. Unaware of just how close or far they were to defeating the Dalki. If only they knew they had no home, and this single ship was where they all lived. Inside a room located at the center of the spaceship, several Dalki themselves seemed to be gathered. The room itself was dark but was lit up by small blue crystals all around, hundreds of them. Even though they were inside a building, it looked more like a meeting was taking place in a cave. Here 5 people were standing around the table, or to be exact 5 Dalki. We've searched everywhere for that demon tier beast, And we still can't find it, one of them shouted as he slammed his fists on the table. The strike was so powerful that the room started to shake, and a few pieces of the ceiling had crumbled. The Dalki, who was huffing and panting with anger, had a single horn sticking out from his head. Although most Dalki looked quite similar, they had differences. Just like how a human might grow an extra finger or toe, this Dalki had a horn sticking out from the top of its head, which was slightly broken. Because of this, he came to be known as One Horn. One Horn, many times do I have to warn you. If you cause the ceiling to fall in on us like last time, you will be responsible for building a new one. Another Dalki replied. Most Dalkis had a short temper. They were battle addicts filled with rage just like One Horn, but not this one. He went by the name Graham. He stood out from the other Dalki for a simple reason. He was wearing clothing as if he was human, even though special holes had to be made on the back of his shirt to fit the spikes on his back. Usually, a Dalki would be mocked for such a thing. It was as if a Dalki wanted to be like a human, and the same for his name. The name was too human to be considered a Dalki, but no one mocked Graham, and this was because of the number of spikes on his back. On top of this, Graham seemed to have done a lot for the Dalki and was leading the group in order to better all of their lives. But yes, we have searched all the beast planets in our side of the solar system, and it looks like the demon tier beast can't be found. That includes all the previous unexplored planets as well. Graham said. What's next? A female-looking Dalki replied. She was the only female Dalki that was currently present at the table named Slicer. Her nickname came from her abnormally long limbs and tail. She would use these to slice her enemies apart. Some Dalki were born without tails. Even if they were, they would usually be too small for one to notice, but Slicer's tail looked like that of a large dragon, and it was sharp as well. It means one of two things: the demon tier beast is on one of the planets that the humans own, or it's on Earth, Graham replied. Earth, One Horn shouted. We couldn't find it no matter where we searched. Yes, but now we know why, said Graham. We are running out of time, so we don't have much choice. Then will we have to go to war with the humans again? I heard they recently took out one of our fortresses, Slicer said. That's still under investigation, Graham replied. In truth, he had received reports that it was all done by a single person, but that fortress had a couple of two-spiked Dalki. He could not imagine anyone who was strong enough and not recognizable to have managed to do such a thing. They were keeping tabs on the humans they thought were troublesome, and they weren't in the area at the time. Just then, in the darkroom, the sound of a door lifting letting white light into it appeared, and two figures could be seen walking in. These two figures were not like the rest in the room. They were far smaller in terms of height and width, and they did not have any dragon-like features at all. They looked like humans. The person stood in front was slightly smaller than the man in the back, and he walked forward towards the table where the others moved to the side, allowing him to join. One Horn had a displeased look, and so did another of the Dalki. It was clear not everyone was welcoming to this person. I overheard you guys from outside, the man said. Eavesdropping as usual, One Horn mumbled. It's clear that you have two options, and it would be best if we act now. We already know the location of one of the demon tier beasts needed for your people. The other we can only guess. The question is which is more troublesome. The man said. Aren't you the one who told us that it was best to wait before trying to attack the other side? Graham asked. Yes, that was before, the man said, smiling as if he had expected that question. There have been some changes in the current situation. The relationship between the vampires and humans is at the weakest it has ever been. There was always a worry that if one of these sides would get attacked, someone would interfere and protect one side. The vampires are still strong, but the humans have been weakened from the Civil War. I will leave it up to you guys to pick the best choice. How has this changed? Did you manage to find the person you were looking for? Graham asked. I have not, the man replied. But I found something that may be even better. Someone who will turn the tides and has agreed to join us. Stepping aside, the man bowed down slightly as the more significant figure stepped forward. His long black hair could be seen and a large, chained sword on his back. I present to you all Arthur. possibly the strongest vampire in existence. While Arthur stood there, he did not say a word. His expression was emotionless. It looked like all feelings had been drained from his body. Arthur here has agreed to join our side, and I believe a couple of you have already met him. Two of the Dalki at the table looked almost embarrassed after seeing Arthur, while the others were unaware of who he even was. With him, our goal of getting the demon tier beast will be a walk in the park, but he does have some conditions before joining. Sweat was dripping down her face, her feet were sore from the hours she had been walking, and her throat was dry from the incredible thirst. She took one more step forward on the hard diamond surface, wondering if she would live to see another day. "I have blisters on top of blisters," she said, as she sat down under a slanted piece of large crystal that stuck out from the flat ground. She proceeded to take off her boots, and as expected, the skin on the back of her heel had rubbed off. She felt like she had no skin left to protect or cushion her feet. How many days has it been? Was the ship really parked that far? CIA thought. CIA was originally with Nate and the others. She was waiting patiently for Quinn and the others to return, and while walking around she had bumped into one of the others from the other faction. When this happened, a vision appeared in her mind, of his death, but not just his, several people around him as well. Noticing that the area where the man had died was not too far from where they were standing, she decided to go ahead and touch a few of the others as well, and every single one of them experienced the same fate. She didn't know when it was going to happen, but it had to be soon considering the area they were in. Thoughts of warning the others went through her head, but she thought nobody would believe her, especially when she couldn't see what or who was the cause in her vision. There was also the chance that telling others would risk her own life. Maybe the future she had seen was due to her warning in the first place. This was why she hated her own ability sometimes. Just in case, she had gone up to Dennis and saw the same devastating scene when touching him. His body was badly beaten and coughing up blood, soon to die. Seeing this, she had made her choice. The only way to live was to head off without letting anyone know. It was just too risky, and her life was most important after all. The only problem was, she hadn't taken a ship. How could she, with so many people standing around, unaware that death would be upon them? With her abilities lacking, she needed to be careful about where she walked, making her journey on the planet that much harder. Maybe I should have at least told Dennis. Then he could have flown me back to the ship. Thinking about this, the scene in her head appeared again. Arg! Why am I such a horrible person? I didn't even try to save them, and I just cared about myself. As she got more tired during her walk, she often thought about whether or not she had done the right thing. Come on, CIA. It's not like they would have saved you if they were in the same boat. It's only natural, right? Was it though? If Quinn was in her position, would he have done the same? Syl was also adamant to try and save Quinn. There were many in the cursed faction that would have risked their lives to save each other. But CIA didn't have a close connection with anyone. There was one person though, maybe if she was there CIA would have at least warned her. Layla. During their time at Pure, the two of them had gotten even closer together. If it wasn't for her and the vampires possibly knowing a way to get her memories back, she would have already attempted to leave Quinn and the others by now. Unlike the others, she didn't. T really have a reason to thank or stay with Quinn. While attempting to put on her boots back on, she was halfway through putting on the second one when she heard a familiar hum. Isn't that the sound of a spaceship? She thought with excitement. Wasting no time, leaving one boot off, she rushed outside and could see a medium-sized spaceship moving ever so slowly. Not wanting to miss this opportunity, she started to scale the large crystal that she was under using her sore feet. She fought through the pain and eventually made it to the top. Waving her arms, jumping up and down, it looked like the ship would soon go past her without seeing her as it was heading in a completely different direction. No, don't leave, I'm over here. Come on, you have to see me. Knowing that this might be her only chance, she did the only thing she could do. I can only do one thing, she thought as she placed her hands around her mouth. Over here! She screamed so loud. The cry of the Banshee skill was activated and the sound seemed to cause even the spaceship to shake a little. The only worry was that she was sure such a loud sound would attract beasts in their direction as well. However, it had worked as the ship was soon heading over to where she was. And when it landed, she was happy to see familiar faces come off the ship. "Hey, is she crying?" Nate asked, and next to him was Dennis and Sam. "I thought you guys were dead," she said, wiping away the tears from her face. Maybe she did miss them more than she thought. "Ha ha." Nate started to laugh nervously. "Do we tell her that we thought she was dead as well?" Nate whispered. "And that's why we forgot about her?" The smile on CIA's face looked so sweet that the boys decided to say nothing. "Hey, I never noticed this before, but don't you think CIA is kinda cute?" Nate whispered over to Sam. "Is there anyone you don't think is cute? Sometimes you need some water." Sam replied, "Need some water? What does that even mean?" Dennis slapped him on the back a few times as they went back onto the ship. "There is more to life than girls, young boy. Trust me, sometimes they are more trouble than they are worth." I mean, did you hear her scream? Could you imagine what would happen if you did something wrong? On the way back, the boys updated CIA on what had happened so far, and who had attacked them, and what had happened with Quinn and the others so far, especially with how injured Quinn was. In the ship, it was a short journey back, and CIA could see that all of the other faction ships had left apart from the large cursed faction ship that still remained. "It seems like a lot happened while I was away," CIA said, looking at the ships. She was imagining what would have happened if the cursed ship left as well. Did it mean that no one would have ever seen her on the planet? Dying from hunger and thirst wouldn't have been the best way to leave the world. "Wait, what I don't understand is if all the others have already gone, then why did you all decide to stay here, and how did you even know I was alive? Why were you looking for me?" CIA asked. The smaller ship docked in the bay inside the large Bertha cursed ship. When they exited, the four of them continued to talk. "Actually, you can thank Quinn for that," said Sam. "When he eventually healed from his injuries, he said he could sense that you were still alive. And that's when we realized." Sam stopped himself, as he realized himself that they hadn't even bothered checking to see if CIA was alive amongst the bodies. In all honesty, Sam, Nate, and Dennis didn't even know CIA that well, which was why they had forgotten about her, and it was the first time they were really talking to each other so much. "Okay, I think I understand everything now, so I guess now that Quinn is alive and now that he's part of the leaders, Earth and the rest is going to change quite a bit, so where are we headed to next?" The three boys then looked at each other for a second before replying. They had a worried look on their face. "For now, I have been doing the meetings with the leaders table as a few things have happened," Sam said. "But I don't think we will be leaving this planet anytime soon. For one, the Bree family can't locate where Mona, or at least her body, is. Nearly every body from the Bree family has been accounted for apart from hers. Even after searching, there were no traces of her, but they had to leave so as to not worry the other planets they were on. We agreed that while we remain on the planet, we would keep an eye out for her. As for the second reason, it's about Quinn." Once again Sam paused, which was starting to worry CIA. "What about Quinn?" "Well, Quinn made a full recovery. It didn't take him long, but the problem was shortly after that. Just as we were getting ready to leave, he went missing." Maybe missing isn't the correct word to use. Sam quickly corrected himself as he saw the look on CIA's face and thought she might have gotten the wrong idea. After all, Quinn was young, and maybe the pressure of being a leader had gotten too much for him. He was certainly one with a lot on his plate, and there were many reasons for him to possibly leave. "Technically, we have some idea of where he is," Sam continued. "You see, after healing up, Quinn was acting a bit weird. It was understandable after Fex explained it to us. The person who had saved their lives was known as Arthur, and Quinn saw him as a type of teacher, someone to look up to. So after what had happened to him, he was more than devastated. When he had finished healing, he didn't even leave the medical bay. No matter who came up to him, he hardly spoke and mentioned about you. Out of concern, I placed Linda there to keep an eye on him. From what she had described, it seems like Quinn had used his own shadow skill on himself, and ever since he hasn't returned." "I think I understand a little more now," CIA replied. Honestly, no one even knew what had happened between Arthur and Quinn, and Fex was the only one that could guess. But it seemed to be quite accurate based on the way Quinn was acting. Still, Sam didn't really know what to do. The faction belonged to Quinn, didn't it? Without him, what was their goal or direction? Eventually, the group had called a meeting with all the leaders to discuss what to do next, and the one who was most vocal was Paul. "It's clear that Quinn isn't fit to lead this faction at this moment and time," said Paul. "This faction, this group is now too big to be left alone like this. The world now knows the cursed faction as one of the big three forces that make up the human forces. We can't be like the Bree family, who have been disorganized ever since they have been unable to locate Mona. Everyone has to start thinking about acting without him, and even if he does return, we need to evaluate if he will even be fit enough to lead us." The room was quite silent. Dennis, Linda, Fex, Syl, and many others in the room all owed Quinn a lot, but they couldn't deny the days before he had disappeared. He was certainly acting strange. It hadn't been long since the Bree family had their leader disappear, but the fall of the great family was becoming clearer and clearer as days went on. Before, no ability books had been made of the Bree family, but suddenly, with Mona gone, they started to circulate on the marketplace. This caused infighting between those in the groups, and eventually some had disbanded to join the others. Oscar and Owen, with Sam's blessing, had made the decision that the Bree family were to be broken up and become absorbed by the other three families, which made it easy for Logan to join the Cursed without being suspicious. Since it was an order from the leaders, and now there weren't any solo stray factions, they had no choice but to comply. What Sam was surprised about after this order was made was how many from the Bree family had requested to join the Cursed. What he didn't realize was just how much effect the videos of Quinn's duel against Pure and others had on other people. The video of what happened to Hilston wasn't broadcasted. There was footage, but Oscar demanded that it not be released. The humans already had many things to fear, and they didn't need a new one right now. However, the live streams of the duel that Quinn were in were edited down, and the clips showing off Quinn and his power the most were broadcasted. "Wait, pause the video. Did you see what he looks like? Isn't that Quinn? Quinn, the guy from the inter-base tournament. Oh crap, this can't be real. I used to beat that guy in school. I hope he doesn't remember me and come back for revenge." You really think he has time for that? He's a world leader now. He will be far too busy to do anything like that. But how did he get so strong? I remember he used to be, well, so weak. Hey, maybe if we join the Cursed faction, the same thing can happen to us. The news of Quinn's past as a nobody, a weak level one who used to get bullied all the time, was spread across the internet, and the story of his achievements as he rose was passed along as well. This seemed to inspire many from a younger generation who felt the same way Quinn had once did, and it also caused an influx of people requesting to join the Cursed faction. However, this news didn't just reach the public, it had a far wider reach than that as well. Somewhere underwater, in a large submarine that could be anywhere at any point, they had heard the news as well. Once in a while, the submarine would surface, and today was one of those days. In the middle of the sea, the giant behemoth of a submarine rised up, crashing through the waters, chucking huge waves off to either side, and when it finally settled, it stayed there for a few moments. The hatch door wasn't opened, and it looked like they were waiting for something. A few seconds later, and a small human could be seen crashing down on the submarine, hitting the upper half of its body and lifting the back of it up. The tail of the submarine crashed back down, and the white overcoat of the man could be seen fluttering through the air. It had a large number 1 on the back. "Whoa, that was a bit off a rough landing. I hope no one gets mad about that," Chris said. "Actually, maybe I need to be worried about being away for so long. But he said I could do what I wanted, didn't he? As long as I just came back when he asked. Oh well, nothing I can do about it now." He shrugged his shoulders as he opened the hatch and entered the submarine. Soon after, it descended back into the water just like before. Chris, having returned, had a lot to catch up on. However, what he was looking forward to finding out about most was who Quinn was. Supposedly he was a new world leader, but when did that happen and how? He was so determined to find out about Quinn that Chris practically ignored everyone in the Pure base that would greet him as he headed straight to his own room. When at the computer, he sniffed each of his armpits as he noticed a foul smell coming from them. "Damn, I need a shower. But first things first." Typing in Quinn's full name, as expected, there was plenty of information on him. Videos, articles, and more, and what's more, all of it seemed to be recent. However, His eyes were glued to one thing in particular. It was a video titled, Pure Leader vs. Quinn from the Cursed Faction. Then underneath it there was an article discussing the Pure Leader's death. What happened while I was away? Chris thought, as his hands were shaking. Shit, I was meant to be there. I'm sorry, my dear friend. I said I would protect you. Back on the cursed ship, they had decided to think about what Paul had said. But there was one thing that was agreed. They would remain on the planet at least until Quinn returned. According to Syl, the skill Quinn used would allow him to reappear where he had left. So if they moved, they were wondering if it would cause a problem for Quinn, and they didn't want to risk it. While walking around doing his duties as normal, a gust of wind ruffled Sam's hair. Sam, it's Quinn, Webnovel shouted. He's returned, he's come back. Everyone is already gathering at the medical bay. At first Sam thought this was great news, he had finally returned. But the question was whether Quinn was okay or not. Even if he did return, did he return as the same person as before? Although the injuries Quinn had suffered were brutal, and everyone who had seen him that day couldn't have imagined the pain he had gone through, it was nothing that a vampire couldn't heal with human blood. With the new chi he had learnt and his new body as Vampire Lord, it was actually a quicker recovery than the others expected. But by the time he had arrived at the Bertha cursed ship and placed in the medical bay, he was already back to normal. At least his body was. When Quinn came to and saw this, he looked around and went through a mix of different emotions, the first one confusion. In truth, at that very moment Quinn didn't really know what he was feeling, and with everyone trying to come in and check up on him, he couldn't really think straight. This was why, in the end, he had decided to cast the Shadow Lock skill on himself, sending him to the Black Room. A skill that Arthur had taught him. Back to the first emotion, confusion. Arthur was a vampire that had lived for a long time. He wasn't stupid and he too would have known, although the injuries were devastating. Unless killed he would have lived. So what was the point of even injuring him to that point in the first place if he was signed to let him go? Was there a need to go that far? Then his previous actions were even more troublesome. Quinn would have probably died if Arthur wasn't there to save him. No matter how hard he tried to think, he just couldn't understand it. Eventually though, being in the black space allowed him to move on from this thought and feeling, and this was where he had felt hurt by Arthur's actions. Maybe some would find it weird. After all, Quinn and Arthur didn't have much interactions and hardly knew each other. But Quinn felt like he had a closer, deeper connection with Arthur. When he was in trouble and no one was on his side at the Vampire Council table, he was there to protect him during that time. And if there was anyone that understood Quinn and the situation he was going through right now, it would be Arthur. They both shared the same shadow skill. At one point they were both human, and it seems like they were going through the same experiences. It was because of these things he felt closer to Arthur than he really was. Looking into things deeper, Quinn was starting to think about the others that disappeared around him as well. Why does this keep on happening? Quinn thought. Vorden, Arthur, and even Vincent. Why did you all choose to keep secrets from me? Did you think I wouldn't understand if you told me the truth? Was it for my sake? Or maybe you just thought I was too weak to help? Quinn saw similarities in all of these cases, and he felt slightly betrayed by all of them as well, including Vincent. Not being able to understand Arthur's actions, eventually he started to think about Vincent. Although Vincent hid things from him, he hadn't betrayed him and he started to wonder about the quest. Maybe there is a chance for me and you can talk again. There's a lot for the two of us to catch up on. Vincent in a way was Quinn's ancestor and part of the reason why he was more involved in both sides of this than he wished. Eventually, the dark feelings he felt were still there but they weakened, and he started to think about what he could do. Had the goal changed? No. Were there things that still needed changing in this world? Of course, and now he just had another question he needed asking on this list. So Arthur, you want me to get stronger? Stronger than you? Well, I'll get stronger so I can return the damage you did to me, and then I'll ask you why did you do all of this? Quinn said, picking himself up. There are those that haven't betrayed me, those in the cursed faction, and before I stood by while they got hurt. Why? Because I was scared of what the vampires were going to do. No, I can't carry on being like this. While in the dark space, Quinn noticed he could use the dimensional space and shadow equip as well. It was something else he had seen Arthur do when he took the demon tear crystal. From there he grabbed the dagger and started to cut away at his long curly hair. Since the evolution, his hair had grown slightly longer and was covering his eyes. But Quinn didn't want to be reminded of his old self. No, just like how the world needed to change, he needed to as well. When he was finally ready, he activated the shadow lock skill and appeared back at the medical bay. Both Webnovel and Linda were waiting for Quinn to return, and when he did, Webnovel immediately ran all over informing everyone of Quinn's return. It didn't take long for them all to head to the medical bay, and when they did, their eyes were glued to the person in front of them and their mouths were left wide open. "Quinn?" Nate asked. "I'm pretty sure it's the young boy it has to be. Although boy probably isn't the right word to use anymore," Dennis said. "Of course it's Quinn, he's just different," Feck said, knowing full well what had caused the change. It was hard to say Quinn looked like he once did. For one, his body structure was now that of a middle-aged man, even though he was still only 17 years old. There was no more room to grow here, and there was a sense of maturity coming off from him. His facial features were slightly more sunken in, and a light stubble could be seen on his face. It was clear that he hadn't shaved while in the dark space, but there was one thing he did do, and that was cut his hair. His old curly hair was no longer recognizable, for he had cut the sides quite short, leaving only the middle parting and a small fringe. Still, it was impossible for him to get rid of his normal curls. But without a doubt Quinn looked like a new person altogether. Just then, vibrations could be felt moving around Sam's wristwatch, and that's when he noticed the call was coming from the otherworld leaders. For a second Sam looked at Paul, but then looked back at Quinn. "Are you ready to get back to work? Or do you need more time?" Sam asked. "The world isn't going to sit around waiting," Quinn replied. Straight after coming back, Quinn was pressed to be a part of the meeting table. On their way to the main command center, Sam tried to catch Quinn up on what had happened so far. Those from Daisy were doing a great job in helping secure the planets they got from Pure, and true to their word they had given the cursed faction access to everything as it all now belonged to them. However, Oscar was now suggesting that the compulsory school military system was to start back up again on Earth, and with the threat of the Dalki, he wanted Quinn and Owen to make their main base on Earth as well. The school base would be condensed down to just 3 bases, and those from the Cursed Faction and Greylash Faction would have to send their students there as well. This time, the focus of the Academy would be on unity rather than trying to bring out those that were strongest. Sam had suggested some changes he thought Quinn would be happy with, such as consistent checks from the other factions, for them to also have their own people employed as teachers and not just the military as before. Quinn knew that the other military bases weren't as bad as what he and the others were subjected to, mainly because of Duke, but that didn't mean there wasn't discrimination still going on in the other bases either. This was why he was happy with the things Sam suggested. "I do have a couple of things I would like to add," Quinn said. "I suggest that the ability books on the marketplace up to level 5 should be mass-produced and handed to all the students. I understand why you want that, but I'm afraid that it might disrupt the economy," Oscar replied. "And if we were to allow this and another civil war was to happen, we would find ourselves in a more difficult situation. I understand, but what economy will we even have left if we are all dead? And another thing, get rid of the levels on the wristwatches the Academy uses. I understand you want there to be competition, but they cause more trouble to the students than you think. If you can't accept at least this demand, then we have a problem," Quinn said as he hung up the call, not even waiting to hear their reply. Sam didn't know what Quinn thought about while being in his dark space, but he certainly did have a different feel. Felt like Quinn was now more focused than ever. Now to move on to the next thing, Quinn thought. To complete the quest there are 2 things I need to do. The first is turn one more person using the blood ritual, and the second to select a second knight. The question is, who? Once the meeting with the other leaders was done, Quinn stood there for a while thinking about what to do. There were a few others in the command room as well, including Paul, Logan, and Sam. "I know it might be a bit early to think about what we should do next, but do you have an idea?" Sam asked. This question wasn't just asked out of the blue. Honestly, the words of Paul were ringing in his head, and he was doubting if Quinn really was fit to lead at the moment. "I think staying where we are is fine," Quinn replied. which was a surprise of an answer from Quinn. Why? Sam asked. Wouldn't it be better to locate ourselves on Earth? They have agreed to give us the city that True Dream used to own, so we can build our base there. Where we are now is quite risky because we're close to the Dalki. We also have the matter of all the planets we have been given and the resources, as well as gathering those to send to the military bases. Thinking about this, Quinn wondered whether the fact that he was 17 and technically should be in his second year of military school meant that they were expecting him to go back to school with the others. Surely Quinn could request an exception for certain members in his group. It would just be a waste otherwise. This was my line of thought, said Quinn. You told me that Daisy is doing quite well at the moment. I think their experience with running a big faction and controlling multiple planets can be used. Let Helen and her sisters be the middlemen and deal with all the planets, and we will just collect the resources off them. Won't that be a problem? Paul interrupted as he walked up the staircase to the table where Sam and Quinn were at. Giving them so much control, the others might think that Daisy is their leader and not you, Quinn. What happens if they plan to take over? Then let them. Quinn snapped almost instantly, and he almost sounded annoyed. We can't control other people and their desires. But I will make it clear that if they do betray me, then the lesson will be taught. Someone recently told me I can't be giving people second chances. Although Quinn was a lot more assertive in the answers he was giving, Paul seemed to not mind that, while Sam felt conflicted. He was worried that he might be straying down the wrong path. If you do, Quinn, don't worry. Me and the others will stop you, Sam thought. For your other questions, Quinn continued. Building a base on Earth will be nice, but it will take time and we are in no rush. We have already established ourselves here. Thanks to the teleporters, we can send a few people to slowly build a place until it's acceptable. I'll be honest, right now the only ones I feel like I can trust is the Cursed faction. So I still don't like the idea of setting up a base on Earth. As for why I think we should stay here, the answer is simple. When I was down on the inner planet by myself, there were a few legendary tier beasts and demigod tier beasts down there. I don't know what's going to happen, but I feel like something big might happen soon. Saying this, Quinn started to think about what Arthur was doing, and possibly Hilston's next move as well. With Arthur no longer there to help him, if Hilston came back for Syl, who would be strong enough to fend him off this time? Rather than relying on others, I want to make our own group stronger, starting with you guys. The main leaders all need to have at least legendary equipment, and I think this is the perfect place to be. If the Dalki come, we should be able to use the teleporters before they can do anything. Sam gave a short smile at Quinn. I'm just glad you haven't gone crazy, said Sam. I think what you said makes sense. You can leave the preparations for the military school to me. They told us to send a couple of teachers there as well, and I need to decide who would be the best fit. With the talk over and done with, Quinn was going to go back to the task at hand. But before he could leave, Paul wanted to have a word with Quinn. Quinn, I'm glad you're using your head a little, and I don't think what you said is wrong. I have a feeling there's going to be a but, replied Quinn. But I feel like this might delay the original task given to us by those vampires, said Paul. If we waste too much time here without going back, or giving them an answer, don't you think they'll try to do something? We still haven't found out anything. It was true, but before they weren't really in a position to investigate, especially since there was a civil war going on. It was hard to gather any kind of information, but now they were in a position to start looking. I understand you're worried, Paul, you always have been, Quinn said, giving out a sigh. When Kez comes back, I think it's best if we send out some type of investigation team with the two of you to start having a look. Satisfied with the answer, Paul didn't say anything and started to walk away. Quinn felt indifferent about Paul. He was someone who he wanted on his side, but it felt like he was more in it for him rather than anyone else. I guess I'm the same way. Come to think of it, Kez has been gone for a while now. The system still says they're there. Wait, would the system even update me if they died? Still, even though he couldn't feel the connection due to how far away they were, he thought the system would at least inform him if one of them did die. Looking at the number on the screen, he could see that it said September 10th. There was one more person he needed to turn. When looking around, he could see Logan tinkering away at one of the consoles to control the ship. He had several strange items by his side. The ship had impressive tech on board, the best humans could develop, but Logan still felt he could do better. A teleporter had been set up on board the ship, and from time to time he would go back and forth bringing back items from his houses. No, Logan's ability is still too useful, same with Syl. There should be some others I can pop the question to. It would also be best to turn someone while Kaz is away, he thought. Then there were two others that came into Quinn's mind when pondering who to turn. So he decided to go explore the ship while looking for them. Eventually, Quinn managed to find them, but when he did, to his surprise they were together and immediately Quinn could smell something. The two of them happened to be in Quinn's private training room and they were in there along with Linda. What happened to you guys? Quinn said. The two people he was looking at were both Nate and Dennis, and from their smell alone, he could tell that they were both no longer human. Nate started to rub the back of his head as if he was embarrassed. Oh, I thought Sam was going to update you on that. I guess he might have been a little busy. But Quinn, don't you think I look different, like, as in better? Nate said excitedly. Quinn thought, based on Nate's personality of someone who was independent and always looking to improve, would hate to be turned. But it turned out he was actually very happy about it. The main reason being he was starting to get a little attention around the ship. I guess Nate cares more about girls than he does his martial arts. I should have asked if he wanted to turn a long time ago, although I would have never said looking better was one of the benefits. Quinn thought. Who cares about that? Dennis said. Quinn, we wanted to ask you, what exactly are we? Originally, Quinn was on the search for Nate and Dennis with different intentions. He had decided that he would ask either one of them if they wished to be turned, telling them the risks and benefits of turning. He could trust the two of them to keep a secret while Kaz was away, and even if she did find out, then Quinn had already decided what he would do. Just from the smell alone, Quinn could not tell what type of vampire they were. He was not good enough, and his nose wasn't a skill he really tried to train. He only knew that they were different from humans. Still, there was something he could do. Inspect. So what are we? Nate said, with his heart beating so loud everyone present could hear it, although that was also due to their senses being improved. Sam said the two of us could turn into... Nate gulped for a second. Monsters. Well, the two of you can relax, said Quinn. The two of you are regular vampires, which means the two of you will be on the blood diet for now. Usually, Quinn wouldn't joke about in a situation like this. Changing someone was changing their life, but he had done it that many times, and the two of them didn't seem to be overly worried. In fact, they seemed more thankful. So, what did happen to you two anyway? How did you get turned? Quinn asked. The two of them began to tell their story of the attack, and how badly hurt they were at the time. They couldn't move, and if left there, they would have bled out. They were still conscious and could hear the same voice that was guiding both Paul and Sam as well. Those two champs said that it was another vampire. Dennis explained. Although we never did see them. Another vampire? And one they didn't recognize? To be able to know the blood ritual meant they couldn't have been a vampire that I turned, and Arthur only came later due to me. So, who the hell helped them and why? Quinn thought but couldn't think of anything. There was another thought that entered his mind while thinking about that. Based on the story the two of them had told, they were near death. Quinn thought he had figured out the system and blood ritual. If the two of them were near death, then shouldn't they have turned into a type B vampire and undead like Linda and Peter? Was it because they were turned by Paul and Sam, who are both vampires? Is there now a limit to their evolution? Of course, this was all guesswork by Quinn, but he did know one person who would know the answer. Vincent. Without Vincent, there wasn't much Quinn could do but to try to explain to the boys what they will be like from now on. However, it did make Quinn wonder, if his theory was right, what if Alex tried to turn someone? Would that person change into a blood fairy as well? Through this method, Quinn could choose certain classes he wanted. There was the limit to how many people one could create, and there also was the limit on how many vampires were allowed in the 10th family. It didn't seem to affect his own limit either. When checking the system, it still allowed him to use the blood ritual one more time. The two of them seemed to be nervous after Quinn had explained, but a little excited at the same time. Can the two of you use your ability? Quinn asked. After that question, their mood soured a little, as they both shook their heads. It was strange what abilities vampires could and couldn't learn, and he knew for these two, their abilities felt more like a part of them. It did for a lot of people. Quinn thought that originals could use their abilities, but that didn't seem to be the case either, as Linda and Dennis both couldn't use their ability, despite being an original, which meant trying to change Logan or Syl would be a significant risk. Don't worry, Quinn, Nate said. I'm just going to see it as a chance to get better. A new ability will be a new challenge, and who knows, maybe I can get something like your shadow now, huh? Nate said, shoving him with his elbow. Yeah, maybe, Quinn mumbled. And what about you, Linda? He said with a greater smile. You seem to have changed a bit as well. You can tell? Linda replied. When using the inspect skill, Quinn had seen all three of their classes, and Linda had changed from a draugr, and had evolved into a great draugr. Wait, you're not a vampire like us? Nate asked. Linda shook her head. She had explained to the boys about what had happened, and how Quinn had saved her, but she didn't go into detail of what she was. Is there anything new you can do? Quinn asked out of curiosity. When he evolved, there were slight changes, and it was the same for Peter. When Quinn asked this, though, Linda's face went a little red, which was odd because it was something he had never seen before on such a straightforward, serious person. She took a step back from the others, a few steps back more, and then even more until she was quite the distance away from the others. Then she proceeded to take off her armor one by one, until she was wearing nothing but the special suits made from the beast crystals that were on the ship. They watched intently for a while. The redness on her face was appearing again. It got too much that she turned around. That's when they noticed something happening to her body. What the? Nate said, as his head started to tilt up increasingly. Linda could now change her size at will, getting bigger than her original size. Now she was as big as the Dalki warriors, but she soon retracted her form and went back to what she once was and turned back around. I don't know if it improves my strength yet or not, but I can move and jump and do everything just as fast as I could previously. The only downside is the beast armor. The uniform can expand along with my body, but the beast armor can't. We could always get that hammer-hitting kid to make some giant armor for your body, Dennis said. But then where would I put it? She replied. I would need to carry it along with me somehow, and also switch between the smaller armor and larger armor. Hearing this, it sounded like if Linda had something like the dimensional space and shadow equip Quinn used, it would have been perfect. Maybe we can think of something, Quinn said, and he soon left the three of them. If they had any questions about being a vampire, Quinn left it to the usual helper, Fex. By now, Fex had a lot of experience of looking after newly turned people. With turning the two of them out of the picture, Quinn still needed to find another person. So, he continued to walk around the base while trying to rack his head. Leaving his own training room, he went into the ones next door to see what others were doing. Borden was teaching the bald kids. I wonder if... Quinn didn't want to put any children through the troubles he went through. Looking at Borden, Quinn was starting to imagine some Dalki vampire hybrid. However, Logan had stated that Borden's condition was too unstable in the first place. Trying anything like that could kill him. Seeing no one of potential in this training room, he then went on and headed into the next one. Here, he noticed that the training room had been turned into a type of games room. There were many VR pods as well as a couple of soul machines, compared to only the one they had before, and in the back, Quinn could see they were even playing a familiar game. The sound of the automatic doors behind Quinn were heard opening, and a young snapper Quinn didn't really know who was entering the room. Hey, I don't think I've seen you before. Are you one of the new recruits? The young man asked. Quinn pointed at himself and was confused for a second, but he then realized that a lot of people he met had the same reaction. Due to his hair, face, and body change, no one recognized him unless they were taking a hard look. Only when someone mentioned it or he pointed it out could they see the resemblance. Don't worry, whatever family or faction you were from doesn't matter. We're all part of the cursed family now, the man said, putting his arm around Quinn's neck. He couldn't hate a friendly stranger, especially one that was this welcoming to new people. All this new equipment for the training room, it was given to us from taking over Daisy and the Pure Planets. It's great, right? Let me show you something here, the man said, dragging Quinn along. Eventually they went to the very back, where they were all playing a game Quinn had seen when he had entered. The game is called Block Block. Are you any good, new guy? The man asked. I would say I'm pretty good, Quinn replied with a smirk, placing his fingers in his mouth. The man whistled. Hey, you guys, we got a cocky one here. Let's put him up against Jumbo. Another man walked out who had a small frame. They were a similar size to Webnovel, but instead of the green hair it was a light blue. The little man also carried 2 daggers and was in the middle of sharpening them. What use he had for them while playing the game Quinn didn't know. If there was one thing about the person, they sure were popular with the crowd. All right, everyone. Time to place your bets. We have Jumbo currently undefeated, going up against the new guy. Thanks for doing this, by the way. We were looking for someone to spice things up. The young man said. Just don't lose on the first level. Quinn honestly didn't know what he had gotten dragged into, but maybe there would be someone here he could find in this group that was worth turning. It was a tricky situation for Quinn to say no to what was happening. Suddenly, he was dragged into playing the game, and everyone was too excited. After seeing the look on their faces, he was afraid that if he said no, he would disappoint a lot of people. All these guys seemed to be having a lot of fun. Maybe I should put on a bit of a show for them, Quinn thought. Seeing how everyone was welcoming and Quinn looking around at all their faces, he realized that he didn't actually know many people in the cursed faction apart from the leaders or those in a higher position. Even the original crows, who were the first to convert and become part of the cursed faction, Quinn didn't recognize. 1,000 credits on Jumbo. I keep betting on the newbies and keep losing. I'll bet on Jumbo as well. Yeah, but those are some bad odds. I'll bet on the new guy, even if he does look a bit clueless. Ouch, that comment hurt a little, Quinn chuckled to himself. But he knew he must have appeared to be dazed to the others. The small Jumbo walked up to the block game with cheers from the crowd, and he placed his 2 daggers back into his side, down by his legs. Let's start with level 5. If you can't do that, I don't want everyone to lose any more money, said Jumbo. Hey, we're not all losing money. I have faith in you, Jumbo. Someone shouted from the crowd. The others turned to look at Quinn's expression, who just shrugged his shoulders. That's fine with me, whatever is best for you. Just because one was good at the block game didn't mean they would be strong in real life, but it did focus on reflex, speed, prediction, and other things. When the game started for Jumbo, he excelled at these things and swiftly blocked the attacks from the machine and dodged without moving out of the zone. His movements are good and smooth. He reminds me a bit of Webnovel, although less robotic, Quinn thought. The last 15 seconds were where it really sped up, and not keeping his eyes off the machine, he managed to finish the game without getting hit. Walking out of the game room, Jumbo looked proud of himself. It was the best performance he had done so far. At best, he could pass level 6, but he wouldn't be able to so 100% of the time. No one on this ship can beat me at this game apart from my teacher. Your whole act is obviously a bluff, Jumbo thought. Walking up to the game room, Quinn decided that eventually, these guys would find out who he was, so why not put on quite the show for them? Let's get this over and done with. How about level 8? Quinn suggested, which was the highest level the block game went up to. Is he crazy? Why would he go up to level 8? He does know you can't use abilities in this. I don't think I've ever seen someone complete a level 8 without using abilities. He doesn't have to do this. He could just do level 6. He can't be serious about the level 8 thing. Giving a nod to the person who was controlling the game system to the side, the man started the game. Ha, you want to try level 8? Go on then, show us something amazing, the man thought, setting up the game. At that moment, a particular person had entered the training room. That very person was Webnovel. Webnovel often went and relaxed with the others in the ship and played a few games with them from time to time. He was growing closer with the group, and his bond was getting better with them. He felt like this was what a real faction should be like, not like that of the parasites he was with before. As soon as he entered, he could hear the sound of cheering and talking at the back. These guys, they're doing bets again? Webnovel thought, walking over. Pushing through everyone, Webnovel eventually reached the front and could only see the back of someone entering the game. Teacher. Someone called out to him, and someone who was the same size as Webnovel approached. Jumbo. I'm guessing you're the one playing again? Webnovel asked. Yes, teacher. But can you believe this new guy? He comes up to the game and asks for level 8. He's just going to embarrass himself, said Jumbo. Level 8, on the block game? Webnovel started to chuckle. There's only one person who could do. His speech started to slow, as the screen above the game center showed who was inside. Maybe the others didn't recognize him, but Webnovel, being the first one to see Quinn, did. He placed his hands on Jumbo's shoulders. I'm sorry, Jumbo. 10,000 credits on the new guy, Webnovel shouted, taking advantage of the whole situation. Teacher, how could you bet against me? I don't think there's a person out there better than him at this game. The game had started, and Quinn perfectly blocked everything. He didn't do his usual tactic, where he would hit the moving parts before they came at him until the very end. When the last 15 seconds had started, getting a little too excited, he had blocked a part of the machine, and at the same time activated his chi. Oh crap! It was a habit when an incoming attack as fast as the one coming toward him did. The next second, the machine's top half went flying and crashed into the wall, crumbling to pieces. What? He broke the machine. Does that count as a win? He must have used an ability. While the others were arguing amongst others about who won, Jumbo had his head down. He had seen Quinn's impressive display, and knew he wouldn't have even lasted while playing the game at level 8. Walking up to the front before a riot started, Webnovel turned around, facing the crowd, and cleared his throat. You idiots! Webnovel shouted. Don't any of you know who this is? This is Quinn, leader of the cursed faction and now one of the first world leaders. Webnovel shouted. They were hesitant for a second. Some even thought it might have been a joke. They had seen Quinn a couple of times and watched the videos, and the two of them didn't look to be the same person. But after seeing the look and serious tone of Webnovel's voice, they soon all bowed down as a sign of respect. We're sorry, they said as they were worried about what Quinn might do to them. They saw his power in the duel, and when dealing with those pure members. Not knowing Quinn that well, they were wondering if he would deal with them the same way. Well, that was a little fun, said Quinn. Don't worry about it, you guys didn't know, and I kind of liked being treated just like one of you for the day. And Jumbo, you have talent. Just try not to be so arrogant. Let me tell you, in this world, there always seems to be someone better than you. Saying these words, Quinn felt like he was more saying them to himself. From Quinn's reaction, the others were getting a good impression of their leader. Quinn decided to use this to mingle with those on board and talk to them. He hadn't done this much and he felt a little awkward. He wasn't a very social person and didn't have many times when he needed to be social at school. If people talked to him, it was usually to ask him to do a favor for them. If he didn't do it, he would get beaten. This attention felt strange, which led Quinn to try and get out of the training room as soon as possible. But the heavy crowds were making it impossible. Seeing the discomfort, Webnovel was the one who eventually spoke up. All right, everyone, give Quinn a break. He has very important things to do and can't be talking to all of you every day for the whole day, Webnovel said as the two of them walked out of the room and headed to somewhere quieter. Thanks, Webnovel, Quinn said. You seem to get along with them well. Well, after they saw me play the block game a few times, they kept asking me to teach a few them, and it just went from there really, Webnovel replied. Of course, I didn't cheat or anything like that. He laughed nervously. Quinn, thank you for forgiving me and bringing me on board. I really like it here. Seeing Webnovel have a genuine smile on his face, Quinn started to consider Webnovel as a candidate for the next turn. Not being close to Webnovel, he never thought of this as an option. Sure, he could command Webnovel and force him to do his bidding, but he wanted those that would help him out of their own choice. However, it looked like Webnovel was treating this more like his home than others. Wouldn't he be a good person to turn? His ability is super speed, so if he's a vampire he would have that anyway. With a new ability, it's a chance to make him stronger as well. There was also the chance that he wouldn't turn into a vampire and something else, but Quinn thought a regular vampire suited him best, and maybe the system would think so as well. When the two of them had reached a quiet spot on the ship, Quinn had decided to pop the question and explain everything to do with them. Webble was listening in carefully, and Quinn was waiting for the surprised look on his face. But it never did appear. It was as if Webble already knew. "I don't have to eat people, do I?" Webble asked out of the blue. Although Quinn couldn't deny based on what he could be turned into, he thought it was a specific thing to ask. Usually, the word vampires people would think of blood. "What makes you ask that?" Quinn said. Webble revealed what he had seen Linda do, and now he understood the lack of surprise. After explaining more about the different possibilities of turning and their powers, he let Webble think and ponder about it more. "You don't have to give me a reply, no dash. I'll do it," Webble said. "Quinn, you not only saved us from the parasite's life, but you released us from that torture. I now realize how much of a prison we were in that faction. If I can help you out, get stronger while doing so to protect this new faction, then I will happily accept." The two of them went ahead and walked over to Quinn's private training room. Both Nate, Sam, and Linda were still present. Based on the room's condition and the look on their faces, it looked as if they were busy training. They quickly stopped when they saw who Quinn had entered with. "Don't worry," Linda said. "He already knows." "Webble, I'm going to ask you one more time. I know you said you owe me, but I don't want you to be doing this just because you feel like you owe me. I want you to do this for you as well," Quinn asked. "I'm positive," Webble replied. With that all and done, it was time for Quinn to turn the 10th person using the blood ritual, getting that much closer to completing the quest. The usual ritual was completed. October 10th ritual completed. Once the blood ritual began, Webble whirled around in pain just like all others before him. Quinn was getting ready for anything to happen. So far nobody had turned into a creature that needed to be dealt with like Edward had warned him about. But there was a first time for everything. Come to think about it, wouldn't the blood fairy and the damper count as dangerous types that need to be dealt with? Just because they weren't wild doesn't mean they won't be troublesome for the vampires. Quinn thought. Finally the evolution was complete. 10 out of 10 blood rituals have been completed. Updating blood ritual skill. Currently 1050 blooded. Strangely, the 50 in the message started to be scratched out, as if the system had changed its mind, and the next message confirmed Quinn's worries. Error. Unable to complete upgrade to blood ritual skill. Added prerequisite. Complete. Become a vampire leader. Quest for skill upgrade. The new amount Quinn was able to turn had come as a surprise to Quinn. But when he thought about it more, it started to make sense. Usually there were around 50 of those that were closely related to the leader that knew their ability, and those that had been turned by a leader would have the same blood. Congratulations! You have successfully created a Strigoi. A Strigoi is a type of vampire that has not yet chosen its path. Evolution will commence once the Strigoi has decided on its future path. Possible evolutions include the Strigoi Mort, a dangerous vampire that focuses on physical abilities, or a Strigoi Vu that is a sorcerer among vampires. Strigoi are not affected by sunlight. They also consume human blood via simple touch, powering their ability to transform into an animal-like creature. Strigoi are just as mortal as vampires, but apart from their speed, they share only a few physical traits. Even this may vary depending on what animal they are able to transform into. Another new subclass. I was expecting this after having had so many normal vampires lately, but at least it doesn't look to be anything dangerous. Quinn thought. It remained to be seen just how powerful this new subclass would be. Judging by the description, Quinn felt it would be somewhere between a Class C and a Class A type vampire. He was already curious about what further evolution Webble would undergo in the future. "So I'm a Stonky?" Webble asked. "No, you're a Strigoi," Quinn corrected him after explaining all the details to him. "Wow, he can actually transform. Sounds like it would have been perfect for someone like me." Dennis sighed from the side, wishing he still had his wings. "Are you going to show us what you can turn into?" Nate asked, curious and now starting to feel that just having a bit of power was a little boring. Fortunately, the blood abilities were certainly something fun to use. Didn't Quinn say I would need human blood to transform? However, I don't see any humans around here. Webnovel replied. Taking out his flask, Quinn wanted to check if Webnovel could also consume it directly. Unlike the others though, Webnovel didn't feel a sweet scent enter his nose. In fact, when he attempted to drink blood from the flask, he felt disgusted as soon as a single drop was placed on his tongue, which wasn't the reaction of a normal vampire at all. It seems that the bit about consuming it through touch is quite important. Quinn suspected. Let's leave it for now, but if you get the chance it would be best to learn how to use your powers as soon as possible. As for your ability, and that goes for all of you, I would hold off learning a new one for now. They didn't understand why, so they just assumed Quinn had a reason for telling them this. Quinn left them wondering as he walked to a different part of the ship to carry on with his business. Taking a look at his quest, he could now see that there was only one thing to do, selecting a second vampire knight. After completing this quest, Quinn would also have to head back to the tombs to meet Vincent again. Maybe I should hold off on selecting someone until I'm back in the vampire world. That way I could go do the other quest straight away. Honestly, Quinn just didn't have a single person in mind who he felt was undoubtedly suited for the vampire knight role. He would also prefer to get the opinion from his current vampire knight. When Quinn stopped, he found himself heading into the forging room. As usual, the busy sound of hammers striking down on metal was audible before one even entered the room. Looking inside, Quinn was surprised that it looked the same as before. He had been told that Pure had attacked them, leading to some areas of the ship getting damaged. But although it could be seen in some parts, the forging area appeared as if new. I guess they can fix anything if they put their mind to it. When Alex noticed who had just walked in, he immediately put his hammer down and rushed over, pulling Quinn by the arm. I'm sorry, Quinn. Please you're not going to kill me, are you? Alex asked worriedly. The others also started to slow down their hammering as they noticed Alex acting strangely. Is this about you showing your wings to everyone here? Quinn asked. Don't worry about it. The good thing is, no one knew what your ability was before, so we can just cover it up saying it was your ability. The only reason I wanted you to hide it was because of Kaz. But you don't need to worry about that anymore. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Alex looked relieved. Thank the smithing gods. I thought you were about to drain my blood, forcing the others to make weapons out of me. Quinn had no idea why Alex thought he would do such a cruel thing. On a separate note, I have a few requests. Would you be able to create a large-scale piece of armor, one that could fit a Dalki? Quinn asked. Of course. But is there anyone in the cursed faction that can use such armor? Alex answered, as he started to mentally go over each cursed member. Perhaps it was someone who had recently joined. You don't have to worry about that. As for the second thing, everyone in here saw you change as far as I'm aware? Alex looked at the others and nodded slowly. Even if he wanted to lie, something inside him prevented him from doing that. He was afraid that even if Quinn wouldn't kill him, perhaps he would get rid of all the witnesses. If you think someone is interested in sharing your type of ability, tell them to come meet me, it might be interesting. Quinn told him. He was thinking about the theory he had come up with earlier. If Alex could turn someone, would he turn that person into a blood fairy? If that turned out to be the case, then it would certainly be very helpful if they ended up having to fight the vampires. I know you're not a fighter, but I've realized after last time that there might be a chance that another surprise attack happens on the trip, so I think it would be best if you did some fighting training and made some gear for yourself, just in case. Pulling a piece of red armor from underneath, Alex had a smile on his face. I'm already one step ahead of you. It's light in design, so I can even work while wearing it. After all, I really don't want to die on this ship. Great. Unless you have something very important that can't wait. Meet me in my personal training room around 6 p.m. Quinn instructed him before walking off, heading to his own room, away from the eye of others. When Quinn was finally alone, he decided to use the shadow lock. There was no longer any need for a private room for him to practice in. The shadow lock was even better than that. A large empty space that went on forever. Nothing could get destroyed in here and he could use his full strength. It also had the added bonus of being away from everyone. All right, let's try this. Quinn thought to himself as he closed his eyes. A few hours later, Alex left the forging area and entered the training room. When he arrived, Alex saw that he wasn't the only one that had been called here. "Did Quinn tell you to come here as well?" Nate asked with a grin. Next to him were Linda, Dennis, Nate, Sam, Wevel. Alex, still baffled, just nodded, having thought that Quinn wanted to give him some one-on-one training. "We need to think about what we all have in common." Sam started to speculate. His mind always went to things like this, seeing everything as a puzzle. All of us aren't human. That's the common factor between us. "But then where is Fex and Paul?" Linda asked. "Perhaps they will come later." Sam shrugged his shoulders. However, when the doors opened again, it wasn't Paul or Fex, but Quinn. "It looks like everyone is here. That's great. Seems like I'm the last one to arrive. So sorry about that." Quinn apologized with a kind smile. "I guess let's just get started straight away then. All of you here have lost your ability. As most of you know, the abilities vampires can learn differ from the ones humans can. Unfortunately for all of you, the abilities you had in the past belong to the group that are not compatible with your current bodies. If you want to, starting today, I'm willing to teach you all how to use the shadow ability." The idea of teaching everyone the shadow ability had popped into Quinn's head more than once. But it all started when Sam first asked if he could learn the shadow ability. It was a strong defensive ability that could be utilized in many different ways, due to vampires and subclasses being strong and having their own set of skills. The two things worked well together. In the past, those with the shadow ability were known as the Punishers, and they were so strong that they were feared by other vampires. It was clear it was a good ability and worth teaching others. They had all seen how Quinn was able to use it in battle and didn't question whether the ability was good or not. As time went on, Quinn found more reasons for the others to learn how to use the shadow ability, such as Linda with her transformations. The shadow equip and dimensional space would have been perfect for her. The problem was, Quinn had learnt the ability through a book using the system. He didn't know how to actually use the ability and would just activate it using the system. His hope was that maybe Arthur could teach someone else and Quinn one day. It was also why Quinn felt like he wasn't allowed to teach others this ability even if he did know how. Arthur was the leader of the Punishers, so it would be up to him who could learn the ability or not. It was safe to say Quinn didn't think this way anymore. "You do all have a choice if you want to learn this or not. I just think it will be advantageous to you all," said Quinn, as he waited for someone to speak up and object. Everyone stood there in silence, which was there was of agreeing, and had a determined look on their face. Still, one person did raise their hand, and it was Nate out of surprise. "Quinn, why did you choose to teach all of us? As in, what was your criteria?" Nate asked. "Criteria? I mean, all of you are vampires who have lost their ability. I can't teach it to Paul or Fex since they already have an ability." Quinn spoke like it was quite obvious. "Then can I ask, why did you choose not to invite CIA? Or is she on her way?" asked Nate. Quinn gave Nate the silent treatment for a few seconds. "You forgot, didn't you?" Sam said, smiling as he remembered that they, too, had forgotten about CIA. CIA was the one who had the missing memories, not Quinn. Usually, he would leave everything about her down to Layla. He just felt awkward interacting with her ever since he had removed her memories. When Quinn was around her, he could feel the shift in the air between the two of them. "She did save us when we were fighting against that demon-tier beast. Her scream and future warnings are useful, but at the same time, I'm a little scared to know the possible future." Quinn thought. "Permission to be the one to go grab her?" Nate asked with his hand raised and his body stiff like he was back in military school. Sure. Go ahead," Quinn said, still feeling a little embarrassed that he had forgotten about her. "Just don't mention this to her. She might pierce all our eardrums." A few moments later and Nate had returned with CIA. When she entered, Quinn had started his speech all over again, telling them why he had gathered them all as if the others had never heard it, and even spoke in the dramatic fashion he did the first time. Some of them giggled and were unable to hold in their laughter at this after Quinn was done. "Is there a joke or something I don't understand?" CIA asked, looking at the others. "Don't worry about them. They are just immature. Unlike me." Nate replied with his chest puffed out, standing next to her. Moving on, it was time for Quinn to teach them what he knew about the shadow. To teach someone the shadow, they needed to know a lot about their ability, and usually those who taught abilities were the originals who discovered them. For Quinn, he really needed to start from the drawing board, and doing this, he would do so while in his shadow lock space. Silence, time to think, and a way to be in tune with his body. Thankfully, Quinn was quite skilled at feeling the different energies that were in his body. There were times when learning how to use different skills, he would do this and learnt more about how his abilities worked. It was even how he turned the standard blood swipe and created the blood crescent kick. Using this knowledge, he thought he could do the same with the shadow. The other advantage he had to learn about the shadow was his more vast knowledge about Qi. Thanks to learning the second stage of Qi, Quinn also needed to fine-tune his control over the first stage of Qi. All of his experiences so far and the little training of the shadow he had done with Arthur allowed him to understand the shadow more. Quinn started to think back to when he first learnt the shadow, the basic things he could do with it. Then when using the shadow, just simply controlling it and moving it around, he focused on everything that was going through his body at that time. It was difficult as every skill and everything he did when using the shadow was slightly different, and he somehow needed to explain this to the others. So far, Quinn had only learnt how the shadow control skill had worked, and he would be teaching them this first. It would be a while before he learnt the other skills and would be able to pass it on to the others. Explaining to the others wouldn't be enough and would take quite a long time, so Quinn had a shortcut in mind. Just like how others would infuse Qi and red aura energy into him, Quinn would try to share his shadow energy with them. Placing his hands on their backs one by one, he would try to move a little bit of his own shadow aura into their bodies to allow them to get the feeling. This would also turn what mutant cells they had in their body into those that would allow them to use the shadow ability. No longer letting them learn another ability. Separating the different engines in my body is a little hard, but it doesn't matter if these guys get a little bit of Qi and vampire energy in the process. Quinn thought. There was always a risk like what nearly happened with Chris and Leo happening to others, but everyone here was already turned. Okay. All of you should have the feeling of the shadow in your body, and you need to remember this feeling, Quinn said. Then pulling out from his own shadow, Quinn had a book in his hand. I wrote down everything in this book about how to use and control the first skill, shadow control, as well as the feeling of the actual shadow. We will come back every day at this time, and keep moving on from there. In Quinn's head, even though he didn't know much about the shadow, as he learnt about it more, he would teach them what he knew. It was as if someone was going for piano lessons for the first time, and teaching somebody else. As long as Quinn was one lesson ahead of the others, he could teach them what he had learnt. Our own personal ability book written by Quinn, Nate said with a smirk. Perhaps what is happening right now is exactly how the ability books and skill books came into circulation, Sam commented. History repeating itself. When everyone left, they were in a bright mood. The sadness from having lost an ability had disappeared, and they felt the joy of learning something new again. Quinn felt like the future would be bright if everyone here knew the shadow ability, then if they were ever in trouble or needed to support each other, those with the shadow ability could help. But without an adequate teacher and the system, the learning would take a long time compared to Quinn. How long was up to them. Waiting inside the room, Quinn heard the door open as there was another person he had invited here, but asked to come a bit later. How are you doing, bro? Fex said, walking in. Tired, Quinn replied. I'm not surprised, you went through a pretty big growth spurt. They both chuckled. Fex was a more talented vampire than the others knew or gave him credit for. He was a young vampire that used to be the strongest of the direct dements before he was punished. That never stopped Fex from improving. He was also the first one to discover how to use a blood weapon without having to kill a vampire. An amazing feat that no one had yet discovered that surely would put Fex in the Council's good books. A game changer. Although Quinn did want to talk to Fex about this, that wasn't what he had called him over for today. Instead, he wanted to talk about another skill that Fex could do that Quinn couldn't. A new stat that Quinn had only gained recently. I was wondering if you could teach me more about blood control? Quinn asked. Before asking to meet with Fex, Quinn did try to increase the blood control stat by himself. Now that his body had evolved into a vampire lord, Quinn was sure his stats should have been able to increase beyond what they were all currently at. Before, they were all maxed out at 60 points each. He had hit the limit of a vampire noble. Thanks to Quinn's system, he was able to gain a stat point from consuming other people's blood. He had gathered this from the members of the faction. Once again, he had asked Sam to bring him more blood from faction members he had yet to consume, and this was where the problem started. Increasing a single stat point now required 10 or sometimes even more of the same blood type. The good news was that if consuming 10 O-types, Quinn would still gain a free stat point, where he could use this however he wished and could place it into any stat, including the blood control. Eventually, he managed to raise some of his stat points. Strength 64. Agility 62. Stamina 61. Charm 60. Blood control 14. Then the real problems started. Consuming so many different blood types in one sitting was making his red aura run wild. A burning sensation going through his body fighting to get out. Quinn had felt this feeling once before. It was blood addiction. In the past, Quinn was able to mix the blood with his chi to curb the blood addiction, and from that day forward, he had no problems consuming people's blood while having to worry about the blood addiction. The difference was, he never had to consume as much blood in one sitting as he did now, and it looked like the same symptoms were returning. When trying to calm it down like he did with his chi before, it seemed like his blood powers were now stronger than his chi powers. Was there a balance before? It looks like if I want to get rid of the blood addiction and power through my stats with blood, I might have to find a way to increase my chi. But is that even possible? Didn't I already reach my limit? The size of chi I can control hasn't increased for a while now. Not being able to improve his chi, and afraid of consuming too much blood, Quinn needed to focus on another way to increase his stats, which eventually led him to think about Fex, the only person who currently knew about blood control. Ah man, you know I'm terrible at explaining these things. It's just a feeling, you know? Fex said, pulling his hair back like he usually did. Quinn started to notice when Fex was in tough situations and didn't really know what to do. It was a habit of his. I had a feeling you would say that, Quinn replied, remembering last time he had asked Fex to teach him how to fight. Why don't you just tell me what you know? Or show me what it can do? Quinn asked. Yeah, I can do that, Fex said, hoping he wouldn't disappoint. Fex started to throw out his red blood strings out on the floor while they were still attached to his fingertips. He then detached them and left them there lying on the floor, and soon they started to move and rise up off the ground. Blood control is something that all the leaders know, and from what I know not all vampires can even do it. Fex started to explain. Blood is everything to a vampire, and it's how our powers work, and the more control they have over it, the more powerful their attacks. So far, Fex had said the same thing that the description had already told him, but was wondering if there was more to it. My blood control is still weak, but it lets me move the strings even after they have been detached, allowing me to create more points and connections. Usually, I can only make 10, but with my needles and the blood control, it's like fighting against multiple people from the 13th family. If I could use it well enough, I could probably control a puppet to do my bidding and fight myself like my father, but I'm not at that point yet. There's also blood hardening, which is also a form of blood control. I'm sure you remember some of the leaders and vampire knights using that. But as I said before, the strength of one's blood control is dependent on the person. Unless you're the king, of course, they have the best blood control. The king, Quinn replied. I thought the king was voted in, not chosen because he was the one who had the best blood control. You're correct, a king is voted in, but think about it, if a weak king was placed, would people listen to him? Especially for those vampires that see strength above all. After the first king went to sleep, he did so, leaving something behind. Some say he used his ability to create it. Some said it was an item that belonged long ago. The item is given to the next king, and with it are the secrets of how to obtain absolute blood control. Once that king vacates, then it gets passed on to the next one. When Fex was talking about the first king, he was sure he was talking about Eno and not the original king from where Arthur had gotten his shadow abilities from. The first king Eno, a person with the ability of equivalent exchange. A mysterious, powerful ability where the limits were unknown. That would be a nice shortcut, huh? Said Fex with a smile. If we could just get that item, then you could learn blood control easy. Yeah, but I would have to be king for that, and I think with those old men at the council, my chances are pretty low. Not that Quinn ever had the idea of becoming king in the first place. Hey! If I was one of the vampire leaders, I would give you my vote, Fex said, punching him on the shoulder. When Fex said these words, he heard Fex's heart skip a beat. A sign of pain. The fact that he was no longer a part of his family still hurt him somewhere deep down. Why don't you show me that blood control again? And this time I'll place my hand on your back, Quinn said, trying to move on from the conversation. Quinn had a reason behind this. If he couldn't increase his stats from consuming blood, there was one other way. In the past, Quinn repeatedly tried to use his charm skill, learning the phantom punch. After suffering with headaches and pushing on, his charm stat naturally increased on its own. So he knew there was a way to increase his stat points by improving oneself. The idea was if he figured out how to use blood control, maybe he too could continue to train in it, naturally causing the stat to rise. The problem was, he didn't really know how to use blood control, which was why he was planning to focus and feel what Fex was doing with his body instead. After learning how the shadow worked, maybe he could do the same thing with Fex and figure out how blood control worked. The more he understood it, the easier it would be to use it and improve it. But it seemed like it was a little harder than he thought. Is it because my stats points in blood control are so low in the first place? After trying for a while, Fex was tired and so was Quinn. He had just had a whole session of teaching everyone the shadow ability, and focusing used a lot of mental energy. He could only do it for so long. Let's call it a day, Quinn said. I'm sorry, man, Fex replied. I wish there was someone better to teach you. Maybe Edward could teach you when we return back to the vampire world. He's a good teacher and a cool guy. He is different from the other old dudes there, Quinn said. Hearing this and thinking about the vampire world made Quinn wonder something. About your blood weapon and soul weapon. Do you plan on telling the other vampires how to do it? Quinn asked. Fex had thought about this a lot. He knew that some vampires had bad intentions, and he was potentially making them stronger, but if he told all of them, then the power of those opposed and against would be equal. The other problem was Kez had already seen him use it anyway. I want to at least tell my family, Fex said. But I know if I did, they would have to reveal this information to the others. I think for now it would be best if we kept it a secret, just until we see what will happen, said Quinn. When leaving the room, Quinn was planning to finally head back to his room and rest up for the night. He imagined that training every day for the next few days would be quite tiring. The group continued their training for the next week or so, and didn't leave the planet. Until they were well versed in the shadow, there were no planned hunts on the planet. Quinn also continued to learn the blood control little by little, and eventually, a week later he had increased his control by a single point. Blood control 15. It's still a little too slow. Quinn, come quick, Sam said, entering the training room where him and Fex stood. It's Kaz. She's finally returned. And she's alone, saying she needs to speak to you about something urgently. On a planet where the sun never shined, blocked out by a strange contraption, there stood a castle. Many other castles surrounded it, but this castle was different. In front of the castle were mansions, gardens, living areas, and more. However, every single one of them was empty. This was the 10th family's castle area. Although the buildings were repaired, the damage done from Roa and his bloodsuckers were irreversible. For one, the number of people that now remained in the 10th family was significantly less. There would be around 100 vampires living in the inner area castle in the other castles, then 50 or so living in the castle. For the 10th area, there was Leo, Timmy, Xander, Amy, Aaron, and the 10 students that had survived and agreed to stay. There were more in the 10th family, but they were in the pooling area. They were only in the 10th family because the other families were full. Even with Timmy's plan of handing out high-tier beast gear, they just didn't wish to join the inner family. They felt like the 10th family was not strong enough to protect them from certain dangers. Still, Leo, with the help of Timmy, completed their duties, helping those in the 10th family whether they wanted to or not. Leo was currently on the second highest floors, and he had changed the room to suit his style. The floors were now covered in wood, and the surrounding area was made to feel like a dojo. He didn't like to use the throne room as he never felt like it was meant for him. Right now, in front of him, he had paperwork spread out across the floor that usually Edward would have to deal with. One of the royal knights had come by asking for updates, but Timmy didn't know about it either. Turned out, Edward did a lot more than they thought. Each castle had a plot of land given to them, where the inner castle area was, and the leaders of each land were like lords back in the past. They had to decide where they wished to focus their resources on. Standing up, Leo was struggling. That kid, he just left the room, telling me to deal with it since it was grown-up stuff, but he forgot one thing. How is a blind man meant to do paperwork if I can't even see what's on it? Do you need some help? A soft voice said, taking off her shoes and walking in wearing high white knee socks. Silver sat down next to Leo and started to sort through the piles of paper. I was starting to think you weren't blind with how well you use your sword, Silver commented. You were quite skilled yourself. Maybe in the future, we could duel and learn some skills from each other. Leo suggested. It would be an honor to learn something from a sweet lady like yourself. Silver couldn't help but smile at the comment. She had been complimented many times, but it always felt like there was an alternate motive. Here, she knew that Leo was just being a gentle, kind person. You should be careful with what you say to people who are older than you, Silver replied. Older? By the sound of your voice and your body figure, I would have thought you were someone in their late 20s. With Leo's ability, it was impossible for him to see clear features of someone. He could only see an outline and judge by their voice, unless he started to touch her face out of the blue. It seems you have a lot to still learn about vampires, she replied. Indeed. While Silver was going through all the paperwork, she would discuss with Leo what he would want to be done. There were certain decisions to be made and requests from those in the 10th family, such as building applications, requests for repairs, and even minor disputes. It was starting to feel that the vampires weren't really that different from humans. With the two of them, they eventually managed to complete all the paperwork for that day. Thank you for your help, but I assume you didn't just come over here to help a blind man, Leo said. I have my own questions I would like to ask you as well. I think that young boy was right to make you a leader, Silver replied. You have great insight, Edward would have been proud. Why don't you ask your questions first? What is going to happen to the 10th family? A lot of our forces are no longer weakening our power. When I first joined, there were many that would pick on those from the 10th, but slowly we were starting to change that. Suppose nothing is done about our position, or a rebalancing between the families. In that case, the 10th will struggle more than ever. I'm sure that is not the intention of the king. Leo thought this, based on the king's actions that day. He was a good leader, someone who had personally come to try and save the 10th family, and based so far with his decision-making, he tried to please everyone. Things have been moving slowly, Silver replied. Dwight, the royal knight, was meant to oversee what would happen to the 10th family, but instead, he has been too obsessed with trying to find out who was aiding Roa. Of course, there have been no leads. There have been several meetings about this, and I know you haven't been invited to any of them, so that's why I have decided to come personally. Honestly, this is something that would be unacceptable, treating a family like so. The past 10th leaders in their eternal sleep would be rolling around in their graves. They helped to create this society, and now they are treating the 10th like this. It was clear that Silver was angered by this. She was a caring person even if it wasn't to do with her family. They are taking advantage that your leader isn't present. What I can tell you for now is all the leaders are preparing something big. If my hunch is right about what is soon to happen, eventually they will have no choice but to see you. See me or the 10th family? Leo replied. They will come after Quinn. The reason I am telling you this is because you are his vampire knight. Me myself as a vampire knight, I know how vital our duties are, and we must be prepared to sacrifice our own lives for our leaders. Unfortunately, no matter what, the 10th family plays a significant role in all of this, and when they come, they will either do one of two things: ask you to join their side or attempt to get rid of you. I owe a lot to the 10th family, but I still belong to the 13th, so this warning is the most I can do, and maybe this is selfish of me, but I have a request. I know my brother will help Quinn no matter what, just like Quinn did for him, so please, protect my brother. Leo, experiencing what he had experienced in his life, knew what Silver was implying. The Vampire Council was split, which meant that the 10th family would be the deciding factor. They would either try to convince the 10th to join them or force them. Is this a request from you, or a request from the 13th family? Otherwise, this could get you into trouble, and it could be seen as the 10th siding with the 13th family. Standing up and getting ready to leave, Silver turned her head before leaving the room. This is a personal request. Maybe we can have the duel sometime, she said, and the next second she was gone. As soon as she disappeared, Leo's eyebrows frowned inward. Things might start to get difficult. I should continue with teaching the kids Chi as quickly as possible. The king's castle was located in the center of the others, larger, taller, and more robust than the rest. From the center, 7 castles would go out to the left and right side of the king's castle, making a semicircle shape. Inside the king's castle, there was a dedicated room where the portable teleporters they used would be locked into. This was set up for Kaz, as well as the other vampire agents on Earth to use, and was guarded at all times by a group of royal vampires. There were no expected visits, so when the guards could see a portal opening up, they were on guard with what was about to appear. Soon after, they could see Kaz with 2 people. Layla, who was still knocked out and being held in Kaz's arms, and Peter, who had decided to walk himself while carrying his severed arm. Kaz, Vampire Knight of the First Family. I am here to make a report. I also request permission for these 2 to be seen by the second leader, she said. The royal guards recognized her straight away and went ahead to report. Until she got the okay, she was unable to move out of the room. Not that she would if she had tired. Inside the room were 4 royal guards with their royal blue trim around their uniform. Each of those had the same strength as a vampire knight. If she wanted to try to fight them, it would be a quick demise even for her. Their ranks holding the same weight, she had to make sure to show the respect that came with it as well. Eventually, Dwight had entered the room, each step with conviction and his hands behind his back. Has something happened? Kaz thought. She knew straight away something was up. Dwight was the calm and collected royal knight. But this was an impatient, angered man. You may make your report to me, Dwight said. She gave a respectful bow before asking her own question. Has something changed? I usually make my reports in front of the king. The king is having troubles. You may speak to me, and I promise I will report to him. Kaz started off her report explaining what had happened so far, and then went into detail about Quinn's current position, how he had now become one of the world leaders, and how they should be able to dig up information easier now. That's one bit of good news, said Dwight. But I'm afraid I don't know how much it really matters. He mumbled, but it was still heard by Kaz. Dwight had a feeling that possibly the incident with the agents had to do with the betrayal as well and were one in the same. So his focus was still on finding who had teamed up with Roa. And why have you brought these 2 with you? I didn't expect you to return with anyone. Not without the 10th leader anyway? Dwight asked. It was from the request of the 10th leader. He had asked me to come earlier than expected due to 2 reasons. The first, during the duel I just informed you about. These 2 suffered injuries that are unable to be healed from their natural regenerative abilities. As for the second reason, the 10th leader has said he has some concern that something might have happened to those at the 10th castle. Hearing this, Dwight's eyes winded. How was Quinn able to know what was happening here at the vampire world? Was he in communication with one of his own somehow? Going closer and having a look at Peter, Dwight looked him up and down. He could see he was weak. You're a white, correct? Dwight asked, to which Peter responded with a nod. You are known for being unkillable while having the best regeneration abilities to offer. So how is this possible? This was certainly a concern for the vampires. If the humans had found a way to suppress the healing abilities that vampires had, then that was one advantage less they had over the humans. However, he didn't know how much of a concern this would really be. Were the vampires a bigger threat to themselves at the moment? Or the humans who seem to be growing at a rapid rate? You have permission to take them to see the second leader about the tense situation. I'm sure you will find out what is going on from your leader. Also, don't return back to the 10th until we have certain things sorted here. I have a message I would like you to deliver to him, but now is not the right time. Saying these final words, Dwight started to walk off as if he was He was even in a rush when speaking the whole time. It felt like he was trying to get everything out as quick as possible. Is it the king? Is his condition really unstable at the moment? Sir Dwight, Kaz called out. There was one more thing I wanted to report. It's about the 13th decedent Fex. Somehow dash. If it's not related to the task that was requested, then you can leave it for now. Dwight had cut her off, and he had already left the room. Maybe I should have mentioned it at the beginning, but I was unsure whether or not to report in the first place, but I'm sure Fex was able to use a blood weapon just like how humans are able to use soul weapons. Unless given permission, no one was allowed to enter the upper floors of the king's castle, and her being only a vampire knight and not even a leader, she wouldn't be granted a second meeting so soon, so she decided to leave it for now. After all, Dwight did say he would meet her again to deliver a message to Quinn, and she would always inform him before she went back. A quick journey was made to the second castle, and they were informed beforehand of Kaz's visit. The three of them, including Layla, who was still being held in Kaz's arms, were escorted to the top floor where the second leader Cindy was at. When they entered the room, they could see a woman around her 40s, wearing a large grand black dress, where the bottom half was puffy like a huge flower similar to a wedding dress. She gently drank her tea as she looked out the window. Kaz, I wonder what your father would think if he knew you were doing such tasks for the Tense family and that you decided to come and see me, the second leader, personally. Layla was placed down on a makeshift bed in the room. It was basic, but there were many of them in the second leader's throne room. In the past, at the worst of times, the room would be filled with patients waiting for her to use her ability. Peter also sat down in a chair next to Layla. He didn't know how much longer he could walk as his wound was throbbing with pain, something he wasn't used to. Still, he decided to listen carefully to the conversation as it seemed these two didn't get along. I don't understand what you mean. I am doing a task given to me by Dwight, Kaz replied. Of course. But you're not so silly to not know about the politics going between our two families, are you? The king is soon to go into his eternal slumber. Everyone is aware of this, and the two front runners are the first family and the second family. We all saw how much the 10th cared for his people. If I save these two, then he will owe me a great favor, turning the tide to our side, and you have personally delivered them to me. If he knew about this, I'm sure he would punish you. So the question is, why didn't you kill them when you had the chance? When Cindy spoke this, her eyes were glowing red. Cindy was often known as one of the gentle, kind-hearted leaders, but right now Kaz wasn't feeling this was the case. The first leader is not like that. Just like me, he follows the vampire code, Kaz replied, not backing down. The first family, just like all the other families, works for the king. The current king. There is no new king yet, Kaz said as she left the room. Leaving the second castle, there was one more place that she needed to visit, the first castle. She was wondering what to tell her fathers and what he would think of the vampires he sent after Quinn. Although she used to believe her father was a man who cared about the law more than anything, she was starting to think he was straying from this path. She just hoped the incident was a one-off. When finally entering the castle, she had gone straight to her father's throne room and had given a report of everything, including the fact that Quinn had killed the vampires that were sent. It was expected. Honestly, if he couldn't do that much, then he never deserved to be a leader in the first place. Don't worry too much. Times have changed, and I think the 10th family won't have much use soon, Bryce replied. Even if she helped them too, that young boy will be too angry at what happened to the 10th people, especially since it was the previous second leader that caused that mess in the first place. Are you talking about Roa? Kaz replied. Bryce explained what had happened to the 10th family while away, including how the king got involved, and now things were making sense. If Quinn knew about this, what would his reaction be? With those he needed to protect on the cursed ship, would he come back to protect the vampires? She thought. Kaz had seen how much he did and cared for those in the cursed faction, but she wondered if he thought of the 10th people the same way. Couldn't be possible, after all Quinn only knew them for a short while. There is one more thing I would like to report that I was unable to report to Dwight, said Kez. It's about the ex-descendant of the 13th family Fex. I believe he has somehow discovered a way to summon a blood weapon from within one's body, without creating a weapon from a crystal. A large smile appeared on Bryce's face as he got up and out of his throne, and started to walk over to Kez. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Good job. This is definitely great news. Tell everything you know to him, he said, walking off laughing to himself. Wait, are you not going to report this to the king? Kez asked. But her father didn't say anything and had just left the room. Please don't tell me you will break the rules again, father, otherwise, I don't know what to believe anymore. Once the little spat between the two girls was over, Peter decided to sit there silently. Honestly, he didn't think he had the energy to scream. The pain from his severed arm was disappearing, and he was wondering if it was because he was getting closer to death. Wait, aren't I undead anyway? I guess I'll just become an unmoving corpse then. Finally, the second vampire leader Cindy started to walk over to the two of them. Now let's see what we have over here, Cindy said. She walked past Peter and was taking a look at Layla first. She just looked around her body, noticing that there were no marks or scars, and even the wound on her stomach had healed up, but there was a scar left over it. Strange, she seems fine, and her wounds have healed to a certain point, but now it looks like they have stopped, and she's showing no sign of waking up, Cindy said, speaking to herself, well aware that Peter was in the room. Still looking at Layla on the bed, she moved her fringe to the side, revealing the two small bumps on her head. A Hanaya, so rare, she said with her eyes glowing. It's a shame that someone so special like you fell into the hands of the 10th. She continued to look at Layla for a while now, not doing much other than inspecting the horns on her forehead, and eventually this had frustrated Peter to the point where he needed to say something. Hey lady, not to say my friend doesn't need help or anything, but I think I'm the one that's dying, Peter said, his face covered in sweat. Maybe I'm the one you should look at first? Moving from the side of the bed, Cindy walked over to where Peter was. Finally, I can get my AR dash. Trying to finish his sentence, it was interrupted as he felt something hard go against his mouth, busting his lip and jolting his head. Soon his whole body was following along as he went crashing and tumbling into the beds. I know you are new to all of this, but there is a certain level of respect that needs to be met when speaking to a leader. We spent years rising to this position, and to finally get it, I will not be spoken down to by an undead like yourself. You are lucky I am even bothering to treat you. Turning around, she didn't bother to check on Peter's condition. She couldn't care less if he died. She would simply say he didn't arrive in time and blame it on Kaz for delaying them. Instead, she went back to Layla. Thankfully, Peter was still alive, as she had only slapped him. Lying on the floor with parts of one of the beds on top of him, he tried to get up but simply had no energy. Attempting to lift up his head, he quickly failed and passed out. Opening her eyes slowly, Layla was greeted with a ceiling filled with strange markings she didn't recognize. It was covered in engravings that looked like they belonged to a century she had only seen in history books. Where am I? She thought, as the last thing she could remember was activating her skill trying to save her mother's life. Beyond that, she had no clue what had happened after. Turning to her side, she could see Peter there in his bed, with his arm attached and bandaged up. She was happy there was at least one familiar person with her in the room. You're finally awake, Peter said. Good thing that woman isn't here. I imagine she would be jumping all over you right now. Looking underneath her sheets, Layla realized that her clothes had changed from what she last remembered wearing, and now she was wearing casual gothic clothing that the vampires often wore, and her bow was nowhere to be seen either. Did she change me while I was asleep? She said with her face bright red. Relax. I didn't see anything, Peter replied. It probably happened while I was passed out. Your uniform was ripped anyway. Oh, right, Layla said slowly, as she started to remember everything that happened. What happened after how am I still alive? Peter was thinking about what to say. He knew the tough question was coming, and even though he just wanted to blurt it out and get it over with, if there was one person who should have told her in person about what had happened, it should have been Quinn. "'Cause brought the two of us here, apparently Pure knows how to use some special chi that stops vampires from regenerating, so the suggestion was made to bring us here. The strange lady should be back soon. She was the one that healed us. I don't know if it's a healing ability, but it wouldn't make sense if it was. None of the other healing abilities were working, so it must not be a healing ability. Still, she got my arm working like before, but I still don't like the bitch," Peter said as he touched his face where she had slapped him, even though there was no sign of injury. Just as Peter was going to explain what Cindy had done, the doors swung open and she entered the room. When she saw that Layla was awake, she quickly walked over to her side. "Oh great, how are you feeling? There are no problems, are there?" she said as she grabbed both of Layla's hands and had the biggest smile on her face. "No, I feel fine, great," Layla replied. "Excellent, I know you two are part of the 10th family, but I want you to treat this place like it's your own. I am Cindy Cha, leader of the 2nd family. I have instructed those in the castle to treat you like you are one of us." Peter didn't like the way Cindy was treating Layla compared to him. She was acting as if the incident between the two of them never happened. Still, Peter had learnt to keep his mouth shut. He knew he didn't stand a chance against her, and eventually she would leave like she had been doing so far. After introductions were done, and Cindy gave Layla a warm welcome, they were free to relax and roam around the castle using the spare rooms located in the throne room as they had been doing. In fact, Cindy insisted that they used these rooms. She would then inform them on what to do next when she had been given orders. Peter had eventually told Layla what had happened between the two of them, and why he had such a disliking towards her. "Duh, of course she would get mad," Layla said. "Didn't you hear what she said? You disrespected her. The vampires have different ways of acting when talking. You need to think of the leaders more like kings here, and you had just offended the king while in her castle." When Layla had put it that way, Peter understood the reaction a bit more, but still there was something that he didn't like about her. While relaxing in the room, Cindy had left as she usually did. Peter stood up and pressed his ear up against the wall to try and figure out which direction she was walking in. "What are you doing, Peter?" Layla asked. "We have been treated so nicely here and you're going to snoop around? I just need to find out what is going on." "Don't worry. Even if I get caught, I won't get in trouble," said Peter. "What do you mean?" Peter then knocked on the door, and the servants that were at their call opened up the door. "We're a bit hungry. Do you mind getting the two of us some food?" Peter asked. No questions asked, the servants agreed and started to head towards the kitchen. There were no guards protecting them. There were guards and vampires all over the castle, but Layla and Peter weren't considered a threat in the first place. They were guests after all. As soon as Peter saw the servant leave, he used his transformation skill, turning into the servant, and had quickly left the room, following in the direction that Cindy had gone. "I forgot he had that transformation ability," Layla said as she laid back down in her bed, not worrying about him too much. "Wait! The smell! That idiot!" Peter had the ability that allowed him to transform into others he had seen before, and it was now at the level where it was perfect. The body composition, facial structure, and even hair would be identical. At first, Layla didn't really have concern or worry due to this reason. Maybe he needed to work on his speech if he was caught, but she was just enjoying herself too much in the castle to worry. Lying down hoping to take a quick nap, soon after something had dawned upon her. "Wait a minute," when Silver had come over that time, Fex said something. "Vampires can tell that the others have different smells. Not just vampires, but the differences between the subclasses as well. That idiot, if he runs into Cindy, he'll get caught." Throwing off the sheets, still wearing the strange gothic clothing that had been gifted to her, she rushed out of the room shortly after Peter, but not without a side of caution, looking around and down the hallway first. If the others saw her running about, it would definitely cause some concern. Walking down that very same hallway, up ahead, Peter was heading in the direction he had last heard Cindy's footsteps. "This isn't the first time you have headed this way. You think a vampire leader would be more busy than this," Peter thought, and eventually he heard the sound of others speaking by a large double door. The vampires had better hearing than him, so he was careful to not get too close. The problem was with not getting close. The only thing he could hear was the sound of mumbling. not making out any of the words being spoken. That's a little strange. Could it be a spell or some type of device? Or is my hearing really that bad? Peter said, shoving his pinky finger into his ear, realizing that by accident, he might go a little too far without realizing. There were disadvantages and advantages of feeling no pain. Waiting by the door as if he had nothing else to do. All Peter wanted to do was see who exactly Cindy was talking to. Then he could hear footsteps coming his way. When he turned his head, it was someone unexpected. "Peter, what are you doing? They can smell you," Layla mouthed, but not making a sound, while also acting out the words. However, she wasn't the best at this and looked like a strange monkey doing some type of dance in a circus. What the hell is she doing here? Peter thought. At that moment, the door was heard being unlocked as the handle was pushed down. If they were caught outside, it probably wouldn't be too much of a problem. But at the same time, Peter didn't know how Cindy would act. Using all his speed, he dashed over to Layla in an instant, while forming an earth mask in his hand, and shoved it on Layla's face. Soon, her body and appearance started to change into one of the other servants they would regularly see outside. "Thank you for coming. Maybe next time everyone will need to meet together again," Cindy said as she opened the door, and she noticed the two outside straight away. Touching her face, Layla was wondering what Peter had put on her. But there was one thing that she couldn't feel, and that was the horns on top of her head. Did Peter somehow use the transformation skill on me? But how? "You too. Shouldn't you be busy looking after our guests?" Cindy said. "Sorry. They requested something unusual, so we had come to check with you first," Peter said, bowing down. Layla was quite impressed. Peter had imitated the man's voice perfectly. His transformation ability had improved greatly from the last time she had seen him. "I didn't know you had visitors. I must have got the schedule wrong. We will be on our way," Peter said, bowing down again. When lifting his head from the bow, he could see several people leaving the room. But they weren't just anyone. They were vampire leaders. The two of them had recognized them from the time they had tried to save Fex. Most of the leaders leaving the room were the ones that hadn't participated in the fight. "You have guests?" Muka asked. "Those from the 10th family. As I said, I'm one step ahead, so you all don't have to worry." Walking down speedily, the two of them tried to quickly leave the area. Thankfully, it looked like Cindy was too preoccupied with the others. "Did she really not smell that we were different? I know we were standing quite far away. But the leaders surely have a better nose than regular vampires?" It was a worry that wouldn't escape her mind. Upon returning and closing the door, the first thing Layla did was slap Peter on the back of the head. "Why do girls keep slapping me?" Peter turned around in anger. It didn't hurt, but it was annoying. "You idiot. Did you forget that vampires can smell that you're different to them? What would you have done if she thought you were a spy? She might have just killed you on sight, not even realizing that you were her guest. Just don't do that again," she said as she went back to her bed. She didn't want to be rough on Peter, but she needed him to have half a brain, especially when they were in unknown territory and they didn't know the laws. It was quite possible that for doing an act like that they would be executed, just like Fex has escaped. "Did you at least find out anything useful?" Layla asked. "I couldn't hear anything. I was too far away because I did think about their hearing and sense of smell," Peter complained back. "Anyway, did you recognize those that left their room?" "Yeah, some of them. They were the other leaders, but it looked like only half of them were there. I don't think it's so strange leaders should meet up with each other," Layla replied. "Yeah, leaders," said Peter. "Not half of them meeting up without the others. I don't like it, and I don't like what she said at the end either." "What did she say?" Layla asked, as her senses weren't as good as Peter's. "She said she was one step ahead, looking after the 10th family, so we don't have to worry. I just worried that maybe Quinn will have to deal with that vampire bullcrap again," Peter said, concerned. Over the next few days, every time Cindy would visit them, she treated the two like she always had done. Seeing this, Layla thought that they must have gotten away with what had happened last time. Yet still, Cindy would go off and have these meetings time and time again. One time, Peter just walked down the hallway as himself. Cindy allowed it, so it wasn't really a problem, and he could see that they were having the same meeting with the same people again. Something is definitely up. Then one day, when Cindy entered, she came with news they didn't expect. You guys are to return to the 10th castle. From there your vampire knight will tell you everything, she said. This time she was quite blunt and didn't have the usual happy expression on her face. To the castle? Layla said. Aren't we going to be sent back to Quinn? She asked. Don't worry, Cindy said. He will be with you all soon as well. In the main king's castle, Kaz had finally been called back to meet with Dwight, and he had some words for her. You are to go back to the human world and meet with the 10th leader to deliver this message. Dwight explained. The king will be going into eternal slumber, and all leaders must be present. Soon a new king will be selected. Rejection of this invitation is not an option. 3 weeks had passed since Quinn had officially become one of the world leaders. The military schools had yet to be completed. It was taking longer than they originally thought, as they were still figuring out and fine-tuning their new system as well as condensing their forces. The Greylash family had been placed on the beast planets closest to the Dalki, waiting for an attack to happen, while Quinn wasn't really given any responsibilities. It was clear that despite having the power to be one of the world leaders, not to mention the backing of the others to help him, they didn't really utilize him in that capacity. He had been put on standby to search for Mona and was free to carry on doing as he wished. Maybe some who had finally reached this position would be annoyed, but Quinn was perfectly happy with this sort of arrangement. All of this had happened since Kaz had been away, and there were still no signs of her, making him wonder what was taking so long. The only thing he could think of was that both Peter and Layla needed more time to recover. The king seems to be a reasonable person based on what he has done with Paul's men. I doubt he would instigate anything with those two. Quinn pondered once again. This line of thought had been what had calmed down his worries most of the time. He could also always rely on Leo and Edward to take care of the others, and it looked like his active skill of summoning Leo was still available. He had the feeling that the system would have removed the skill if he was no longer alive. Either that or perhaps it would summon over his dead body. What the hell is wrong with me having such sick thoughts? What are you thinking about? Fex asked, as they were in the middle of their training session. Before Quinn had a chance to say something, Sam rushed in to inform them that Kaz had finally returned, ADN alone delivering some very important news for them. While Quinn was making his way to the command center, he was wondering what the news could possibly be. Now that she was finally here, he wanted to desperately know what had happened to the 10th family. I didn't think I would feel so nervous. My hands are sweaty. Did living my life as Vincent really make me have such a connection with the place? Quinn thought. When Quinn was in the vampire world, he felt closer to the people there, and the memories were still quite fresh in his mind. Now that he was here, where all the humans were, he had managed to sink those feelings deep down about abandoning the vampires. What do I do about the others that have been turned? Should I inform her beforehand? According to Fex, since I'm a vampire leader, as long as I give permission, it should be okay. The doors opened, and Kaz was standing on the top platform in the command rooms round the large table that would be used as the digital map. She was constantly tapping her foot away as if she was in a hurry or rush. You're finally here, she noted sternly. Often in front of Quinn and the others she would put on a childish display, but right now she seemed more mature than before. What happened to the 10th family? Quinn asked, hoping that the uneasy feeling from his chest had nothing to do with the news. You will be able to hear the story from the others yourself, Kaz replied, while Quinn wondered what she meant by these words. I have a message to deliver from Dwight the Royal Vampire Knight, Kaz said. The 10th leader, Quintalon, is to return to the vampire settlement immediately to attend the king's eternal slumber. Afterwards, a new king shall be elected. Dwight has requested that you and all those related to the 10th family come back immediately. It was shocking news. Quinn had noticed the vampire king had looked old, but vampires were supposed to live for hundreds of years. The old vampire surely had at least a couple more decades in him. Whatever the case was, Quinn was now having to step up to his duties as a vampire leader. What if I reject? Quinn mumbled. It was just a thought, but he had unconsciously voiced it out. After all, everyone from the cursed faction he had to look after was here. Rejection is not an option, Quinn. You're a vampire leader, so it's your duty to return to the vampire world in these kinds of situations. She reminded him. He already knew the consequence of going against them. At one point Arthur had chosen to run away from the vampires, wishing to break off, but it had come at the cost of a great war. War meant bloodshed, and Quinn didn't wish to get the cursed faction involved in his vampire life. Arthur couldn't protect them all, and he was much stronger than me, so what chance do I stand? Clenching his fist, Quinn felt like he had no choice. Okay, just let me sort some things out here. Walking around, Quinn wasn't really looking for anyone. He had told Sam to gather everyone who was a vampire or vampire subclass away from Kaz and into his personal training room. There were those that still hadn't been seen by her, and maybe they didn't need to get involved. But from their smell alone, Kaz would be able to tell who was a vampire and who wasn't. If a new king is going to be elected, does that mean I will also have to vote? What if someone like the first leader becomes the next king? What will happen then? No, I can't let that happen, otherwise what will happen to all the people Paul was trying to protect? Will the deal that he set up from before even be honored? The more he was thinking about it, the angrier Quinn was getting. After circling around and calming down, Quinn eventually entered his private training room. Sam had complied with his order and had brought everyone into the room, including Logan and Sil, who were still human but already involved in all of this. The problem was, Kaz was also in the room. Quinn, I understand why you tried to hide this. I guess some things happened, but please understand, for the moment they are safer if you bring them to the castle. Quinn didn't know why, but when she spoke these words she sounded genuine about them. How could that be the case? A lot of these guys have never been there, and you know we are hated, he shouted back. That is exactly the reason, Quinn. Remember what happened before when they went after Paul. I'm sorry, but you know I can't say more than this. Speaking these words, it felt like Kaz was struggling internally. Quinn, I trust her. I think it's best for us to do what she says. Paul took her side. Quinn, do you know how many dangerous situations we've already been in? Just think of this as a field trip. Nate commented from the side with a grin on his face. Yeah, and with the shadow ability you've taught all of us, we should at least be able to protect ourselves. Alex agreed happily. This caused Kaz to twitch slightly. Did he really teach them all the shadow ability? That is supposed to be the exclusive ability for the Punishers. If the other leaders find this out, maybe they will be afraid that history will repeat itself like last time, she thought. Then again, maybe they will try to eradicate them to prevent them. Should I talk Quinn out of taking them along after all? Conflicted, she ultimately decided to bite her tongue and not say anything. The order from Dwight was to bring all the vampires from the 10th family and those related, and that's what she would do. There's a slight problem, Sam said. If we all go, then who will run the cursed faction? Who will run the ship? Before, there had been trustworthy people from the cursed faction's top brass. But now they were very few, as they had all been turned, and Logan and Sil were supposed to come along with them. In the end, they were left with only one choice. You can't be serious. You want me to look after the whole cursed faction by myself? Megan was shocked. Technically, she was one of the Crow's past leaders. She had been at the leaders' table for a long time, but since there had always been those more capable than her, she had simply left it to the others. We all need to go away on an important task, Sam argued. And don't worry, you won't be completely alone. Helen will be dealing with most of the hard stuff. You will just need to make sure everything will continue running as smoothly as it has been. Rather than a request, it was pretty much an order, as the others had no choice. Heading back to the private training room, the code was inputted, and the door behind Sam was shut. The teleporter from Kaz had already been set up and everyone was ready. Most of them carried around flasks prepared with blood and other things they needed. Quinn was ready to head back to the vampire world, but this time with some new faces. Linda, Wevel, Dennis, Nate, Alex and Sam had never been to the vampire world before, and while they were worried, they were excited. As for the others, there was Fex, CIA, Paul, Sil, and even little Borden was coming along. After Borden heard that his brother was coming to a dangerous place again, he instead on coming, and it was easy to hide him on Sil's body, in the leg-like toolbox. A new king, huh? Maybe I'll be able to see Vincent again. Quinn thought as he stepped through the teleporter with the rest. Going through K's teleporter didn't feel any different from those they had gone through before. Still, it wasn't some school trip this time. They weren't going to an unknown planet to fight beasts, but instead they were going to a world most humans wouldn't even know existed. As always, it only took a small moment for them to appear at their destination. When the whole group opened their eyes, they found themselves in a large empty room with 4 guards seemingly awaiting them. Wow, we're actually here. Only, is it just me, or does this place look kinda plain? Nate asked, looking around. He didn't realize it, but some of the guards grimaced at this comment. What, did you expect we would arrive directly in the throne room? We're in some sort of landing room, you idiot, of course it would look like every other room. Sam replied. Those who had come here for the first time were busily looking around the place, looking for something different, something new. But there was nothing to indicate that they weren't on a human planet. As such, they were a little disappointed. Alex was the only one to notice something out of place, which was the outfit from those in front of them. That doesn't look to be made out of beast crystals. Does that mean they don't use beast weapons here? It makes me wonder why Quinn asked me to give every person a weapon made from my blood before coming here. It's meant to be effective against these guys, right? I just hope he's not expecting us to fight with those vampires at some point. Those 4 guys are vampires, right? They look just like us. Dennis asked in a hushed tone. I would assume so, Linda answered. Aren't you a vampire yourself? Why would you think they would look different from you? Our group seems to be filled with the dim-witted and the ones that have only some brain power. Logan commented as he observed the situation, which silenced the others who had been talking as if they were actually on a field trip. I think my own intelligence speaks for itself. Linda has always been quick on the ball, and Sam is someone who I think can even outwit me. Paul is knowledgeable with his experience. CIA? Too quiet for me to make an opinion. Webnovel I have yet to make an observation about, and then there's the rest. It had been a while since Quinn had traveled with Logan, and he had actually forgotten about his bad habit of speaking his mind, not caring about whether his words were considered rude or polite. Hey! Don't lump me in with these idiots. Do you know how much knowledge it takes to craft a weapon? Alex complained. Yes, your skills are excellent with the hammer, but can't a trained monkey do the same job? Logan replied. That's it. Return everything I made for you, you short twerp. The royal guards who had been watching the strange group argue over each other had never seen anything like this. One of them had already been sent out to report their arrival, but they were still waiting for the most important person to arrive. What about Quinn? Syl asked. I didn't hear you mention his name. Hearing this hurt Quinn a little, and he was starting to think if he was a little slow since he hadn't even realized Logan had omitted him. Of course. Why would Quinn need those things if he has us? Logan questioned back. The group stopped arguing with each other and all started to laugh collectively at Quinn, who now had dropped his head down and sunken his shoulders. Don't listen to them, Quinn. Fex encouraged him with a wink. Just wait until they find out what a big shot you're here as well as in the human world. While waiting in the room, Fex started to explain the basics to everyone. Just certain manners they should abide by and what they were and weren't allowed to do as well as what to look out for. Fex wanted to avoid disrespecting another family leader at all costs since it would cause a lot of trouble for Quinn. Looking at Kaz, Quinn was wondering how much she knew. All the others had been gathered and Kaz was there. She would have picked up that each of them weren't human with her nose, but the one he was worried about the most was Alex. Can she tell that he is a blood fairy? I don't think that should be the case. Since my evolution, my nose has gotten a lot better without me having to train. I can tell the difference between the subclasses and vampires, but I can't tell the difference between the smells of each subclass. It's a little different, but if she's never seen a blood fairy before, she might not even know what they smell like, Quinn thought. Respectively, Kaz was also having thoughts about Quinn. He looks a little older. Did he learn how to control his blood properly and control the aging process? No, he feels a little different. I always thought he was strong for a vampire noble, but he still doesn't feel like the leaders yet. He's not quite there. What changed while I was away, and how many people did he turn? Still, the biggest concern is whether he really taught them how to use the shadow ability. Finally, after waiting a while, Dwight the Royal Knight entered the room. "Remember what I told you guys?" Fex reminded them as he bowed down, with the others quickly following suit. Only Quinn did not. As a family leader, there was only one person he was meant to bow down to, and that was the king. "I see a lot of new faces here," Dwight commented in a friendly manner. "And that includes yourself. You seem to have aged many years in such a short amount of time. Did he turn all of these? I hope he hasn't gone against any rules, but Kaz didn't report anything about the humans finding out. To be honest, it's probably better this way, as the 10th family strength needs to build up somehow. Just what happened to this kid to elicit such changes? I feel like I can't even call him a kid anymore. He has improved far too quickly. I've never imagined this would be the case. I didn't think about this before, but maybe there is a way I can use him. But will he be enough?" Dwight thought. "I'm sorry we weren't able to find out too much about the agents, and I hope the king is doing well," Quinn said. During Fex and Quinn's training sessions, Quinn had also been learning about the vampire world bit by bit. He needed to make sure not to make any mistakes during this outing. As long as all of them behaved according, there was no reason for a fight to break out. Mentioning the king also seemed to spark something in Dwight. It was clear he cared greatly for that person. "The ceremony will be in a week. There we will put the king to sleep. I know you don't understand the formality too much, but for now just know that you will be expected to bring your 2 knights with you, and soon I will send someone to further instruct you about your responsibilities. The rest will learn what to do as time goes on, I'm sure of it," Dwight explained. "Quinn, I'm sure once you head back to your castle, what has happened will be quite a shock to you. I only know some of the details, so it would be best you hear and see everything with your own eyes. Allow me to apologize in advance, on behalf of the king and his guards. We should have done more to prevent that. Know that you have a good knight as your retinue. If all the others that follow you are even half as great as that man, then the 10th family will be a great force in the future. After you have settled in with the others and found out about what has occurred, please return to the king's castle and request to meet with me. I think it will be best if the 2 of us talked alone," Dwight said. Hearing this, Kaz was quite shocked. Dwight was asking to meet with Quinn, a new leader. The underlying meaning of such a thing was just too great. It was clear it wasn't on the king's order. From what she had heard, he could barely move, and if he didn't go to sleep soon, he might just pass before the eternal slumber. As for Quinn, when he saw Dwight leave the room, he felt even more concerned for the others. "Aaron, Leo, just what happened to you guys while I was away? Please, be okay." Stepping out of the castle, the others were now walking through the main vampire settlement. They couldn't keep their eyes off what they were seeing and had to comment on everything new they walked past. The only one that was now no longer with them was Kaz, as her mission was complete, and she was to return to her leader's side. There were no sweet goodbyes as she left the group. Many of them knew their lives were harder because of her. But still, Quinn had given her a little nod of appreciation. "It looks like a mixture of old and new. There's technology here that is just as advanced as what we use, some things even better, but then the style of those said things is really old," Sam commented. In a sense, it felt like they were in some type of play with how everyone around them was dressed. Wearing high-end tailored clothing that was near enough a perfect fit, and many of the girls also wore gothic dresses. Commenting on the technology, it was only later that Sam found out that most of what the vampires used ran on beast crystals rather than what the humans would use. Vampires had known about beast crystals for a long time, so they had found more uses and had longer to experiment on them. So why don't they use beast crystals to create weapons then? Sam thought. "There's one thing that I've liked about this place ever since I first got here," Nate said with a huge grin. "I don't even have to use my abilities to know what he's about to say," CIA commented. "There isn't one bad-looking girl here. How is it possible with their smooth skin, clear eyes, and perfect hair?" Nate said. "For once, I would have to agree with the boy. They certainly are in a different class." Dennis added before being hit by Linda on the back. "I know these vampires may look young, but most of them are older than your parents. And besides, they are nothing compared to my sister," Fex said. "Isn't it a little strange to compare your own sister like that?" said Wevel. Or is this just some other vampire thing we don't know about yet? Fex's ears were burning from that comment, and the others started to laugh. They were all far more talkative than they would usually be on a trip. Paul was one of the few that remained silent through their walk. The reason for them all being like this were nerves. They were incredibly nervous. The stares they were getting from the others as they walked through the unknown place. On top of this, the building structures. Those that had never been here before couldn't get one thing out of their mind. The buildings and the material used reminded them of the Dalki. When Quinn would explain things about what happened to him and the others, he wouldn't go into detail about Richard Eno, the vampire's past, and the possibility that they were linked to the Dalki. This was more kept between Logan and Quinn. It wouldn't change things for the others anyway. So, you told us that Quinn is some king, right? Then why aren't the others bowing to him in the street? Nate asked. He's not a king. Don't say that word so lightly. Fex snapped a little. Quinn is one of the 13 leaders and is the 10th leader. They are a council that works together to better the lives of the vampires, each looking after those in their own family. A certain amount of vampires belong to a family, and the leaders are in charge of them. As for the other part, it's because I didn't tell them I was one of their leaders, Quinn said. Rather than a position I was elected to or rose up, it was one that was given to me with no choice to refuse. I could have told them I was their leader, but at the time I thought it wasn't right for me to do so. What right did I have to just come in and say I was their leader when I had never planned to stay here? They could hear Quinn's words spoken with anger and regret, and they were starting to imagine what type of double life Quinn had to live to get him to this point. Quinn was originally human, just like them. He was turned for some reason, yet he had an essential role among the vampires. Otherwise, he and the rest wouldn't have even been called here. Finally, they entered the 10th area, and up ahead, they could see the large castle they were walking towards. You're saying that castle belongs to him? Nate said, looking in amazement. It's like a fantasy dream or those novel stories. This place isn't fantasy, Paul interrupted. Look at the face of all of us that have been here before. I know you are young and excited, but when they came here, they fought for their lives. When I came here, I lost everything in my life. Yes, this might all belong to Quinn, and we all are part of his family in this world. But you will soon realize that for us, this is more like a prison we can't escape. Feeling a little bad, Nate, Alex and Dennis, who had been acting like kids at the amusement park, had calmed down a little. Don't worry too much about it, Paul, Quinn said. They should enjoy what they're seeing, and while they are here, who knows how long we will be here, and it won't be like last time. I won't be pushed around, Quinn mumbled. They continued to walk towards the castle, and that's when Quinn was starting to notice something strange. It was quiet. The 10th inner area had always been quiet, but not like this. It was almost silent, and the lights that would be seen in certain buildings before weren't even lit. Something definitely happened here. That quest message to protect those in the 10th family failed. Those that mean they all died? Was it an attack from another family? Picking up his pace, Quinn stood in front of the castle door and placed his hand, spinning the combination he knew off by heart. He had done this many times, not just by himself but living his life as Vincent. The sound of the door unlocking was heard, and standing in the reception area to greet him were his old friends. Leo, Layla, Aaron, Peter. It's good to see that you're all alive, Quinn said. CIA had run from where she was, and had given Layla a big hug. Tears were almost coming out of her eyes. Noticing that she was all okay, Logan and Peter caught up and spoke few words, but were happy with each other. Timmy, Xander, and Amy were also there. They talked to Fex and introduced themselves to the others. We'll get the rest settled in and give them a tour of the place, Fex said. I'm sure you have some things to talk about with Leo. The others were taken around the castle, leaving only Quinn and Leo on their own, who had decided to head to the throne room on the very top floor. They didn't start off with the hard-hitting question, as it was nice for the two of them to just casually talk to start with. Every time I see you, you get stronger and stronger. I can tell you have changed a lot. Your aura is more confident and stronger than before. It's almost at the stage of the other leaders I have met, and as for your chi, it feels more in control. Almost as strong as the leaders? Now having evolved into a vampire lord. Quinn thought that he would be the same as them. There were no evolutions anymore. At least the system didn't state there were any. Is it because the quest is still incomplete? I think there are a lot of things for me and you need to talk about in the regards of chi that you might find interesting, said Quinn. But before that, there are a few things I want to do. Tell me, Leo, what happened here? When they were finally sat down in the throne room at the table, Leo had explained everything to him about the attack from the bloodsuckers on the 10th family and how they had killed everyone in the 10th family inner castle area. They were more affected than they originally thought. Because they didn't care about the normal rules, there were vampires that perhaps shouldn't have been allowed in the inner castle area who were. Then, there was also the mention of Edwards's death. Each piece of news was stabbing Quinn in the heart. But this one hurt the most out of everything. Finally, Leo spoke about the king, how if it wasn't for him, perhaps he and the few that were still in this castle would have died as well. He also mentioned that it was most likely why the king now needed to go to sleep after that incident. Edward, Quinn said, clenching his fist so hard that his nails had dug into the palm of his skin. You stayed by Vincent's side that whole time, even after he had gone, and you didn't even get to rest properly. You waited for a leader to return, and when a leader finally did, I just left. It was hurtful for Quinn a lot more than he thought, and the main reason being, he felt that he had failed Vincent. Living Vincent's life, even though he abandoned the 10th, he never wished to and always tried to better their lives through inventions and more. He knew that the one regret Vincent had was leaving his people, and Quinn was his replacement. Quinn felt like he had failed Vincent, allowing so many to die for not being there. Quinn, I know what you're probably thinking, but even if you were there, it wouldn't have made a difference. The enemy this time was just too strong. If you and the others were here, there is a good chance more could have died. Thanks to Edward, the kids and the others managed to live, and they still have hope for this family, Leo explained. After hearing everything, Quinn didn't want to waste any more time. He wanted to see Vincent now, but he needed to complete one more quest before that. Let's go back to the others. It's time I pick my other knight. Walking around the castle and giving everyone a tour didn't take up too much time. Although the group was amazed by how big and grand it was, there was something they all quickly realized. Most rooms were just empty. What's more, they looked like they hadn't been used for years. Are all the castles like this? Sam asked what was on everyone's mind. Not all. Xander shook his head. Most other castles have around 50 members that are related to the family, and then there are of course also the servants who work to maintain the castle. The 10th family is just a special case. They had heard this line a few times already, while being shown around. Those that didn't know the full history of Quinn couldn't help but be curious. Who was Quinn and why was he so determined to rise and become one of the world leaders? Is that the same for the outsiders with all the empty houses? Linda asked. That is a different thing. Aaron interrupted the others before they could reply. Amy gave her a quick glance before looking away. Layla immediately noticed a dark smog over Aaron's head. Even though she hadn't asked about what had happened yet, it was strange. Aaron wasn't the only one present when something had happened. So why were her emotions affected? Did it mean that the lack of people for the 10th family had something directly to do with her? Seeing this, Layla tried to steer the conversation away. You know, a lot has happened on our side as well. You wouldn't believe it, Aaron, but Quinn is now not only a leader of one of the vampire families, but he's also recently become a world leader in our world. Aaron paused for a second and repeated the word world leader in her head. Were her ears playing tricks on her? Quinn, the person who she had considered nothing but a useless level 1 only a couple of years ago, was now somebody that made decisions that affected the whole human world. For a second she felt disheartened learning this fact. Someone had passed her by leaps and bounds. But getting herself together, she started to remember her teacher's teachings. From Leo she had learnt not to compare herself to others. She only needed to compare herself to her. If she was better than she was yesterday, then she could still get stronger, and right now she was still improving every day. Nevertheless, she couldn't help but think, if he can do something like that, then so can I. I see all of you have a lot of questions about the 10th family. Xander cleared his throat to attract everyone's attention. Why don't we head to the canteen and grab something to eat? Right now the other students are there as well. Since everyone can be considered to be part of the 10th family, it will be a great way to get to know each other. Back in the throne room, sitting at the table, Quinn and Leo were going over the potential people to promote into a vampire knight. With Leo having worked with Edward, who better to ask than the person who had been doing the job so far? First, we should probably just sort out the people we don't think suit that role. Leo suggested. When you gave me the trial of Vampire Knight, it wasn't just a mere title I've gained. I actually found myself growing stronger, and to this day I haven't reached my peak yet. I feel that making someone like Webnovel into a Vampire Knight, especially when he is new to the group and hasn't had much time to focus on his vampire skills, would be a waste. I agree. Quinn nodded. That being said, I think there are a few more people that we can rule out as well. Nate and Dennis. Neither one was turned by me, but when checking the system they do come up under the family branch. So it seems like I can still give them the role. However, these two, although strong, were only recently turned, and it feels like it was against their will in the first place. A vampire knight will have a lot of things to deal with in the vampire world, and I don't feel like it would be right to do that to them. Another important aspect of a vampire knight will be their loyalty. Leo pointed out. They'll be your right-hand man, and must therefore be willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of the family. Being here, I started to see the 10th family just like humans. Quinn listened carefully to this revelation. If that is the case, then we should also rule out Linda, CIA, and Alex. Linda has a slight hatred for vampires due to what has happened to her, still bearing a grudge against Kaz. As for CIA, she only cared about getting her memories back in the first place, and I'm sure she still dislikes me. In Alex's case, I wouldn't really call him disloyal, but he has an important job to run the forgery. Then that leaves us with Aaron, Layla, Peter, Paul, and Sam. Leo concluded. 3 of these vampires were subclasses, with one being a damper. Quinn was wondering if it would be a good or terrible idea to make Aaron a vampire knight, given that vampires patently feared her subclass. Then there was also the fact that he didn't really know her too well. On the other hand, she had always been by Leo's side, and the two of them seemed to have developed a real bond, so she wouldn't necessarily be a terrible choice. What do you think of Aaron? Quinn decided to straight up ask instead of worrying about it. Leo was silent while he pondered over the idea. She shouldn't be strapped down to that title. I'm sure she will have room to grow into bigger things. That was decided then. Looking at the 4 remaining names out on the table, Quinn was now considering who would be the best choice, and eventually someone was called to come see them. A short while later, the door opened and a single gentleman walked in. Paul, can you please have a seat? There is something I want to talk to you about, Quinn said. Leo started by explaining what his responsibilities were as possible as a vampire knight. The two of them had talked in the past, and Leo knew what Paul was like, so the two of them got on well. It didn't seem like theirs was a bad relationship. I haven't made up my mind yet, but I have to ask Quinn. Why me? Paul stared into Quinn's eyes, making the other slightly nervous. I have to be honest, my first choice would have been Sam. I think he is great at these types of things, but he already has a vitally important role to fulfill on the Cursed Factions ship. I can't even begin to imagine what I would do without him there. Finding someone to replace his position would be a long and arduous task. Peter, although loyal, is just not suited for this role. And then there's Layla. Her personality might make her suitable, but it seems like she still has other things she needs to deal with. This position, shouldn't it be someone who is more loyal to you? Paul questioned, not showing any outward emotions about Quinn admitting he wasn't his first choice. Although I don't think you're a bad person, Quinn, and I thank you for saving my men's lives. Unlike the others, we don't really have a strong bond. Hearing him say this merely confirmed Quinn's personal reasoning for choosing him. You see, when Leo told me that loyalty was important for the one who takes on this role, I had an epiphany. Whoever takes on the role shouldn't just be loyal to me as the leader. They need to be loyal to the 10th family, Quinn explained. You have seen Kaz and how she acts. Unlike you and Leo here, we have had a little more experience dealing with the vampires. But I think even with your little experience you should know by now. What do you think they will do to those 200 men? Do you think once we complete the task they will just let them go? The only thing they promised was that they wouldn't outright kill them. My best guess is that the only thing that can happen now is for them to be turned and become part of the 10th family. You're right, we don't know each other too well, but my impression of you is that you feel guilty. You might blame yourself, thinking it's your fault that they all ended up here trapped and imprisoned, which is why you're doing everything you can to get them out. So, if my impression of you is correct, would you be able to abandon them and leave them here? Quinn had paused slightly when asking the last question. This stung him a bit because when Quinn was asked the same question, he probably at the time would have said yes. Quinn, if I say yes, I want you to promise me something. You're right, I do feel guilty, but they have their lives out there in the human world. I have a daughter there as well. We can't stay here forever. If I take on this role, then as my family leader you can't be a pushover with these leaders. If I agree, I want you to push hard so we can have a bit of our old life back, where we can still connect with the outside world. If you have no intention of doing this, I can't agree to this. Don't worry, Quinn smiled. I didn't rise to the position just so I could live my life out here. With all that said and done, the ritual of turning Paul into a vampire knight began. As the group headed to the canteen, Paul had been pulled away by Leo in the middle of their journey. Not much was said other than Quinn had called for him, but that still didn't stop the rest from grabbing a bite to eat and heading over to meet the rest. I just don't get as excited about food anymore. I used to love eating so much. Nate groaned, remembering that when they said grab something to eat, they were probably referring to blood. Hearing this had brought back bad memories for CIA and Logan. When they had infiltrated the school, they had to pretend to be vampires, which included drinking human blood. Hey, do you remember that time you nearly threw up from drinking all that blood? CIA chuckled, walking over to Syl. Syl looked up at her for a few seconds and just stared at her blankly, giving no reaction at all. I don't think that was me, he replied and continued walking off with the others. He seems different, she commented, and CIA wasn't the only one that noticed, so did Layla. For a while now she thought that Vorden felt different, and the way he spoke seemed to confirm her strange thoughts. It's like when we were in that cave, is Vorden no longer there? The two of them might not have gotten on well to start with. At their first meeting, she had been strangled by him, and she retaliated by stabbing an arrow into his thigh. But there were many good memories between the two as well, including the time Vorden, even though he had no abilities, had stood up for her and fought against Xander. Soon, the others could smell something sweet enter their noses. It smelt like freshly baked cakes coming through the double door in front of them. This was the usual smell that came from blood, but then they could smell something different, a bit stronger husky smell, the smell of meat. Opening the doors, they were welcomed into a grand dining hall that looked like it was built for hundreds of people. Large tables that had benches for sitting on each side. Giant paintings of figures on the wall. Truly did look like something out of a movie. The room was far too large, and it looked odd as only one of the tables were filled with students while the rest of the place was empty. Xander, Amy, Timmy called over, as he got up and started to head over. Taking on more responsibility since Edward's death, Timmy was now in charge of the students. You did remember to spray that stuff from the bottle I gave you, right? Logan asked, giving a slight nudge to Syl, to which he nodded. Although they weren't outsiders and were allowed in the castle and vampire world, it was just easier this way than explain their position. Also, who knew if there was an extra hungry vampire around that would be attracted to them? Logan would have usually felt safe next to Syl, but not in the vampire world, where his copying ability was useless. Whoa! Some of you don't smell like vampires. Timmy sniffed and looked at a few of them. He already knew about Layla and CIA, but there seemed to be more. You don't have to tell me what you guys are now, but why don't we have a little mixer, and you can introduce yourselves then. A lot of the nerves the group felt originally were disappearing, especially with how gentle and nice Timmy seemed. It made a lot of them forget that they were now vampires and felt like they were just meeting another bunch of students. The 10 or so student vampires moved to one side of the bench while the other group, with Xander, Amy and Fex, sat down on the opposite side. One by one, they stood up and introduced themselves. Wow, so we have a Strigoi and Draugr. There are so many subclasses now in the 10th. Timmy expressed with excitement. All the students that had survived the attack were just regular vampires. 6 boys and 4 girls. Before, Amy was the only one that was a subclass. Timmy, it's nice meeting them and all, a student named Naomi said, who looked like a sweet girl with a black ponytail. But how come these guys are in the 10th family? Did they come from the pooling area? And some of them look quite young. If they were students, shouldn't we have seen them before? Timmy looked a little nervous. I think Leo might have something to announce about this a bit later on. You will all understand what's going on a bit later, he promised. Let's just get on and learn more about each other for now. They talked, laughed and ate food together. What came as a surprise was there was actual meat being served. The others had only been consuming blood and didn't realize that they could also eat meat that had been lightly grilled. This allowed them to experience a whole new taste that they had missed for a long time. In a much better mood, one of the kids, called Zane, posed a sudden question. So, I know you guys are new, but vampires are all about strength. So which of you guys are the strongest out of each other? Immediately, nearly everyone turned to look at Syl, but remembering that they were in the vampire world, knew he wasn't the right choice, so they started to think. It was a hard question to ask when they were all new to their bodies and ability. Don't worry, we are plenty strong, Nate proclaimed, while showing off his bicep. Saying these words, he tended to point his head towards the girls of the group who had just chuckled. If anyone tries to kick your arse, we can always come and help you out. We're family, but not related by blood family. He made sure to add the last part. Oh really? Then why don't we have a little friendly fight then? Zane suggested. In all honesty, the kids wanted to test their own strength because they had been training with the Vampire Knight Leo for a while now. While at the same time, the group who had been practicing with Quinn weren't against the idea either, since they wanted to know where they stood in this new world. Following the steps from before, Quinn had successfully gone through the starting points of the ritual, just like he had done with Leo. What had come as a surprise was that Paul was already a vampire noble. Quinn would usually keep an eye on the others because when he was in the middle of his transformation, there needed to be a supply of blood. The flask they carried was a backup, but it might have also not been enough. When asking the question, Paul said he had reached it when learning his poison ability, and at the time Kaz was there to help him. She helped him when she could have let him die. I still don't really understand her, Quinn thought, after finishing drawing the strange marking using his blood on his back. The final stages were done, and now they just needed to wait. While doing this, Quinn wondered just how certain things in the vampire world would work. In the past, he tried to figure out just what were vampires. Was it some type of mutation or infection or something else? But the ritual he was doing now, turning Paul into a vampire knight, the thing it seemed the most similar to was magic. How did the first vampires come to be? Thinking this thought, he was interrupted as the messages popped in front of his face. You have successfully given the title of Vampire Knight to Paul Snelliart. Summoning Knight skill has been applied. Update to quest. Become a leader. After turning Paul, Quinn thought that something grander would have happened after completing the quest. But instead, he had just received an update, but reading it, he now understood why the quest was still incomplete. You have successfully completed the following tasks. Reach the evolution of Vampire Lord. Complete the blood ritual 10 times. Select 2 Vampire Knights. To complete the quest, became a Vampire Leader. Please complete the linked quest below. You may now visit the 10th's tomb. Well, it's time to see you again, Vincent. Both groups agreed that it would be a bit much for everyone to fight everyone, so they agreed to have just a single fight. Each group would decide on their strongest member to send out as their representative. It had been a while since they had just been fighting for the fun of it, rather than with something on the line, so everyone was looking forward to it. After finishing their meals and grabbing some extra blood, they decided to head to one of the training rooms. The good thing was that even if someone ended up injured during the fight, there was sufficient blood nearby to quickly heal up and recover as long as the injury wasn't too bad. They even had other things like meat for those who needed it. Xander, Timmy, Fex and Amy were selected to act as referees. If at any point they thought the fight was getting too dangerous, it was up to them to rush in and stop it. Nobody actually thought it would come to this, but still it wouldn't hurt to be on the safe side. The second thing, which was suggested by Fex, was that the fight should be without the help of beast gear or weapons. Even though the students used beast gear themselves, a duel should be an even playing field. In actuality, Fex just believed that it would be best for the student group to get used to how vampires thought instead of relying on their abilities. One more, I think this should be obvious, but I hope you weren't planning to make us fight the White. Zane said. I mean, we already know his strength, and we want both sides to learn something from this. A White's healing abilities would make the fight a little too unfair. Besides, some of them had already seen Peter in action, back when he had gone up against the leaders. Hearing this, Peter just scoffed before walking away to the side where the others were. Well, this fight is for you new guys, so it's up to you, Layla announced with a smile, grabbing CIA's arm to walk off over to the side next to Aaron. Us two are okay staying out of this, Logan declared, and headed off with Syl, leaving the rest. The reason for them doing so was clear enough. Huddling up in a circle, the ones left were Wevel, Linda, Nate, Dennis, Sam and Alex. So is there anyone that is keen on going out? Sam asked. I think it's important we make a good first impression. After all of us have been taught by Quinn, so it would be a shame if we ended up losing. Let me do it. Nate volunteered with a stern determination in his eyes. I know I'm a bit slow with my vampire abilities, but when it comes to hand-to-hand combat, I'm confident no one can beat me. What if it's a girl? Linda suddenly asked, to the shock of Nate and Sam. Both of them had not even entertained the possibility their opponent might be someone from the opposite sex. Do you still feel up to it, Nate? If it's a girl, will you really be able to hit them and fight them with full strength? Be honest, if you feel like that would distract you, I can always go up, Linda suggested. Hey, no fair. What about me? Wevel interrupted. I mean, you guys won't have your beast gear in this fight, so you will be slower than usual, and I think they might be quite fast. I know you're strong and can heal well, but maybe it's best if I show them what I can do. Besides, even you guys haven't seen me in action. There was a cheeky smile on his face, but the others didn't like the idea of taking just his word for it. Personally, I think it should be a vampire. Dennis expressed his concern. All of them are vampires, and if we want to show off our skill, then we need to make the field as even as possible. It also couldn't hurt to keep our trump card hidden, right? With that said, it meant there were only 4 people to choose from. Have you already decided who will be fighting on your side? Sam suddenly shouted across the other side of the room. Who's the strongest? When they asked this question, all of their heads decidedly turned to Aaron, Leo's #1 student. Each one of them was hard spared to last long against Aaron during their training, and not a single one of them had managed to bear her yet. I don't think Aaron being a direct student of Leo is fair to fight. Besides, I think Aaron knows some of these guys. Amy quickly commented. The truth was that Aaron hardly knew any of them. She had remained in the vampire world for a long time, and only knew those that had decided not to fight. Everyone else was pretty much a stranger to her, at best someone she might have seen at school in the upper years a couple of times. Don't worry. Zane pumped his fist as if he was ready to brawl. We weren't planning on using her, that would be unfair like you said. We just looked at her since you asked us who was the strongest. But for this match, I'll be the one to face you. Zane explained. Yes, Sam cheered. Then it's decided, Nate, I choose you. Just do your thing and go all out. Stepping away, they allowed Nate to walk forward and face Zane. Both groups cheered on for their representative, ready to gauge the other party to get an idea of the other group's strength. Huh. So boring I could take both of these guys on. Peter grunted. Oh really? Aaron questioned, turning back with a smile. I didn't realize you've gotten so strong, Peter. If you wish, me and you can always have our own sparring fight later. Rather than saying anything, Peter just turned his head away. Chuckling, Layla couldn't help but think just how much stronger their group had gotten compared to the time when they had originally been at the academy. Back then Peter had unmistakably been the weakest of their group, with Erin one on the strongest. She could have easily taken care of 100 Peters without breaking a sweat. But now she wasn't sure who would win between the two of them. "We can't fall too far behind them," Layla insisted, looking at CIA. Although CIA nodded back, the truth was she didn't feel this way at all. Fex stood in the middle, and his hand was wrapped around in a red aura. "Both sides ready. Let the fight begin," he shouted, and the red aura disappeared, which was the signal for the fight to commence. Immediately, Zane dashed forward, not holding back, firing off 2 blood slashes along the way from both sides. However, Nate saw that they weren't heading for him directly. Instead, they had been aimed towards the sides. As such, he remained standing where he was. "Move and you lose. I'm going to take you head-on and beat you with my fists. I'm better than anyone when it comes to hand-to-hand combat," Zane shouted. "Hey, do you think Nate is going to struggle since that guy is quite fast?" Webnovel asked Sam, who stood next to him. "Nate? Nah, let me tell you why I selected him, why I thought he was a better choice than anyone else. You see, right now, he's far more motivated than anyone to win this fight." Sam grinned as his finger pointed towards the girls from the opposite team. "Are you looking?" Nate thought. "I thought if he used the blood slash towards me, I might have to try to use some blood abilities and I would have had to struggle. But if it's a hand-to-hand fight he wants, I won't lose. Not when they are watching." 2 fast fists came towards him, but at the same time, Nate knocked both of them away with his own fists. One of the hands was struck up and the other down, and before Zane had the chance to recover, he felt a punch connect with his stomach. "It's strong, and he's fast. But I can still win this," Zane thought as he tried to throw a blood swipe. Instead, his hand was hit again, causing the swipe to go off in a different direction. And then grabbing Zane by the wrist, he was chucked over Nate's shoulder and slammed into the floor. "This fight is over," Fex declared before anything else could happen. Between the two of them, there was just too much experience. Zane thought that his opponent was faster and stronger, but that wasn't the case at all. It was just that Nate had been able to predict and clearly see through his attacks. Between those on the cursed ship and the 10th family students, the two of them were quite far apart when it came to experience. After Zane had recovered, he went back to the other students, who were surprised, but they soon saw someone else walking towards them, and their faces started to be filled with one of horror. "Is that all you got?" Erin shouted. "Your opponent didn't even take a single step from his starting position. It looks like you guys are going to have to train way harder if you manage to lose without getting a single hit in. Zane, your overconfidence cost you this match. When you're fighting against an unknown opponent, you should always test their skills first. We don't even know what ability he has. Remember, it doesn't matter if it's just a simple fight, but knowledge is key. Even if you can't beat him, then it's your duty to make the opponent show something so the next person stands a better chance to defeat them." All of them were on their knees apologizing to Erin. Whenever Leo wasn't there, Erin would take over as their teacher instead, so they were used to her scolding. Still, having lost so easily, she felt that she was partly to blame. The scolding continued, and while seeing this, Amy was reminded of her anger, and couldn't help but think back to what she had seen that day. When Erin was in the training room on her own, filled with anger, she had seen it for just a brief second. "Xander, I was wondering, have you ever seen a vampire's eyes turn yellow?" she asked. "What did you say?" Xander replied, with a look of horror on his face. After finishing the ritual, Paul could feel that something was different about himself. It wasn't as if he had gained an overwhelming power, but something more subtle. Accepting the position, he had only been told about the duties of this position, the paperwork, the political side. It sounded like trouble and something Quinn couldn't do on his own. Yet, they had yet to inform him about the pros it would bring him. Vampires. Just how strong can they get? Paul wondered. At first turning, he thought it was a curse losing his ability and having a weakness such as sunlight, but as time went on he was starting to wonder if he would become even more powerful than when he was a head general. Using the inspect skill, Quinn didn't find any differences in terms of new skills Paul had been granted compared to Leo. Call. Call. A skill that can only be used with your vampire knights. This skill allows you to call your knight to your side no matter where they are. It will forcefully bring them to your location. Can only be used once a day. Now, if Quinn ever needed to, he could summon either one of them to his position. Passive skill. Vampire Knight's buff. When a vampire knight is fighting alongside their leader, all stats and skills will be increased by 10%. Knight's command. A vampire knight is able to form a squad of 10 vampires under himself. For those under the knight's command, all skills and stats will be increased by 10% when in his presence. The knight's command skill seems to be something we should discuss. It will definitely be useful in the future, Quinn thought. However, it would have to wait. For now, he was far too eager to complete his task. Leo, please walk him through the basics. Ideally, I would like to make an announcement tonight. The others should learn about there being a second vampire knight, Quinn ordered before he walked off. His quick pace eventually turned into a jog, then into him running. He had waited for this moment for such a long time, but he had the feeling that unless he hurried, some other distraction might be getting in his way. However, nothing of that sort happened when Quinn finally reached the door to the 10th family's tomb. He had memorized the combination after living through Vincent's life, so he entered and shut the door behind him on his own, without support from the others. This time he was going in on his own. The blue crystals embedded in the walls started to light up as Quinn passed through the hallway, until he reached the large tomb filled with circle chambers in the ground. Quinn stopped outside the first tomb, the one which should have belonged to the first 10th leader, presumably who Quinn thought was Richard Eno. The first leader of the 10th family and the very first king? Richard Eno. Was all of this set up by you? Are you actually the one behind the whole Dalkey invasion? With everything that has happened with Arthur, I really can't decide who is good or bad anymore, or if such a distinction even exists. Who says what I believe in is good? On the other hand, is living a good life with my friends and family really so much to ask for? Isn't that what everyone wants? So then why can't everyone just leave each other alone? Ultimately, things had led Quinn to take on his current position, whether it had been by following someone's plan all along or by his own effort, no longer wasting his time trying to ask the ghost of a dead man for answers. He stepped away, passing 3 other tombs, until he was finally in front of the 5th one. You have successfully returned to the tomb. Quest complete. Suddenly, the screen in front of Quinn started to shine bright white, covering his entire vision. This was something that hadn't happened before no matter what quest he had completed. He was unsure why this was happening now. A ringing sound went through his head and he had no way to turn it off. Arg, my head. Damn system. Are you trying to pull it apart? Did you friggin' lead me here? So I can join my predecessors? Although he didn't receive an answer, cursing out the system helped him endure the massive pain. It was hard for Quinn to say how long it had lasted, but eventually it started to die down and his vision was also returning. It's been a long time, boy. I see you have grown into quite the strapping young man. Still, a far cry from myself when I was your age, but oh well. It was an annoying voice, one that used to patronize him and give him information only whenever it pleased. But for some reason, Quinn had a warm fuzzy feeling inside his chest, as he straight away recognized the owner of the voice. Vincent. Are you really back? Back in the system, I mean? Looks like it. Vincent replied in a contented tone. I don't know how you did it, and I have to admit that I don't really understand how myself, but I'm back. It appears that there is a lot you catch me up on. Quest reward received. 5th family leader Vincent Eno's soul has been rebound by the system. When Quinn had originally been forced to rely on Vincent, he had considered it to be annoying, as if he had to share his mind with 2 people. Quinn had felt like he had lost his sense of privacy, but after Vincent had gone missing, he had been worried and had actually felt lonely. All the time when he had found himself in hard situations, Vincent had always been there for him. As such, there was only one thing Quinn could say. I'm glad you're back. Quest complete. Become a real leader. Rewards will now be handed out. New title received. 10th Family Leader. You have unlocked access to the Reputation store. A new title. Finally, maybe one that can be of some use. Quinn was excited, especially since the other ones hardly did anything. He was also looking forward to seeing what the new store would offer. He could finally exchange those reputation points he had gathered, which had only been gathering dust. The title was even automatically assigned to Quinn without him having to access the system this time, and at that exact point in time, the walls in the room lit up blue entirely. Even though Quinn was unaware something else was happening, the outside of the castle itself started lighting up blue as well. There was a difference between the 10th family's castle and the others. Since the others had an active leader, they were all lit up. While it had reacted the first time Quinn had stepped foot in the castle, it had dimmed soon after. However, now it was shining for everyone to see in the whole vampire settlement, including the students who were inside. The castle had acknowledged that there was a new family leader. It looks like something is happening with the 10th family again, Bryce noted as he stared out the window from his throne room. Quinn and the mysterious Eno family. Their history, our origins, it's all connected. I guess you can't escape your fate, Quinn. Even if you were originally human. Dwight commented as the blue light sparked in his eyes. You are now a vampire lord? And the castle has accepted you? Vincent had trouble believing it. How long have I been gone for you? 100 years. No, maybe 300 years. Quinn chuckled. It might be hard to believe, but it's merely been a year. Quinn replied. For a second Vincent was awestruck. He had always been hailed as a genius by the others for learning things before everyone else, completing evolutions at record speed that would go down in history. So if Quinn wasn't pulling his leg, then what do they have to call Quinn? Is it because of the system, or was it my ability and powers infused into the book that was handed to him? Vincent wondered. Still, even if those things did provide Quinn with a boost, explaining it as just that would seriously downplay Quinn's achievement. Vincent couldn't imagine that other people could have reached the same position if they had been the ones to benefit from the system. Just as Vincent was about to say words of praise, a new screen had popped in front of Quinn, and this was an even bigger surprise to him than Vincent having returned. A new quest has been received. Quest. Become the Vampire King. Quinn read the quest text a few times. He thought if he read it enough it might change, but it didn't seem to be the case, and when checking the system it would stare at him as a reminder. I can't even hide it. Is it just going to stay there forever? Either this system thinks a lot of you, or it's trying to kill you, Vincent said, reading the same questline. Becoming king was something even Vincent was not able to do. It was something he never wished either, but if someone asked him if it was possible, he would never claim it was possible. I think I might agree with you there, Quinn replied. I mean, I've been completing these quests because the system has been rewarding me, and usually with each quest completed, the reward has made me stronger. Maybe it's the only thing it can suggest after becoming a leader. Seeing the quest did make him run a few scenarios through his mind. Hey, why are you so quiet? Vincent asked. You're not thinking of trying to complete the quest. Although the system is like a game, this is no game. First, to become king, the old king has to either pass away or go into slumber, and then a vote between the 13 leaders has to pass. That means 7 of the other leaders have to vote you in. You, someone who was human not too long ago and had become a vampire leader only this past year. Hearing this certainly made Quinn realize the mammoth of the task the system was asking. Maybe this was one quest that would just have to be left uncompleted. After all, there wasn't a punishment for not completing such a quest. It would just be an eyesore. Hearing Vincent go through the requirements, it came to Quinn's realization that there was a gap between what had happened so far while Vincent was away. He wasn't even aware of what was happening to the king. He wasn't a mind reader, and like when Quinn had access to Vincent's memories, Vincent hadn't lived through Quinn's life. I'll need to update him on everything that happened, but first, let's check out these things. Excitedly, Quinn was looking forward to the rewards that he had received for completing one of the longest quests. Title: 10th Family Leader. As the leader of the 10th family, the one who holds this total is able to assign quests to his people. Rewards must be given to the quest beforehand. Things that can be used as rewards, items, credits, beast crystals. The first thing that was given to Quinn via the title was a little disappointing. Although it sounded quite useful, honestly, Quinn could only think of it as the same as a faction quest board, where the quest would detail the reward at the bottom. It might have been handy in the past, but right now he couldn't see any real use for it, but perhaps it might work a little differently since it would be given via the system. The title, 10th Family Leader, allows one to access the reputation store. All actions of the leader now will count towards reputation points. Based on how the family perceives the leader, reputation points will be given. Opening up the reputation points, Quinn could see a few items, but when he read what they could do, his eyes started to glow up. At first, they looked like plain basic things such as flags, towers, and statues, but when he read what they could do, he couldn't stop thinking about the possibilities. Level 1 Tower. Anything within 25 meters that is considered an enemy by the leader will be shot at with a beam of energy. The leader must select an area for its use. Cost 1,000 reputation points. There were also a few more options underneath the item and upgrade button that also used reputation points and a placement button. When pressing this, Quinn could see the inner castle area and the castle area, which was divided into 5 sections with the wall around it. Defensive rating 0 stars? This is becoming more like a game every day. The main issue was the fact that the tower itself cost so many reputation points. Currently, Quinn only had 600, and it was way out of his budget. Looking at the other items, the statue cost 2,000 reputation points, and finally there were the flags, which were 500. Strengthening flag increases the strength of the 10th family and those around it by 5%. The flag itself also had a good effect. Wondering what to do, Quinn was deciding whether to save up his reputation points on one of the more expensive items or pay for the flag. The problem was, before in the past, reputation points quests were hard to come by, but by the sound of the title, it would be a lot easier to receive after today. In the end, he decided to buy the flag and 500 reputation points were used, leaving him with 100. What he wanted to do more than anything was test how the flag worked, and what the items from the store did. Now, when looking at his system, the flag was in his inventory. It allowed him to either place it in his hand, or he could place it somewhere within the castle using his map. "Are you seeing all this, Vincent? Was this something you could do?" Quinn asked as he was shocked by the system's great power that seemed to be getting stronger. "A little bit, but I never thought the system could do this. The shop items from before made sense. I had stored the items in the storage room, and the system was set up so if you found the beast crystals creating them, it would transport you the item, but this giving reputation points for items that might not even be able to be created, something granted by the system, it's almost like my equivalent exchange ability." Vincent explained. It made him wonder, when using his powers, were they also transferred into the system? Is that why the cost was so high, the cost of his life? The system was able to give Quinn strength, quest rewards, and more. It always did seem strange. But what if this was the system's way of using the equivalent exchange? Maybe the A.I computer system for the game with Vincent's ability was what made everything possible. After exploring the reputation store, Quinn was no longer upset by the title. It seemed like the two things came hand in hand together, and now Quinn had other things to go through with Vincent. "I guess it's time I told you about everything that happened," said Quinn. "There's no need," Vincent replied. "I will live your life just like you lived mine." The strange white light started to shine again, and Quinn's head felt like it was splitting apart. But this time, it had lasted only a few seconds, and when his vision returned, he was worried that Vincent was gone again. Vincent, reply," Quinn shouted. "Calm down. I was just taking in everything I was seeing. You remember how you were shown my life? I just went and lived through yours. And I have to say there were some moments where you had strong, let's say, negative emotions towards me." This was the part that Quinn didn't like. Vincent able to still do things while part of the system that Quinn was unaware of. "Well, what do you think?" Quinn asked. "You've been through a lot, I can tell you have grown so much stronger. But I'm afraid the question you probably want asking, I am confused with myself. I don't understand why Arthur attacked you. He has a history with the first king, something that is beyond my understanding, and I do not know what happened to the Punishers either. for the two of us were asleep at the same time. From his words, I can only guess that some of the vampires might have had something to do with the disappearance of the Punishers, even after they left the council. But Quinn, what worries me most is something else. The things you learnt from Logan and the Green family, and from my past, I can assume that there are two Enos still out there. One being Richard Eno, who we assume to be the first king. What his goal is, I don't know. As for the second one, Jim, my old vampire knight, there is a good chance that he was the one that created the Dalkey. If that is the case, then there are two people who we may be able to ask about that. Bryce, who was still alive during my time, and Dwight. But Quinn, if Jim is really the one behind creating the Dalkey, I would be careful because he too has the same ability that I once had, the ability of equivalent exchange. When Quinn had lived through Vincent's life, it had started from a certain point and not the very beginning. He remembered seeing Jim briefly in those memories, and from what he understood, Jim used to be one of Vincent's vampire knights. But he had been more than that. Technically, Jim was older than Vincent, and for some reason he had always treated Vincent with great respect, despite being his uncle. When Quinn had asked Edward about it, he had unfortunately been unaware of the reason for this. I thought, unlike other abilities, that one was supposed to be the exclusive ability for the 10th family leader? Quinn questioned, being confused as to how a vampire knight like Jim could have gotten access to it. Well, it's complicated. Honestly, I've never imagined it would ever come to this, but I suppose I'll have to tell you about my relationship with him. Vincent sighed. To think he would be involved. Anyway, I suppose to understand Jim, I first need to ask you a question. What is something that humans fear that vampires do not fear? Quinn wasn't really in the mood for riddles, but he trusted that Vincent was going somewhere with this, so he racked his brain. It would have been easy the other way around, as it was common knowledge that vampires feared the sun whereas humans needed it to thrive. So maybe it's just the opposite of this? The dark. Quinn wagered his guess. Not quite. Humans are only afraid of the dark because they cannot see. Their fear is more a fear of the unknown, rather than fear of darkness itself. No, what I was talking about was death. Human lives are short, and even though some may accept it once they come face to face with it, it still remains something they fear. On the other hand, we vampires rather choose for ourselves when we wish to go into eternal slumber, never to be woken again. It's nothing unusual. The longer one lives, the more you see the actions of the world repeat in the same patterns, and the less you start to want to be part of it. You could say it's just in our nature. However, that was not true for Jim. He had had an irrational fear for death. No matter how long he lived, he always feared that death may one day catch up to him. So he would do anything to stay alive. The original vampires never aged, being practically immortal. As for regular vampires, the stronger one was the longer they could live, but ultimately at some point they would pass if they chose not to go into eternal slumber. You see, most seem to have forgotten that Jim actually used to be the vampire leader before me. Naturally, he had received the ability, and using it he had experimented time and time again, attempting to elongate his life. He did succeed somewhat, but ultimately only to a degree to extend his time. He could still feel himself getting older and weaker. The problem with the ability itself is that it requires a great mind to make full use of it. Not that Jim's mind wasn't great, but it wasn't great enough. Not to toot my own horn, but when I was born I was classified as a genius, and when I became one of the strongest vampire nobles it was clear that I would become the next leader. Even Jim had accepted that fact, going so far as to teach me how to use the ability, but then he had done something he should never have done. Jim's obsession led him to break one of our ultimate taboos. He awoke one of the original vampires, wishing to experiment on them. They could live forever, so his hope was that he might uncover their secret by studying one. I knew about this, of course, as he asked me for my help. Although I felt indebted to him, I couldn't participate. Still, I decided to close my eyes to the fact that he did it. To be honest, I'm not so sure myself whether I did it believing that he might go into eternal slumber after seeing that it failed, or part of me might have wished to see him succeed. Whatever the case, Jim was eventually caught doing his experiments. He had been taking in vampires from other families, using them as his guinea pigs. What they didn't know about, though, was the original leader he had awoken. Vincent paused there for a few seconds. It was clear there was something else that needed to be said in the story, but it was proving difficult for him. I covered for him. Despite claiming that I wouldn't get involved, I nevertheless returned the first-generation family leader to his tomb, before the investigation team could find him. I don't know why I helped him out back then. Maybe because I was young. Maybe because he felt more like a father figure to me than my real father for teaching me the ability. Either way, my actions ended up saving his life. Naturally, Jim was punished hard for his crimes. Not only was he stripped of being a leader, but he was forbidden to be laid down to rest in the tomb. Of course, things wouldn't have ended just there. If they had found the actual truth, things would have ended far worse. With the 10th leader stripped of his title, I was quickly made into the next generation family leader, and the other family leaders put it on me to decide the final punishment. He came before me, begging to be spared. Although I was the one who was supposed to decide, they all had reminded me that such a crime would most often result in eternal slumber. However, once again I decided against the idea. The 10th family's leader was replaced by a greenhorn. I might have had more potential than anyone else, but I had little to my name at the time. Even before that, people had started to regard us as weaker than the other families since Jim's focus was primarily on how to extend his life instead of increasing our influence. As such, I decided to do something that would not only benefit Jim, but also the family and could serve as a sort of punishment. You guessed it, I made him into my first vampire knight. There were some rules put in place though. The other families knew what the 10th ability was, and they relied on it from time to time to improve the lives of others. That also meant that they knew about our castle's dedicated lab. One of the rules forbade Jim from having anything to do with the lab. He was to never set foot inside, nor work on anything, not even help out someone with any sort of projects involved in the lab. At least during my lifetime Jim had followed that rule, and he was eternally thankful and loyal to me, more than anyone ever had been. He did everything I asked and often watched me when I was doing work. It became a slight obsession. Unfortunately, I never found out what happened to him after I left. Only that Edward claimed that he felt slightly betrayed that I hadn't warned him. It was an interesting tale, Quinn thought, but it didn't really explain why Jim was possibly out there somewhere. The story did, however, sound similar to what they had found out about the Dalki. How they only had a short life and were looking for the demon-tier beast to live longer. I guess we'll just have to ask Dwight what happened to him after you left, Quinn suggested. Later that day, all members of the 10th family were told to gather in front of the castle. This included those Quinn had brought with him and the students. On top of this, invitations were sent out to those belonging to the 10th family in the pooling area. As Quinn had expected, none of them showed up from the pooling area, except for Rokeen, who wasn't even part of the 10th family. Knowing there had to be something big going on, he had decided to come and take a look. The students were mumbling and gossiping amongst each other, and they had bright smiles on their faces as they talked. Hey, what do you think the announcement will be about? Do you think it has something to do with the tower being lit up? It has to be. It would be too much of a coincidence that the same day the tower is lit up, we get an announcement. I'm sorry, Nate interrupted, overhearing all the students talk so excitedly. Why is it such a big deal that the tower lit up? Because it means that the castle's official leader has either returned or a new one has been selected. Nate didn't say anything to this, but only thought back to what Fex had told them, how this whole castle belonged to Quinn, and he was the official leader. The first person to come out was Leo, and the students started to calm down as he walked up showing great respect. And then, there was a man that they didn't really know who had come out as well. His facial expression seemed a bit grumpy compared to Leo, who looked calm. The only similarity between the two of them was the absence of hair on their respective heads. And finally, walking out in the center was a young man who looked to be in his mid-20s, walking through the middle of both of them, and that's when they saw the two of them bow down to him. The students were unaware of who this was, and only those that had recently come recognized him as Quinn. Although the other families didn't attend, hearing that there was an announcement, Quinn could see several little drones in the shape of balls flying around, hovering all over the place, filming everything and also broadcasting it to the rest of their respective families. Standing there looking at all the others, Quinn clenched his fist. Vincent, I'm sorry I wasn't here. This is all that's left of the people that used to follow the 10th family. It's a sad sight, I know, but I promise, under my rule we will thrive. I've gathered you all today to officially introduce to you the new vampire knight of the 10th family, Quinn announced, as he opened his palm and placed it towards Paul to his left. Paul stepped forward and bent down his head forward. What? Bryce stood out of his seat in anger. He made that human who invaded us into a vampire knight. What the hell is that kid thinking? There was a round of applause from the students. Of course, no one could replace Edward for them, but they knew the position had to be filled by someone. Although they didn't know who Paul was, after witnessing Nate's strength, they believed that the newcomers were far more powerful than them. And finally, I know many of you don't know who I am, but I am here to announce that I, Quinn Talon, am the 6th family leader of the 10th family. This time, before a round of applause, the students looked at each other. But Syl, breaking the silence, clapped first. Soon the others all followed after. So you have finally made an announcement to all the vampires and showed that you are the 10th leader. Cindy sipped on her tea while watching the broadcast. Does this mean you have decided to stay? If so, you will be in for quite the surprise. Quinn Talon. The broadcast of the 10th leader revealing himself was shown all over, leading to a plethora of reactions from different people. In the 10th family themselves, at first they were happy, but the students were wondering how a vampire they had never seen before could suddenly become their family leader. Usually a new leader would fill their family with hope for a greater future, with his family members having a general idea of their leader's power, but Quinn had practically come out of nowhere. The only reason why they weren't outright moaning about his position was because the one person they had come to respect more than any other, Leo, was backing him. If Leo was willing to serve under this person and bow down to him, then he must be a great person. For some reason he feels familiar, doesn't he? A student from one of the other families wondered out loud. That's the guy. He's the one who participated in the training session of the direct descendants. He might look different, but look at his eyes. Another pointed out after coming to the realization of who the leader had to be. That should be impossible. Wasn't that person also the one who tried to save young Master Fex? That day, on Fex's execution, a few people who were closer to the platform, including the other leaders, were slowly starting to recognize Quinn. Would those from the cursed family please come up to the stage? Quinn requested, as the announcement wasn't finished yet. Paul walked down to the others, and then led them up onto the stage one by one, including Syl and Logan. Everyone who Quinn had brought with him assembled next to them, all of them outsiders to the vampire world. The 10th family has gone through some very tough times. Quinn started his speech. And they have been without a leader for far too long. All of you watching should be familiar with the 10th family's past. Those leaders watching right now already know that I do not carry the same ability as the previous family leaders. Nevertheless, I do carry their blood. Because of this, I wish for the 10th family under my rule to start with a new slate. As such, the 10th family shall no longer be known as the Eno family, but as the Cursed family. Throwing out his arm, Quinn held his palm open towards the rest. I'm sure rumors will spread about it anyway, so let me be the one to tell all of you this. I'm not going to pretend to be someone I'm not, since I don't see any reason to not be proud of what I am. Yes, I admit to not having been born a vampire. I was originally a human, and so were all of my comrades here, but if anyone believes that this would make us weak, feel free to challenge us and find out for yourself. I promise you will regret it. With the announcement over and done with, the new cursed family, including the students, followed Quinn's lead and moved out, not caring about the stir his speech had caused. After all, the only other former human to become a family leader was Arthur Pendragon. Once people learned the identity of the 10th family's new leader, Quinn quickly garnered a nickname, the Crazy Leader. This was because he was still infamous for going against the other leaders in order to save Fex. His aggressive announcement only strengthened this image they had of him. A strong introduction for a new leader, Muka commented to his family members who had been watching Quinn's speech with him. A bold choice, but also the best one he could have made in this situation. Edward is no longer with him, so I wonder who advised him to do this. Could he have really come up with it on his own? Sitting down in a chair in one of the empty rooms, Quinn felt a little tired. It wasn't a physical exhaustion, but a mental one. "Are you sure that was the right thing to do?" Quinn asked for some reassurance. The die had already been cast, so it would be too late to regret his actions anyway. "Of course. The other leaders already knew what you were," Vincent replied, and Quinn could picture him shrugging his shoulders. "If you hadn't disclosed this on your own, they would have used this information in the future against you. Right now was the best time to do so. Although few will admit it, you can be sure that you have earned the respect of many by making such a forceful declaration. Let me tell you something, as a former family leader, the thing your family will need more than anything will be loyalty. As long as you are upfront about everything, those that do join you won't start to believe any rumors the others may spread about you. Also, believe me when I say that there is one thing all vampires respect far more than your background, and that is strength. That's why Bryce has a very good chance of becoming the next king, despite how much of an arsehole he might be." Thinking about that, Quinn was wondering what might happen if Bryce really would be selected as king. He had already tried sending 2 people to try and assassinate him, and that had been him doing things discreetly. Wouldn't he be able to act without any fear of repercussion, without anyone else to keep him in check? "Vincent, I meant to ask you something about the story you were telling me earlier." Quinn suddenly remembered something important. "You told me Jim experimented on one of the original vampires, but because of your interference no one ever found out. To awaken a vampire from his eternal slumber, the thing you need is their blood, right? So does that mean the person he woke up was the first king?" Vincent appeared to hesitate before answering. Quinn could feel that he was struggling to decide whether that information was something Quinn really needed to know or not. Still, he understood that sometimes knowing too much was bad on its own, since it increased the risk of the wrong person finding out about it. Suffice to say, it wasn't the one from the first family, Vincent eventually admitted. "Well, that's my point," Quinn pointed out. "Judging by Arthur's story, he saw Eno fall into the first chamber. Yet someone broke him out. In other words, someone at some point must have released him, be that either by accident or on purpose. I just need to know if that was Jim's doing. Did you yourself return the wrong person? Or could it be another leader who was working with Jim?" Thinking about this, Vincent realized he had never pondered about that possibility. Maybe because he just assumed that Jim was so desperate that he could have obtained the blood from other ways. But if someone was indeed working with Jim, did that mean that there was another leader who wanted the same thing? Let's find out about what happened to Jim after my disappearance first. This might help us put the pieces together. I just don't want for you or me to force those puzzle pieces to fit to our own narrative. Even if it turns out to be the case, as a young family leader, and at such an important time, it would do more harm than good to reveal anything we might find out," Vincent claimed. Putting a pin in it for now, Quinn finally got the first bit of sleep since he had arrived in the vampire world this wonder. "No wonder you're so strong," Zane said, as the students had returned to the castle with the others just after the announcement. They were more excited than before and happily talking amongst each other. "What do you mean by that?" Sam asked. "Well, he said you were originally human, so I'm guessing he must be the one to have turned you, right? If you have the leader's blood, that means your powers should be similar to that of a direct descendant. In other words, you got a head start above everyone else." Honestly, Sam didn't agree with this, but he didn't want to correct him when he didn't know much about the subject. He remembered when he was turned by Quinn, he had started out as a halfling and hadn't even been able to reach the evolution of a vampire after turning. A halfling was considered quite weak, and it had taken a lot to grow. At the same time, Nate, who had defeated Zane, had been turned by none other than himself. The strength seemed to correspond more with how strong the human used to be before they got turned, rather than the one who had turned them. "I'll just let the kid feel better about himself," Sam decided. It didn't take long for them to receive their first official visitor, as the sound of the door being knocked on could be heard throughout the castle. When Leo went to answer the door, the blue lining on the uniform revealed their visitor to be one of the royal guards. Quinn didn't get to sleep long, as the royal guard was here to pass on a message. "Royal Knight Dwight would now like to see you." There wasn't much time for settling down. The newcomers from the cursed faction had already seen the whole castle, and also each had a room to stay in. This resulted in a slight divide between the two groups, as those that hailed from the cursed ship had chosen to go live on the 3rd floor, whereas the students all lived on the 2nd. There were a few exceptions to this though, as Erin stayed on the same floor as the students, due to her often going to train with them. Wanting to be near her, both Layla and CIA had also decided to select rooms on the 2nd floor. Of course, it wasn't a massive problem. It was easy enough for any member of any group to just go up or down one floor. Right now, the boys and Linda had gathered together in one room to discuss the recent events. Paul was no longer part of his group, as he had already been swept up by Leo to get familiar with his new nightly duties. "So, how long do you think we'll be here for?" Nate asked, addressing the question that was on everyone's mind. "I'm not sure," Logan replied. "Quinn's situation is a little unique. It seems like vampires aren't meant to have contact with the outside world. The only reason why we were allowed outside before was due to him having been given the special mission to search for the vampire agents that had been killed. Our return was sudden because of the upcoming situation with the current vampire king. Right now, we still have no clue about what happened to the agents, so after this is all settled we might get a chance to continue our mission. I also think even if we never do find out what happened to them, the vampires will want to replace their agents. Who better than us former humans who have been living there for so long already? The bad news is that everything will pretty much depend on who they select as the new vampire king." "And why would that be a problem?" Sam questioned, as he knew very little about the vampire world from what he had learnt from Quinn. It was the same for most in the room. "Did you forget that pretty much all the other families hate us?" Peter scoffed, as he leant up against the wall with his arms folded. "Have you forgotten how many people actually bothered to show up earlier? A vampire leader, who is one of the 13 precious council members, is making an announcement. Yet only us and those kids had bothered to show up. If that isn't a sign of how they feel about us, I don't know what is." "Why do they hate you guys?" Wevel asked. "It's because of me," Vex interrupted. "Quinn tried to save my life before, and doing so meant going up against all the other leaders. Depending on who becomes the next vampire king, we might never get to leave this place. Worse, they might even try to get rid of him or us altogether." The room went silent for a few seconds as they imagined a scenario of all the vampires going up against their small group. It wasn't like on Earth where they could solve this with a duel, or on the cursed ship where they could call for help for more people. They were on their own. Suddenly, Nate started to laugh, making everyone else turn their heads towards him. "What are you all so worried about? You saw me beat that guy easily, so if anyone's against us, we can just beat them all. Quinn's super strong and we've all trained under him, so doesn't that make us super strong as well? You really think that's enough?" Vex raised his voice, trying to get the seriousness of the matter through to Nate. "That vampire that you defeated was just a regular vampire, pretty much a naive child. Erin wasn't wrong when she berated him for having vastly underestimated you. There are vampires who have lived hundreds of years and have trained with the idea of doing nothing but getting stronger. They have abilities that even surpass that of the ones the humans have, so how can you think of this being a simple walk in the park?" "Vex, I don't think he meant it like that." Linda tried to calm everyone down. "I'm sure Nate was just trying to cheer us all up. Of course, all of us understand that we can't just wage war against all other vampires, but staying worried won't help us with anything." Vex started to walk towards the door, leaving the room. Before shutting it behind him, he looked back at the others. You're probably right. I'm sorry guys. I think I might just be a little bit more on edge with us being here now, but not being home. Please continue without me." Not being home, what did he mean by that? Dennis wondered. "There is a lot you guys don't know." Logan sighed and then started to explain. Originally, Vex was the son of the 13th family leader. He left out the fact that he had tried to save Quinn's and our lives to not get us involved in this whole mess. Because of that, he got banished from his own family and was meant to be executed. But Quinn couldn't just let that happen, so he ultimately went against the other family leaders. Imagine turning up here, forbidden from going back to the place you grew up in, or seeing the family that raised you. No wonder, He isn't his usual self. Meanwhile, on the second floor, both Xander and Amy had their own private get-together. Xander was biting his thumbnail, pacing backwards and forwards several times. "And you're absolutely sure you saw her eyes turn yellow?" Xander asked for the umpteenth time. "It couldn't have been the light hitting her eyes strangely, you being sleepy and imagining things." "How many times do you want to ask me that? I'm 100% sure that I saw them turn yellow, but I still don't understand what the big deal is," Amy asked, getting slightly worried. "I only told you because something felt weird when I looked at them. If I knew you were going to freak out about it like you're doing right now, perhaps I shouldn't have said anything. Actually, you might be right. It may be for the best if both of us just forget about any yellow eyes. On the other hand, if they ever found out we were keeping such a secret, then—" Xander was murmuring to himself. "Then what?" Amy shouted, now completely annoyed at the fact that Xander refused to be clear about what those yellow eyes meant. "Then they could execute us." Xander stared right at her, his face filled with dread at the gruesome end they could meet. Amy quickly emphasized why Xander had been acting so strangely, yet it also made her just the more curious what exactly Aaron was. What had she done that made her so dangerous that just hiding this from the families would warrant a punishment such as death? "You wouldn't have learnt much about it yet, but I'm sure you've at least heard of their name. There is only one subclass of vampires who have those yellow eyes, a damper. A vampire hunter. Those that were born to slay all vampires," Amy mumbled to herself. "But that can't be. Erin seems completely fine. She isn't going off killing vampires left and right. Just 'cause she may be different we can't treat her like a different subclass." "I don't make the rules," Xander insisted. "But they are there for a reason. Do you think they know? I mean Quinn or even Erin herself?" "I'm not sure. Reporting this to Quinn is probably our safest bet. At least that way it will no longer be our problem as we did what we were meant to. It will be up to him to decide what to do with Erin if her being a damper is true." Although Amy and Erin weren't as close as she was with Layla, she didn't want for her to come to harm. During their time at the castle she had seen a gentle side to Erin, someone who always helped others in subtle ways. There weren't many left in the 10th family after the attack, and everyone had grown closer than before afterwards. With their families killed, it felt like the survivors who lived in the castle had become one big family. "Why are they so scared of you, Erin?" In one of the 13th castles, where the vampire leaders usually resided, there was one sitting down patiently on their throne. The room was dark with shadows covering their face. They waited patiently. Soon, creeping out from the shadow, a large figure appeared before them. The newcomer had bulging muscles and gray-pale skin. His breathing was heavy as he walked onto the red carpet leading up to the throne, and entering the light it became clear it was a bloodsucker. "You may speak," the leader allowed. "I'm here to deliver a message." The bloodsucker did as he had been told. "You've previously asked why Roa chose to attack the 10th family's castle. It turns out Roa discovered that they were keeping someone very important. Usually bloodsuckers were void of speech, but those that were part of Roa's group had been bloodsuckers for a long time, and bit by bit they would get their sanity back and could converse just like this one." "Oh, I thought he just went for the 10th because they were the weakest?" the leader commented, not at all perturbed by the explanation. The bloodsucker shook its head. "Roa found out that the 10th family are hiding a damper amongst them. He wanted to convince them to join our side." The royal guard waited patiently outside the castle for Quinn to escort him to the king's castle, where Dwight was already waiting for him. There he would find out what Dwight wanted to talk to him alone about, and Quinn was also hoping he could get some answers of his own. Before leaving, Quinn made sure that both his vampire knights would be able to take care of the place without him. He handed both Leo and Paul a specially designed mask, each one slightly different from each other in their design. "You want us to wear these?" Paul asked as he looked at the mask as if it was some cheap decoration for Halloween. "Is this what the kids consider cool these days?" he thought. "Logan created these masks," Quinn answered. "Although the system allows me to summon you when I wish, it doesn't work the other way around. Phones don't work here if you haven't noticed, but these masks are all linked to each other so we can at least communicate by using them. You don't have to wear them at all times. Just when there is something you need to tell me. Have the others been given masks as well? Leo asked, not having seen anyone else wear one yet. You might have missed it, but Logan and Syl usually have them around their waist. The others from the Cursed faction have a secret place where they are keeping them. I thought about whether or not to hand these to the students in the 10th family as well, but for now I think it's best just for us to keep them. Quinn didn't give them his reasoning, but Leo understood that it had to be more of a trust issue than anything else. Quinn himself also didn't want them to get involved and was sure someone like Aaron or Leo would be near them at all times. Just as Quinn was about to head out the door, he heard a familiar voice call out to him. "Quinn!" Vex shouted. "Are you leaving for your meeting? If so, do you mind if I pop along with you? I'm about to head to the King's Castle. I'm not sure you would be very welcomed there." Quinn hesitated to take him along. "My bad. I didn't mean that I wanted to go to the King's Castle. I was actually thinking of meeting with my family. I know I was banished from there, but I believe if I come there as a member of the 10th family, it might be okay for me to just have a talk with them." Fex started to scratch his head, yet making sure that he did so carefully, so it didn't mess up his gelled back hair. "The thing is, with me being part of the 10th family and all, I kind of need your permission." Quinn just smiled back at him. "Sure. If anyone asks, just tell them that I've sent you as my representative." Exiting from the castle, Quinn met up with the guard and explained that he had important business at the 13th castle first. "Forgive me for my impudence, but he can go on his own, sir," the guard responded. "He shouldn't need you to babysit him. If you're worried about losing time, don't worry," Quinn replied with a grin on his face, as he cast his shadow travel skill, and the three of them were swallowed up. Traveling via the shadow was a lot faster since they could simply go straight underneath buildings. Additionally, it allowed Quinn to remain hidden from the public eye. Seeing the cameras, he was sure that everyone knew who he was, and he just didn't want to deal with the attention and rumors going around. Once they reached the 13th inner castle area, the three of them popped out and walked up to the guards. "I, Quinn Talon, family leader of the Cursed family, have come here to request a meeting with the 13th leader. Please deliver this message post-haste," Quinn announced, following Fex's plan. Fex was unsure whether his father would allow him to meet him if he just came unannounced. But if another leader made such a request, especially Quinn, he was sure his father would have to accept. While the guard went ahead and gave the okay, it was time for them to split up. "Fex, spend as long as you need here. You have already helped out enough, and now there are others that can help us. There's no rush to come back," Quinn encouraged Fex, before popping back off into the shadow with the royal guard and heading towards the king's castle. Taking a deep breath, Fex followed the guard into the castle. He tried to hide his face from onlookers, slightly regretting not bringing a mask along, so it didn't take long for him to get spotted. "Isn't that the 13th leader's son? I thought he was banished. What is he doing returning? I've seen him at the 10th family's announcement. Do you think he's a messenger boy for the 10th now? It's a shame to have fallen so far. He had such a bright future ahead of him." Gritting his teeth, Fex chose to ignore the comments until he finally entered the castle and subsequently the throne room. Awaiting him wasn't just his dad, but also his sister. When Lee Sanguinis, the 13th leader, saw his son walk through those doors, he didn't know how to react. He had been wondering what Quinn might want from him, so he was surprised to see his son walk in instead. He stood up and came before Fex as he looked him directly in the eyes. "I see the time apart has not really changed you. You're so old yet you still pull these stunts." Lee sighed. "Did you really have to come see us this way? As someone from the 10th family, instead of a son who wished to see his father." Hearing these surprising words, Fex started to tear up. "Father!" He choked on his words as he couldn't fight against the tears. "I'm sorry," was all he could say while he continued to cry and fell to his knees. Fex had expected to see his father's usual form before him. The one that always put pressure on him to become the next leader, the one that would scold him for doing something bad. But for the first time since his early childhood, the words spoken were soft and gentle. "You have nothing to be sorry for. I should be the one apologizing. I didn't really know how much I cared for you until... Lee paused for a second and turned his head to Silver by his side. Until I nearly lost both of you. Let me tell you this now. I hold both of your lives above any vampire code. Silver started smiling. Her father really had changed ever since the incident involving Fex. He was almost a completely different person. In the past, Lee had wished to become king, which was why he had followed the code so strictly. Only after he was forced to banish his son did he realize that losing everything to get to that position would be meaningless. Wiping his tears away, Fex got up from the floor. Father, I wish we could talk and stay here, but I know that I have to return to the 10th family at some point. Quinn, he's a good leader and I want to help him. Unfortunately, that means I can't stay by your side. I know you wanted me to become the next leader of the 13th family and I kept running away from it, thinking that Silver was always better suited for that position. I still think I would make a horrible leader, but I've always wanted to become a vampire that you can be proud of. And I think I can become one by staying at Quinn's side. Smiling back, Lee wanted to comment that he was already proud of Fex. Who else would go through what he had done just for a friend? There weren't too many in the world now, and all because he had made a promise. He regarded the current Fex as a bigger man than the other leaders who would hide behind schemes and stab each other in the back. That is why, before I leave here, I want to show you something. Something that can help the 13th family. Closing his eyes, Fex started to concentrate and feel the power from within his chest. Breaking down the crystal in his body, something slowly started to appear in his hands, until eventually they could see a large needle-like weapon. Standing on his feet, with his mouth left wide open, Lee started to walk towards the weapon Fex was holding. He had his hand held out as if he wanted to grab it. That can't be, is that a dash? A blood weapon, yes? Fex nodded, proud of his accomplishment. And it's not one that has been made from someone else's blood crystal. This weapon came from my very own blood. I can bring it out and place it back as I wish, and it works just like any other blood weapon. Silver could no longer keep her mouth closed, but soon her excitement changed to feeling proud of her little brother. You claim that I should have been made the 13th leader, and then you go pull out something like this? You truly don't know how talented you are. After showing them the blood weapon, Fex went on to describe in great detail how he was able to achieve this and what the necessary steps were. The two of them were listening and hanging on to his every word. Even after an explanation, it didn't seem like something they could do just on the spot, and it would take some time to learn, and more importantly teach to their most promising family members. I'm truly sorry, Father, but I think it's best I go now. Fex apologized in a sad tone. I fear staying longer will just make me too attached to this place. You can do what you want with this information. Give it to the king, share it with others, or keep it to yourself. I just want you to know that you were the first one I've shared this with. Touched by his son's determination, Lee nonetheless allowed Fex to leave. That boy might have changed the whole vampire race, and he doesn't seem to even know it. On the way back, Fex no longer cared about what the others spoke about him on the streets. He was too happy to care. That was the old Fex of the 13th. Now I belong to the 10th family, he thought to himself on the way back. However, after only taking a couple of steps forward, someone called out to him. Fex! A soft voice called out. When he turned around, he could see two hair buns wrapped up. There was only one person he knew who had that hairstyle. Kaz, what do you want? He asked. The look on Kaz's face was one of concern, for she didn't look happy. In fact, it was almost as if she was on the verge of tears holding it in. I'm sorry. Reaching the king's castle was no easy task. At least getting past the guards, that was. Last time Quinn had come here, it had been in the midst of a council meeting. At the time, he also had Arthur by his side, and the guards had been less cautious. However, this time, there were several checks put on Quinn before he was even allowed to step in. They didn't allow any weapons nor any armor past the entrance. Everything had to be left before he could enter. Not that it mattered much in Quinn's case, since he kept all of his important stuff in his dimensional space. If he ever needed something, he could equip it with Shadow Equip at any time. The reason why Quinn wasn't wearing his armor or weapons out in the open in the vampire world was due to what substances they had in them. Before coming here, Quinn had asked Alex to create weapons using his blood, not just for him but also for the others from the Cursed faction. Similarly, everyone else was also hiding them in their shadow. After the checks were done, Quinn was finally led into the castle, however accompanied by 4 guards, 2 in front of him and 2 behind. The king's castle was quite similar to the others with only slight differences, like the rooms being slightly bigger adorned with a lot of giant paintings. Quinn guessed that they had to be important figures in the vampire's history, as well as important events. I thought the 10th castle was already big, but this is just ridiculous. Who needs all this space? Having lived most of his life on Earth in a small apartment, Quinn wasn't used to these kinds of grand rooms. Previously, Quinn had just been in a council room, which happened to be a floor under the king's throne room. Alas, it appeared as if he wouldn't get the chance to check it out this time either, as he never left the first floor. Instead, he was escorted to one of many dining rooms. Dwight was already sitting there all on his own, with some light snacks red in color and tea. "Thank you for escorting him safely. You may take your leave now," Dwight instructed the guards who had been following him. They all nodded and did as they were told. "I don't remember coming through this many checks last time, although I guess I shouldn't be surprised about you being cautious with the king's eternal slumber," Quinn commented, as he sat down opposite from Dwight. "Indeed, especially with some parties daring to attack other castles, one can't be too safe. Those guards were just as much for your safety as ours," Dwight explained. "Before we start, Quinn, I want to make sure that everything spoken here is just between me and you. I hate having to act this paranoid, but with everything that has happened I can't trust anyone else. I can only advise you to do the same. After you leave this room, perhaps you should even start doubting me." The royal knight being this cautious was outside of Quinn's expectations, and he was now completely focused on the conversation. He had believed this was just to make sure nothing would interrupt the king's eternal slumber. But things appeared to be more dire than he had initially thought. "I will spare you the details as I'm sure your vampire knight must have gone over this with you. But the one responsible for the attack on your castle is someone named Roa. He used to be the second family's leader, but has now turned into a bloodsucker or had done. His grudge against the current king was no secret. Unfortunately, he was also very strong, yet we never imagined him to attack us head-on and so suddenly like that. To be able to attack any of the castles, what's more to so easily enter the inner castle area of even the 10th castle, there is only one explanation. There is someone among the leaders who must have helped him," Dwight shared, clenching his fist on the table. "I didn't want to believe that someone would work with those bloodsuckers to force the king's hand like that, and now it has come to the point that we must replace him. What I'm most afraid of is that this was that mystery person's original goal." It was news to Quinn that Roa used to be the second family's leader, although he had come to learn that it wasn't too rare for the families to change their past leaders if they turned out to be incompetent. "Why do I have the feeling you're thinking something incredibly rude about me?" Vincent asked, but Quinn chose to ignore him. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry. You and the king seemed close, and I honestly wish I could have thanked him for saving the people he could," said Quinn. "You really have grown," Dwight sighed, taking a stronger look at Quinn. "I should probably come to the point of why I have summoned you here. I originally just wanted to apologize failing to do our job, but I also never expected you to return like you have done now. I can smell and feel the aura of a real vampire leader on you now. As I said, there is at least one traitor among the leaders. Let me be honest with you, right now I suspect every single one of the other families. Well, all except yours, Quinn. You were away when the attack happened. Neither you nor anyone you interacted with in your family had anything to do with Roa, and most importantly, I can't think of a single reason why you would attack your own family. I never thought I would say this, but you're the only person I can trust and I would like your help. If the goal of the person working with Roa was really to get rid of the king, then I can only assume their end goal lies in obtaining the seat for themselves. The powers are split into 2 groups, so they will be coming for you, Quinn. I want you to report everything that either side attempts to do. Feel free to lead them on. Agree to help them and try to find out who was, and possibly still is, working with the bloodsuckers. I won't lie to you. Doing this could place you a big target on your back, but I will be trying my best to help you all the way. It would be best if you prepare for another attack. Your family is weak right now and they might strike again. Thinking about this, if his area was to get attacked, Quinn was wondering if he could use the new reputation shop in his system to improve his defenses. He could build towers, statues, and set up flags to help fend off against attacks. The only problem was obtaining the reputation points to upgrade the place. Once he figured out a way to quickly and reliably get more, he could create a fortress stronger than all others. It's your choice whether you want to help me or not, but you should be aware that you are bound to get dragged into this either way. All I'm asking is when you do get dragged into it, that you do your best to try and can find anything useful. In return, I will try to do whatever I can to help you and your family. Right now, although the king can't speak, he has given me authority and power to act on his behalf. If there is something you need, you should ask now before the ceremony. Quinn agreed with Dwight's analysis of the situation. As a family leader, he would be wrapped up in all this whether he liked it or not. Honestly, he also wanted to find out who was working with the bloodsuckers. They had killed his people, killed Edward, and had tried attacking the others, so he wanted revenge. Quinn felt quite lonely in the vampire world. His family was regarded as an outsider compared to the rest, and here a powerful ally was holding out their hand. "I'll help you," Quinn declared. "However, there are a few favors and things I would like to ask myself." "Of course, Quinn," Dwight replied happily. "For someone who has only recently become a leader, you are going far beyond that would normally be expected of you. As long as it's within my power, I will deliver what you need." There were so many subjects and questions Quinn wanted to ask and talk about, but he decided to start with the one that weighed on his mind the most. The first one should be easy enough. What do you know about Jim Eno? I need to know everything that he did after Vincent left. It was safe to say that the question took Dwight by surprise. Out of all the things to ask for, especially given their current situation, why was Quinn's first question something related to the vampire's past? Is this just his own curiosity, or the request of someone else? Dwight wondered, mentally going down the list of possible candidates who could be behind the young new family leader. "You seem to be quite interested in the 10th family's past. With the flame extinguished, I know Vincent is gone, so I'm assuming this has something to do with his will? Maybe something he asked you as his final wish." Dwight probed Quinn for some sort of reaction. Vincent Eno had been a very interesting person, yet he had failed to understand him in his lifetime. Coincidentally, Dwight's current actions were quite rude and disrespectful. If it had been any other leader before him, they would have made a fuss, perhaps even accusing him of being interrogated. But Quinn wouldn't know any better. "Didn't you tell me you would help me?" Quinn questioned in a sharp tone, his eyes focusing on the older vampire. "Do you perhaps expect me to explain to you everything that I do?" Quinn acting completely outside his expectations was a grim reminder for Dwight that the young boy wasn't as innocent as he seemed. "I apologize for my behavior." Dwight bowed down, slightly surprising Quinn. "You're right, I did promise to help you in any way you need, and this is indeed something relatively simple. Of course, you don't have to explain yourself. I was merely surprised you knew about Jim, since there aren't many alive today that do remember him." Dwight looked down at the table while trying to remember past events. "You said you wanted to know what happened after Vincent's disappearance, correct? I don't know how much you know about Vincent Eno, but before he left us, he had been in charge of a special project. A project that would have made us far less reliant on human blood. Unfortunately, he left our world without ever completing the project. At the time, there honestly weren't too many great minds among us vampires. The common belief was that the fist was mightier than the brain, and most lived according to that. The king at the time, not wanting to get involved with the humans any more than we already had felt like the project had to be completed at any cost. They were convinced that sooner or later the existence of vampires would become known to the humans, if we didn't change our ways. Quinn still vividly remembered living through Vincent's life. It would be nigh impossible to count just how many human lives had been taken because of the vampires. The king had been absolutely right. The detectives, just like Vincent's partner Katie, had been getting closer and closer to the discovery of vampires. In the past, when there was such a difference in strength it wouldn't have mattered, but with the humans having caught up, it had suddenly become a problem for the vampires. Although many disagreed with the decision, eventually a vote had been cast, and despite Jim's past, and his oath to never enter a laboratory again, he had been allowed to continue the project from where Vincent had left off. Now the puzzle pieces were starting to line up in Quinn's head. After Vincent had left, Jim had taken over the project, at which point he must have gone to Earth where he encountered Logan's parents and convinced them to help with the project. Was he searching for Vincent because he couldn't complete the project alone? Or was there something else? After countless failures, eventually Jim found a solution to our problem. Alas, there was a problem with the final project that he kept hidden from us. In order to fix this flaw before we found out, he committed a grave taboo. The same one that had stopped him from entering the laboratory in the first place. In the end, the project had to be scrapped altogether. Jim, just what did you do this time? Vincent thought as he heard these words. Dwight didn't say anything else on the matter, as if the story had ended, but Quinn noticed that a lot of details had been left out. Was it because he didn't know about what Jim had done? Or did he think Quinn didn't need to know? Still, Quinn wasn't going to back down. He needed his answers, and he had someone in front of him who could help. The thing Jim created, the one that was unsuccessful, were they the Dalki? Quinn asked, wanting confirmation, even though he was already sure of the answer. Dwight's eyes lit up at this question, making him all the more aware that Quinn knew far more about this than should have been possible. With that being the case, it was pointless to hide the small details. Yes, instead of having to consume the human's blood, he had created something else. The Dalki. The only problem was that they were unable to reproduce. With the materials that we had provided him, he had only been able to make a certain amount. This would have been fine, yet due to their relatively short lifespan, it would have only been a temporary yet costly measure. As someone who had grown up with Jim, Vincent was easily able to figure out Jim's train of thought. Jim must have originally been mixing humans with the demon-tier beast to create the Dalki. Vincent shared his insight. Now there were two ways for him to fix the problems. Either find a way to allow the Dalki to reproduce, or turn them immortal. Given his prior history, it's no surprise which option he chose. Dwight gave out a big sigh before answering. He raised one of the original vampires and tried to experiment on them. Only this time he was prepared for us when we found out. By the time we discovered what he had done, it was already too late. Jim had left the castle with the Dalki, and despite our efforts to track him down, he was never seen again. What about the original vampire? Quinn asked. Was he successful in creating a hybrid? Quinn could only imagine what a monster the Dalkis would have on their hand if Jim turned out to have been successful. What was worrying him more was whether Jim might still be experimenting to this day. Fortunately not, however, that ancestor perished in the process. Actually, it's a good thing you brought this up. I would be careful, Quinn. The original that had been killed was the first-generation family leader of the 8th family. So it shouldn't surprise you that they had a giant grudge against the 10th family ever since. That being said, I have been unable to find anything relating them to the current attack. Unfortunately, the same has to be said for all the other families at the moment. It seemed like the 8th family and 10th family had multiple clashes after that, especially since Vincent had also been the one to have killed one of their previous family leaders due to what they had done to Katie. Whoa, that's a lot of enemies. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes right now, Vincent stated, amused. You have the first family's Bryce on your back, the 8th family, and let's not forget about the Sith family with Vidine. I know Arthur was the one that killed him, but it was due to you. Don't pretend like everything's my fault. You were the responsible for at least one of those. Quinn replied, annoyed. If you know Jim had created the Dalki, then why didn't the vampires kill the Dalki or at least help the humans when they were getting attacked? Quinn asked. I know you might start to hate me for this since you're a former human, but the Dalki simply hadn't been regarded as a threat by us. At any point in time we would be able to beat them quite easily, so we didn't really care what happened to them. Given their lifespan, most of us appeared to think that the problem would simply fix itself. And by the time the human race was facing extinction, well, we had found a way to solve our blood problem, so once again no family felt the need to intervene. The vampires don't see the Dalki as a threat? Is it due to arrogance? Or are they really that strong? Quinn couldn't believe it. He had personally clashed with the other family leaders and had therefore experienced their powers firsthand. He also was aware of the power of the Dalki he had encountered. If the vampire didn't regard them as a threat. Just curious. But how many spikes have you seen on a Dalki? Quinn questioned to verify a theory. The face Dwight pulled was one of confusion as he was clueless what that had to do with anything. One? No, I think I recall one of them having two. I'm sorry, it's been a while. Dwight answered, unsure where Quinn was going with his questioning. Still, he had learned his lesson, so he answered as best as he could. Actually, when the Dalki had first been created, we had been unaware of their defects. The ones studying them reassured us that their intelligence was enough for us to attempt to train them, so we taught them how to fight. The idea was to use them as more than just a food source and make them hunt beasts as well. However, before we got the chance, Jim had disappeared with them all in a single night. Did he say 2 spikes? But even during the war there was a 4-spike Dalki. Have they grown stronger in the meantime? Just like Borden. Do more spikes grow on them with age, or did Jim find a way to create more? However, that means the vampires remain unaware of their increased strength. No wonder. They've just been sitting here focusing on their own internal struggles. This was something Quinn couldn't have predicted. He had believed there had to be a logical reason for the vampires to not get involved, but for the reason to be pure ignorance. Unfortunately, that meant Quinn would have to somehow convince them to start treating the Dalki as a threat. Worse, they also had to worry about Arthur now as well. Don't tell them about Arthur, Quinn. Vincent stressed. Right now Dwight trusts you, but they saw Arthur help you once when you were in trouble. Both of you share the same ability and they don't know quite how it works. But do know that he can come to you through your shadow. If you tell them that Arthur plans to get rid of the vampires, that could easily be used against you. Vincent was right. Quinn didn't want any more enemies, not at this point in time. On that note, could you ask him who managed to create the blood substitute? With me and Jim gone, I seriously can't imagine anyone else being able to complete it. Vincent asked. There is one thing I don't quite get. You told me that Vincent was in charge of the project, but left it unfinished. Then Jim was the one to try and complete it, yet he failed and created the Dalki before vanishing. However, it was completed in the end, so who was the one who managed to do what those two had failed at? I don't see why that would be a problem, Dwight replied, taking a sip of his tea. They had been talking for quite a while now, more so than he had initially thought, especially since Quinn was focusing on past subjects. It was actually due to Jill, the 8th family leader. Believe me when I say that it was a complete surprise to all of us all when she had come up with a solution. Jill? Vincent shouted in shock. What? Is she someone special or something? Actually, Vincent paused. I don't really remember her. She must have been made a family leader after me. Although the 8th family did like to experiment as well, they were nowhere near as talented as the Enos, Vincent claimed, full of pride. That is everything that I know about Jim. To this day there was a call out from the agents to find him, but he hasn't been spotted, and with our agents deceased, we have decided to focus on more important things. I hope my answers have helped you. It did help Quinn confirm a few things. For one, Jim was indeed the creator of the Dalki, and if Quinn's hunch was correct, he would be working with them even now, which was why the vampires were unable to locate them. However, there was one other, perhaps even bigger question on his mind. Where did Richard Eno, the first king, fit into all of this? Judging by how many original vampires Jim had awakened, Quinn just couldn't put the idea out of his head that he might have woken up Richard. However, no matter how much Quinn thought about it, he just couldn't piece together what Richard was trying to do, nor what his goal could be in all of this. But most importantly, just whose side was Richard supposed to be on? I'm assuming that was not all you wanted from me? Dwight continued the conversation. Even I would feel bad to reward you with just a simple history lesson for what I have asked of you. With the most prominent question out of the way, it was time for Quinn to make some requests or suggestions, and he was just hoping these would go as well as the rest of the conversation had. Indeed, it concerns the men that came with Paul. I know you originally promised me that their lives would be spared as long as I managed to fulfill my mission, but I'm afraid that deal will not be honored with a new king. I'm sure you never intended to just let them go back to the human world after everything happened in the first place, right? Now that the conversation seemed to relax a little, Dwight's posture was less stiff as he replied. Asking for that would have been outside of what I could have offered. Returning 200 or so men is bound to raise questions, even if we did erase their memories, not to mention it would be near impossible to check that all the details inside their heads had disappeared. However, there is actually a leader who is famous for her ability to erase her target's memories with 100% certainty. This was news to Quinn. He had heard that erasing just part of someone's memories was already hard, especially a large chunk of it could be dangerous to the user. With how long they had stayed, Quinn had honestly thought the only option would have been to erase their entire memories. However, Quinn had already witnessed the effects of turning someone into a black slate with CIA. All these people had their own families to go to, as such it was too cruel to do that to them. I'm guessing it's a leader's ability? Quinn asked, not letting his personal emotions show. Correct, Cindy, the second family's leader can remove memories, or more precisely she can reverse one's memories up to a certain point. She could make it so those men only remember up to the point when they were handed their mission, without remembering anything about the vampire world or ever encountering you. Nevertheless, I can't just release them back to the human world. Kez has been tracking you and most likely has already reported to Bryce that you haven't achieved much. Our word means a lot to us vampires, the king's word perhaps more so than anyone else's. Right now, many believe the only reason you and Paul are complying is because of them, so giving up the hold we have over you would result in a bigger rift than there already is. But we don't have a lot of time, Quinn argued. Once a new king gets elected, won't they just use this very same excuse? That the deal had been between me and the old king. Then what would you suggest? I'm open to any solutions? Regretfully, Quinn had been forced to consider such an outcome, so he had already gone through the options with Paul. You're afraid that they would tell others about the vampire world because they're human, so what if we make them into vampires? After they turn, I would like to accept them into the 10th family. You asked me to help you, but as you're aware my family is currently at its weakest. We've been attacked, and I can't exactly do much with just 10 vampire students and the few companions I brought along this time, now can I? I need to rebuild our strength and we need people for that. Quinn insisted, not shying away from laying the guilt onto the royal vampire knight. Dwight stayed silent for a while and relaxed back in his chair until he was finally ready to answer. That does sound reasonable. I should be able to use the attack on the 10th family's castle as justification for giving you more people. However, that still leaves us with the problem that turning all 200 will be impossible by yourself. Other vampires can only turn 1 or 2 at most, and with how little people you have, still, I can allow for the humans to live in your inner castle area, without being turned, but I suggest you do this as soon as possible. Once the others learn that you have humans there, well, it will be like dangling a stake in front of a lion. 200 people would now be added to the 10th family, and although he didn't have to worry about their lives being lost now, he still would have to worry about the possibility of the 10th castle being attacked in the future. Thinking of those in his family, and what Dwight said earlier, it made him think about something. By any chance, you said that her ability worked by not erasing the memory but by reversing them. Do you think a person's memories could be reversed to before they had been removed, in a way returning their lost memories? Quinn asked. Theoretically, I would think it would work, but I don't know the ins and outs of the ability. You would have to ask Cindy, since she's the one with the ability. Dwight could tell that it was the last request Quinn had. Of course Quinn would have liked to ask for more support and help from Dwight, but they needed to also keep their relationship a secret, which was why he could only do so much. Before leaving, it looked like he had one more thing to say. Cindy should be willing to help you. She already has the support from a lot of the other leaders, so she will help you to gain your favor. But remember what I said, Quinn, don't trust anyone. The king will go into eternal slumber in 2 weeks. Use this time to strengthen the 10th family and find out whatever you can. We will meet regularly and I will start the process of sending those captured over to you. Quinn had found out what he needed and had managed to solve the issue with the human prisoners. Overall, the meeting could be called a success. Still, he couldn't help but feel bad that they had no choice in the matter. He just hoped they would agree that anything was better than death, especially since Quinn planned to make good on his promise to return them to their family one day. "Are you thinking about letting CIA see the second leader, Cindy?" Vincent asked. "When I said there was one in the world that could possibly return her memories, she was the one I was referring to. I just never thought we would be in a situation where they would need a lot more from you than you do from them. I ruined her life." Quinn sighed. "It's hard for me to look at her, since I can see how much pain she is in. I thought that maybe after a while she would forget about everything, but even now she plans to go back to Pure in hopes of finding out more about her past." Quinn grimaced as the thought crossed his mind that they were quite similar. In a way, he also had been obsessed with his past, only that he had tried unlocking the book his parents had left him, hoping he might learn just a little bit more about them. "She saved us from the demon-tier beast and has helped us a lot. I think the least I can do for her is allowing her to choose what she wants to do." Exiting from the castle, the royal guards checked Quinn over again. Although Dwight was a higher rank than them, Quinn could see that even when he left the room they checked him before he was to go up. "I guess they're only loyal to the king." After the check was done, Quinn started to leave the castle, but while doing so he walked past someone unexpected. Quinn paused for a second, as he heard the sound of something hitting the floor. It was a cane, but he was aware that the man holding it didn't need it. Walking past him, Bryce had but a small smile on his face. "No matter how much you seem to have grown on the outside, you are but a human child," he whispered, knowing full well that Quinn could hear him. "That old man is crazy," Vincent proclaimed. "If he wants your vote, he's doing a terrible job at it. It's okay, we should ignore him for now. If Bryce wants to go to war, then I will happily show him that the Dalki are not the only thing these old vampires have underestimated." Having come back from his meeting with Dwight, Quinn headed to the inner castle area. At the moment it was deserted with no signs of life after all the people that had died in the attack. Usually people from the pooling area would fill in those numbers, yet none had taken that chance so far. Quinn wanted to improve the inner castle area. With Dwight having warned him about the possibility of another attack, and after Bryce's comment he was sure that the intention of the first family leader was to get rid of him altogether. As such, he was inspecting the security around the place, focusing on the large wall built around the inner area, the small gate at the front, and the side gates in the walls allowing one to travel from castle to castle. He couldn't stay in the tense castle area forever, and he also wasn't expecting the vampires to leave their home and come aboard the cursed ship, so that left him with only one choice. He somehow needed to improve the castle's defenses. Luckily, he had acquired just the right tools for that recently. This reputation store sure is handy for this. Now if only I could figure out how to get some more reputation points, Quinn thought to himself. Upon returning to the castle, he checked if anything had happened during his absence, yet there didn't seem to be anything noteworthy. He only briefly encountered the students altogether. Since he had become the family leader, they had all bowed down to him. Not knowing what to do, Quinn awkwardly just waved at them before leaving quickly. Seems Fex still hasn't returned. Well, good for him. There must be a lot he has to talk about with his family. Sitting down, he continued to try to come up with an idea how to get more reputation. "I can see you are struggling," Vincent noted. "Do you want me to give you a hand?" Struggling to find a name, he had planned to ask Vincent for help anyway. Yet the way Vincent had approached him first and the proud tone in his voice somehow pissed Quinn off, as if the other was indicating he was better than him. Choosing to ignore Vincent for now, Quinn continued brainstorming. Eventually, after not being able to come up with something, he sighed in defeat. "Please help me out," Quinn requested in frustration. I believe the system was being quite literal when it called them reputation points. Even the shop itself only opened up when you became the 10th leader. Vincent started to explain. Which leaves me to conclude that more reputation points will be awarded as long as you increase your reputation with those in the 10th family. They must think better of you or do something to better their lives. Like remember when Edward first assigned you a task? It was to deliver blood to all those in the inner area, right? Vincent's logic made sense, but now Quinn was left to wonder how to better their lives or give off a good impression. After all, he frankly didn't know them too well yet. After Quinn formulated a small theory, he decided to call over Timmy, Alex, and Logan. If it really was about increasing one's reputation, then those three would be the best candidates to help him verify it. After the trio entered the room, Quinn started to ask them a few questions, mostly their personal rundown on what the tents area used to be like before the attack. When it had been his turn, Timmy mentioned his idea about the armor sets. However, I don't think it would work anymore, Timmy admitted. I tried to do it before you arrived, but even with offering then an armor set as a reward, no one was interested to move. They just don't feel safe anymore. I don't think that will be too much of a problem soon, Quinn said. The only thing I need to do is increase my reputation with those in the 10th. Alex, if you could, would you be able to create new equipment for the students here? As for Logan and Timmy, try to head over to the pooling area and see if there is anything needing that can improve their lives. I'm sure Logan can come up with a few things. Then what do you need me for? Timmy questioned. I mean, you know how charming Logan can be. I'd much rather have you there as the spokesperson. Also make sure that anyone who wishes to leave the castle does so in at least a group of 5. I want you to take 3 others with you and make sure to take your masks with you as well. Before allowing the 3 of them to leave, Quinn decided to bring up the system and check out one more thing. In the system interface, there was now a section where he could assign quests to certain individuals. To do that, he merely needed to set up an objective, optionally add a mission description, but most importantly had to assign the reward form his own items in the system. Oh neat! It also lets me use the items I have in my shadow space. Okay, let's test it out with this, Quinn thought. The instructions had also stated that if Quinn wanted to give the quest to a certain individual, then he could do so by using his inspect skill. Then, when the information screen popped up, there was a little assign quest button underneath their name. Quinn wrote up the quest for Alex to create armor for the students and then also created an additional one for Logan and Timmy. What should I put here? Get to know the 10th family people better? Let's see if the system accepts something vague like that. As a reward, Quinn just put some high-tier crystals and the quest was set. Whoa, what the hell is this? Alex wondered out loud as he looked at the screen in front of him. What are you talking about? Timmy asked since it looked like Alex was staring at nothing but air. Can't you see it? The screen? It just appeared out of nowhere. He started jumping up and down like a kid, despite it looking similar to the screens they used today. The only difference was this did feel a little like magic. Can you see the same thing in front of you, Logan? Quinn asked. Logan didn't have any reaction, but he did nod. He had seen this once before, and knew about Quinn having the system due to the 2 of them touching. However, Timmy was unable to see anything. Can only those turned see the system screen and quests? But then why did the quest not appear in front of Timmy? Checking the status of the quest, it said that it was ongoing and Timmy had received one. Moving on and past the excitement, Quinn made sure for them to deliver the message that the new 10th leader was the one that had sent them and asked to complete the task. As for Alex, Quinn opened up his dimensional space and handed him a bunch of Emperor tier crystals he could use to create equipment. Something that had been given to them after the joint hunt from the Demon tier beast, and some revived from the Pure planets and Daisy planets. Quinn thought they might have been a use for them, so he brought them along. Now all Quinn had to do was wait patiently. After waiting a while, he received a few messages. Logan Green has completed the quest. Rewards have been received. Timmy Sinblup has completed the quest. Rewards have been received. The 10th's family opinion of you has increased. 400 reputation points gained. And after that, Alex Way has completed the quest. Rewards have been received. 100 reputation points gained. For completing the following quests, the 10th family members are grateful. 100 reputation points received. 100 reputation points received. 100 reputation points received. Total reputation points currently 900. Oh, I didn't expect to get reputation points from them being happy about completing the quests. It looks like I got 100 per person. I guess this title allowing me to assign quests isn't so useless after all. Quinn smiled as he looked forward to upgrading some things around his castle. After he had determined the usefulness of his new title, Quinn went on a quest-assigning rampage. Unfortunately, his initial enthusiasm was hampered after he discovered that different quests would give him different amounts of reputation points. The good news was that even those that couldn't see the quest screen interface in front of them had been able to complete their quests, earning him more points. Timmy was one such example. When asked about it, he had told Quinn that a flash of white light had simply appeared before him, falling into his hands to his utter shock. It sounded quite similar to the time Quinn had traded his beast crystals with the system for the items in its shop. The quests appeared to work with the same concept in mind, transporting the item from Quinn's storage directly to the one assigned the quest no matter where they are. In order to not shock everyone about his new system power, he had limited the quest to only those within the castle. There were a few more things he found. The same quest couldn't be given twice, and he would only earn reputation points if the system deemed it as helping the 10th family, leading to a bit of mental exhaustion on his part. Also, what appeared to influence the number of reputation points he would receive was not the person completing the quest, but the opinion of the 10th family from Quinn helping them out as their leader. A few days in, he also discovered that depending on his reputation he would also benefit from a passive daily amount of those points until he eventually ended up with a total of 6,000 reputation points to spend as he wanted. The only thing he had bought so far was the flag, which he had not set up yet. Looking at the shop, there were only two other items that he could buy: the tower and the statue that looked like a gargoyle. Quinn decided to purchase 2 towers, since he already knew where he wanted to place them right away. He walked out to the front inner castle gate to see for himself how the process would work. In other castles this area would have at least a couple of guards patrolling the area, but with the lack of personnel there was no one there. The lack of security was the main reason why others still hadn't asked to join the inner area, despite news spreading about the 10th family having a leader again. Usually there would be at least some vampires who would join a family for an easy promotion into the inner castle, since that would guarantee them a grand life feasting on more blood than they could wish for. However, there was just too much risk of another attack happening, and they all knew it. What was the point of untold riches if they would soon have to pay with their lives? Let's see how this thing works. Quinn motivated himself as he navigated the system screen. A holographic outline of the tower appeared on a map. At the same time, Quinn could see that holographic display in front of him, making him aware exactly where and how big the tower would be. Okay, now for the points. 1,000 reputation points have been used. Tower is being built. In front of his eyes, the wireframe holographic display was coming into existence. It was taller than the outside wall, almost double the size, and it matched the material that the castles had been made of. Then, at the very top, there was a platform with 4 pillars allowing for an open area, and then a pointed roof above that. With his eyesight, Quinn could make out a strange circle orb on the inside. It really did just come out of thin air. That is the power of equivalent exchange, Vincent explained. I have to admit I'm quite envious. If I had to do this with my own powers, I would have had to gather the correct materials and then prepared beast crystals as an energy source before I could even begin. Yet here the system conveniently takes over that task for you. It judges everything you have done, assigns you a type of currency, and then, by spending that currency, it allows you to create something like this without any other requirements. Vincent was honestly frustrated. Quinn's system was pretty much a cheat. What's worse, it appeared to him as if his own powers had been upgraded and he was benefiting from it. However, when remembering what Quinn had gone through, and his own life that had been sacrificed to create the system, he didn't feel like he should complain. It didn't take long for the tower to catch the attention of the vampires in the polling area. A large structure that hadn't been there before had appeared out of nowhere. It was only natural that a big crowd had gathered watching that right next to the first tower. Not the other side of the gate, another tower started to appear. Please supply the tower with energy. The system allowed him to use the beast crystals he carried in his dimensional space. When selecting a basic tier crystal, Quinn could see a bar that he assumed displayed how much energy it would provide the tower with. Selecting a higher tier crystal would fill it up more. So this is its source of energy, Quinn thought. Looking at the towers, Quinn could see that they could be upgraded to level 2, each for 500 points. Before doing that, he first wanted to test out the strength of the level 1 tower. Quinn started to walk out of his own front gate, noticing the vampires from the main settlement area, all standing there staring at him blankly. It wouldn't hurt for you to inform them of what you're doing. You're an official leader, so you should address the people, Vincent suggested. Clearing his throat, Quinn started to give his speech. Greetings, everyone. As you're aware, we have recently suffered from an attack. As the 10th family's leader, it's my wish to make sure that we can protect others if something similar was to ever happen again. These towers are the first step to make my wish come true. Quinn's speech was wonderfully effective in getting the vampires to speak more about him and his family. But for the moment he chose to ignore them. The towers would only attack those perceived as enemies, so Quinn manually assigned himself to be treated as one. After he was selected as a target, Quinn approached the gate slowly, step by step, until he entered their range and both of the towers fired a ball of energy towards him. The attack wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. He just stood there taking the hit to make sure just how effective they would be. 2 small explosions injured his body. -5 HP. -5 HP. After taking the first 2 hits, he could see the towers were getting ready to fire again, so quickly left the tower's range. The energy bar underneath the towers had lessened after the first shot. Quinn estimated that with the basic tier crystal each tower could fire off a total of 20 shots. That's way better than I thought. Quinn praised their performance. Quinn wasn't wearing any armor, but he had a strong body as a vampire lord. Being able to damage him to this degree was something good to have. People are impressed by the 10th family's new contraption. 500 reputation points awarded. It looked like his little display was good publicity, capable of impressing some people in the crowd. Well, there's more where that came from, Quinn mused as he spent 500 points twice to upgrade both towers. Now stepping closer, the shots fired from the tower were quicker and stronger, and when it hit Quinn this time, they took off 10 points of HP each. Looking at the system, the towers were displayed as level 2/5 towers, meaning they could be upgraded 3 more times. However, the upgrade to level 3 cost 1,000 reputation points. Quinn was curious about the performance, but decided to prioritize placing more towers at crucial points around the 10th area, including the castle. Hey, that castle thing looked kind of impressive, one of the spectation vampires noted. Yeah, it looks like the new 10th family leader is trying to show us what he can do. Another cheered for Quinn to give them a good show. If we get close, will it attack us? A third was a bit worried about their safety. Seeing Quinn now walk through the gates with no trouble, some dared to walk forward, happy the towers didn't do anything to them. Don't worry, Quinn shouted to them while not turning around. They will only attack anything that the 10th family deems as its enemy. People are impressed by the 10th family's new contraption. Reputation points earned 500. After testing out the store and reading what the statue could do, Quinn paid 2,000 points to place a statue a little bit away from the castle door. This thing is pretty impressive as well, Quinn said as he tapped the statue a few times. It looked as if someone had frozen over a winged bloodsucker. Even if it didn't do anything, he thought it was something nice to look at, but its effects were impressive as well. As for the rest of his reputation points, Quinn decided that he would keep them for now, building them up to purchase something expensive perhaps. With the construction speed as fast as it was, there was no need to do it all at once. After meeting up with everyone, Quinn informed them of the towers he had created and their function. The students, as well as those from the cursed ship, were excited to hear and see the news. Done with their meal, everyone almost instantly went outside to take a look at the improvements Quinn had made. Xander and Amy were among the last to leave. They hesitated for a little, looking at each other, seemingly wanting to tell him something, but ultimately shook their heads and just followed the crowd. That just left Quinn and Leo, as he had asked the vampire knight to stay behind. It feels like I haven't been able to rest since coming here, Quinn sighed. Now that it's just the two of, there's a lot I wanted to ask you. Hard to believe how fast time passes when you're wrapped up with things. Indeed, but a busy life is not a bad one. And as long as it's for the future, we can work hard. Leo argued. You're as hard-working as always, Leo. As the person who has taught me Qi, I will forever be thankful to you. It has helped me in many situations, and I'm sure the same is true for you. So I was wondering, are you aware that there are the different stages of Qi? Leo opened his white, hollowed eyes and raised his eyebrow, as if he didn't know what Quinn was talking about. If this Leo has only mastered the first stage and is already this strong, just what kind of monster will he become after learning all the others? Quinn couldn't help but get excited at imagining the future. It was a good thing the two of them had been sitting down when Quinn had started to share his knowledge in that regard with Leo, unaware just how much stronger it would make his vampire knight in the near future. Quinn started from the beginning, when he himself had learned about the different stages of Qi from a man named Abdul. How the rankings within Pure worked and how they were taught Qi. However, not everyone was on the same level, and there were 3 stages of it. You said you fought against someone at Pure before? Quinn confirmed. And that they used Qi as well? So it looks like your hunch was right. Someone is indeed teaching those in Pure about Qi, yet when you were taught it, your master did so without mentioning these different stages. Shaking his head, Leo had no such knowledge. I taught you everything my master taught me without holding back. Even the Qi strikes I use with my sword were developed by myself. Although Leo didn't say it, he had always wondered about something. At the dojo, he had always felt like his teacher had been holding back something. Leo understood why his master might have not taught him the other forms of Qi after their little incident, but that didn't explain why he hadn't done so before. He had lived and stayed with him for years, always being stuck at the same level. I see, Quinn replied. When we were on the hunt for the demon tier beast, I met a man called Chris. Similar to Layla's mother, they both knew the 3 stages of Qi. I'm sure he was a member of Pure, especially based on what the others said at the time. You told me that your master has gone missing, so I was wondering if the 2 of them could have been the same person? He was the strongest Qi user I have ever met so far. Quinn tried to describe his outer appearance and even imitated Chris's actions, but eventually Leo told him to stop. No matter how much you try to pretend to be him, I can't confirm it without seeing his aura. Still, based on what you've told me about his personality, he doesn't sound like my master. Even when I was young, my master was about my age now, so he should be an old man by now. He might have already died, so perhaps Chris was just another student of his, one he passed down everything to. Thinking about this, Leo was wondering why though. He had so many questions. If his master was the one behind Pure, why did he create that organization? Surely his enemy should have been the Dalki that killed all those people, or at the very least blamed Leo for making the world aware of their existence. The second thing that was troubling him was whether or not his master knew about the other stages of Qi during their time together, or whether it was something he had only learnt after their separation. If he knew about them beforehand, then why didn't he teach it to Leo? I thought this information might become useful for you. I remember you saying that Qi was a passed-down secret, so I found it strange that those in Pure knew it, but it seems I have given you a lot to think about, and at a time when we can't even leave this place. I'm sorry. Don't worry about that, young boy, Leo replied. More than anything, what you have given me is time which I did not have before. Time to figure out this whole mess, and I quite like the students here, he said with a soft smile. Seeing this, Quinn thought that the role of a teacher suited Leo quite well. Say, when did you start teaching them Qi? Quinn asked. How did you know? Leo was surprised by this. Ever since learning the second stage, I have had more control and can sense it a bit better. Still, I noticed that their energy is incredibly weak. Is there a reason for that? Leo let out a big sigh before answering. I did try teaching them, but unlike Aaron or you, it seems like their body is just not that compatible with it. After learning how it could disrupt the vampire's energy, I thought it could help them, if the other vampires attempted to attack us again. However, that was also the case when learning Qi. Trying to gather up any energy in their body is a painful process for them. There is no harmony and the energy tries to attack them from within. It was just like Chris told me, Quinn replied. When teaching me Qi, he had told me that the energy in my body is taken up by the vampire energy, and if it wasn't there, my Qi would have been more powerful, but my body has been able to balance the two out. Maybe it's because the three of us were humans before being turned. After the conversation, Quinn stood up and went over to Leo's side. "This is a little awkward," Quinn said, scratching his head. He then quickly bowed to Leo out of respect. "If you will allow me to, I wish to teach you the second stage of Qi. I know that you are my teacher, so it would be rude of me to say this, but I want to return the favor. If you don't want to accept help, I completely understand." Standing up, Leo lifted Quinn up from his bowing position. "You can't be doing that anymore, you are now a family leader. If the others saw you bowing down to one that should be bowing to you, it would cause quite the fuss, and Quinn, having a student surpass you is an achievement in my eyes. Maybe some people get scared or worried, but not me. I will be happy to accept your guidance." The relationship between the two was a close one. Even though they hardly spoke, Leo had always been a teacher they could rely on. He hadn't told anyone about Quinn's secret in the military academy, and he had helped him in many tough situations. Yet now Quinn could finally help Leo after all the help he had received. The two of them headed down to the training room, and just like Chris had done, Quinn would do the same, guiding Leo, while explaining what the second stage actually did. "I'm sorry if I'm not good at explaining, but I hope you'll understand what I'm getting at. If you don't understand, then I can try again and show you," Quinn offered, feeling a little nervous. When teaching the others how to use the shadow ability, he hadn't felt this way. But in front of Leo it was different. "Don't worry," Leo said, as he walked away, disconnecting from Quinn's hand on his back. He then drew his sword and flung it down to his side. Quinn was left there stunned. Chris had praised him for being a fast learner, yet it had taken him several days to get the hang of it. As for Leo, someone who had no knowledge of it before, only had to be shown once, before he was able to use the second stage Qi, covering it with his sword. "This feels good." Leo smiled after giving it a few more swings. He then proceeded to strike out, extending the Qi beyond his swords, taking the air even further. A scratch mark was left across the floor, even though his sword hadn't touched the ground. "How is he even better than me at it?" Quinn questioned. "Finally, for once take a look at someone who has true talent. Someone even better than yourself," Vincent triumphantly cried out, bitter that Quinn always seemed to surpass him in many ways. "It's people like him that should be the main character in stories." After swinging his blade for a short while, Leo stopped. "It's a shame you didn't learn much about the third stage Qi, but I will try to improve this for now. I guess I need to start learning from you again." Quinn sighed in defeat.